Welcome, everyone. This is your friend, the DN What If, here with another exciting fanfiction. Today, we're diving into the story of What If Deku Married Uraraka while Kacchan spiraled? If you enjoy this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more fanfiction content just like this. Now, let's get started with the fanfic. The city lights of Mizudafu flickered like dying stars, their glow stretching across the rain-damp alley where Katsuki Bakugo leaned against a crumbling brick wall. A cigarette hung loosely between his fingers, smoke curling upward like a ghost. His eyes, usually sharp, alive with fire, were dull tonight, clouded by something he couldn't name. "Ease off, baby, you're killing me." The lyric looped in his mind, too fitting for comfort. He'd been snapping at everyone lately, pushing them away before they got too close. Even his hero colleagues that were normally bearable at best. He scoffed under his breath, lifting the short to his lips, dragging in another shaky inhale. Why was it always him that got under his skin? Izuku was everything Katsuki wasn't: gentle, patient, kind. And somehow he never left. No matter how harsh Katsuki's words got, no matter how many times he told him to back the F off, Izuku stayed. Boy, you're killing me, Katsuki muttered, the words burning more than the cigarette ever could. The next day, the training grounds echoed with the dull rhythm of Katsuki's fists striking the air. His explosions lacked their usual precision, his focus slipping every few seconds. His energy seemed to get so drained so fast lately. His mind betrayed him, flashing with memories of Izuku's laugh, the light in his eyes when he talked about his students, the quiet way he carried other people's burdens. "Ease off, you're killing me," he found himself whispering the lyric like a confession. But that, he realized, wasn't his to decide anymore. He'd scroll mindlessly between mission reports, news headlines, and hero gossip accounts, until inevitably his thumb hesitated on one name. Midoriya Izuku. He told himself it was just curiosity. A professional habit. Keeping tabs on a fellow hero. But that excuse fell apart the second he saw the photos. Izuku at some event, the Uraraka Staff Association gala, suit clean pressed, smile bright, Ochako beside him, her hand brushing his arm. They looked good together. Normal. Like people who didn't destroy everything they touched. Katsuki's jaw clenched. He tossed the phone onto the table, the screen cracking slightly against the edge of a glass. He swore under his breath, louder this time, just to fill the quiet. It didn't help. Some few hours later, he found himself sitting on the kitchen counter, bottle of whiskey in one hand, phone in the other. The notification light blinked softly in the dark. A new post. Izuku again. Laughing this time, cheeks flushed pink, a smear of chocolate on his mouth. Ochako had tagged him. "Couldn't have done it without you, Deku love." Katsuki stared at it for a long time, thumb hovering over the comment button like a loaded gun. He could type something. Anything. Congrats. A joke. An insult. Instead, he turned off the phone and set it face down. He drank until the edges of the room softened, until the ache behind his eyes dulled to something almost tolerable. But even then, the thought lingered. He looked so happy. And that should have been enough. Should have been what he wanted. It became a routine recently. He'd call someone over after a late-night mission, after a patrol ended with too much blood, when his mind was left too heavy. The apartment would be filled with the low hum of music, the clink of glasses, the heat of a body pressed against his, and then the door would click shut behind them, the numbing silence swallowing them whole. He could buy whatever he wanted: cars, apartments in every corner of Japan, people, but no expensive clothes or model whores could buy him out of his head. The penthouse apartment was quiet after one of his endeavors, except for the rumble of the city outside. Expensive whiskey and half-empty bottles littered the sleek glass table. Katsuki leaned back against the leather couch, shirt unbuttoned and sleeves rolled up, cigarette smoke curling around his head like a halo of defeat, of shame. The clean, dark room smelled of alcohol, rich perfume, and something tangibly bitter: himself. He hadn't intended to think of Izuku tonight, not during this, but his mind betrayed him. Every laugh, every soft smile, every careless way Izuku carried the weight of the world pressed against the inside of his skull. He tried to forget. He had called him over, someone new, someone beautiful, someone disposable. Katsuki didn't even recall the man's name. He had wanted the warmth of another body to erase the ache, to fill the hollow spaces Izuku had left. But it hadn't worked. His voice, soft and amused, had tried to draw him out of himself. His rough hands had tried to tether him, but he'd been too far gone. He'd gone along with it, of course he did, whispered sweet nothings into his ear, kissed him, Gottfried. It was great. Amazing. Just wonderful. But inside, his mind had been screaming, not you, not you. Now he was gone, and the silence had returned. The expensive music still played from the speakers, but it sounded distant, muffled, meaningless. He was alone again, the luxury around him doing nothing to quiet the storm in his chest. Katsuki crushed the cigarette in the ashtray, grinding it down as though he could also crush the thoughts of Izuku lingering in his mind. But the smell of smoke and isi mingled with guilt and longing, and he realized he couldn't run. Money didn't matter. Power didn't matter. He could buy anything, anyone, but he couldn't buy him out of his head. Ease off, baby, you're killing me, he muttered under his breath, voice rough and broken. The lyric wasn't just a song anymore, it was a warning and a curse all at once. Katsuki swigged another shot of vodka, grimacing at the burn, wishing that something, anything, could dull the ache of missing Izuku. But the truth lingered, nothing could. Not the bottles, not the bodies, not the city lights flickering like dying stars outside his window. Nothing could save him from himself. The bass from the club pulsed through the floor like a heartbeat, low, vibrating in his chest. Katsuki sat at the corner table, a drink and a half in, watching the room move around him, light flashing off sequin tops, laughter spilling over the music, the air thick with perfume and cheap liquor. He wasn't drunk. Not yet. And for once he had no desire to be. Kirishima's arm was slung around Denki's shoulders, both of them laughing at something stupid. Momo and Jiro sat across from them, pressed close together, sharing the same glass of wine like they always did. Mina was somewhere on the dance floor, moving with her latest fling, some tall, dark-haired guy who she'll be over next month. At least she knows his address. At least she knows his name. Everyone looked settled. Or at least like they knew what they were doing. Katsuki tipped back the rest of his drink, the burn biting all the way down. He didn't say much. Didn't need to. The others had long stopped trying to pull conversation out of him when he got like this. Man, you've been brooding all night, Kirishima finally said, grinning with sharp teeth, red hair wild under the lights. You good, bro? Katsuki scoffed. Do I look not good? Denki snorted. You look like you're plotting someone's death, my dude. That's just his face, Jiro said dryly, flicking Denki on his forehead. Leave him alone. Katsuki rolled his eyes, signaling for another drink anyway. I'm fine. He wasn't. Not really. But saying it out loud would make it real, and he didn't feel like bleeding in front of an audience. He shook his drink, clinking the ice in the glass absently. He stared into the glass, watching the light scatter through the amber. He'd gotten good at pretending it was enough hero work, money, recognition, the occasional body to fill the silence. But nights like this, surrounded by people who had someone to go home to, it all felt paper thin. The laughter at the table blurred into the music. Kirishima's hand brushed Denki's when they reached for the same drink, and Katsuki had to look away. He told himself it didn't matter, that he didn't want that kind of sheet anyway. Did he? The truth was heavier than the liquor sitting in his gut. Katsuki's jaw tightened. He finished the drink in one swallow. Gonna call it, he muttered, grabbing his jacket and tossing a few bills onto the table. Kirishima frowned. You sure, bro? We were gonna hit another place. Yeah. You do that. Katsuki's voice came out clipped, final. I've got an early mission briefing. It was a lie. But it didn't matter. The night air hit him hard as he stepped outside, neon movie signs and advertisements flickering against wet pavement. The city hummed, alive and indifferent, and he lit a cigarette just to have something to do with his hands. The others were probably still laughing inside. He could almost hear Mina's voice through the door, sharp and bright. He told himself he didn't care. But as he put out the lit, unsmoked cigarette between his fingers, He realized what a effendi lie that was. One evening he found himself outside a cafe. Through the window he spotted Izuku smiling. Scarred, rough hands wrapped around a mug, Ochako sitting across from him. Her laugh filled the space between them, light and easy, the kind of sound that didn't belong to someone cruel. Katsuki froze. His hand twitched in his pocket. He told himself it didn't matter, that it shouldn't matter. But it did. It mattered like a fresh bruise pressed too hard. When Izuku reached across the table to tuck a loose strand of Ochako's hair behind her ear, Katsuki turned away before he could see her blush. He didn't stick around to see if Izuku smiled back. He shouldn't have stopped to look. But he did. And it hurt like hell. He didn't remember stumbling home that evening, soaked and shivering from the sudden downpour. He only recalled the sound of the song still playing in his head, too cruel in its honesty. "Ease off, baby, you're killing me." The drunken memories came sharp and grainy, late evening, training ground beta, 9 years ago. Izuku standing in the middle of the dust, panting, bruised, grinning like the idiot he is. High schooler Katsuki had been on the ground, half out of breath, furious he'd been caught off guard by him. He remembered the way Izuku had extended a hand to help him up, eyes wide but steady. Not scared anymore. Not of him. He had bigger things to fear now. "Good match, Kacchan." That voice, so diamond sincere it burned. Katsuki had slapped his hand away then, spat something cruel just to keep things safe. But that look had stayed. That stupid, unshakable look that said I still believe in you. He'd been chasing that look ever since, through missions, through blood, through every battle and villain he could find. Trying to kill it or keep it, he couldn't tell anymore. Now, sitting in the quiet hum of his own apartment, he realized he'd never managed to do either. The kid from the field was still there somewhere in the back of his head, smiling, like an open wound. Katsuki let out an exasperated breath and dragged a hand down his face. The room tilted. He reached for the bottle again, but his fingers brushed empty glass instead. He just poured his third, or was it fourth, drink when he heard the muffled knock on his door. When Katsuki opened the door, Izuku was there, cheeks flushed, eyes glassy, like he'd been running or crying or both. Still beautiful. He cursed himself. "Kacchan," he breathed, voice cracking. Katsuki's first thought was, "Are you okay?" After looking him over, he deduced that the smaller man in front of him was physically unharmed. That's a first. The guy's a walking safety hazard. But then his second thought was, "Why the F, are you here?" "Where's round face?" he asked, tone sharper than he meant. Izuku flinched. "Don't call her that." "Then what the hell do you want, Deku?" Izuku's throat bobbed as he swallowed. "I don't know." Katsuki's eyes narrowed before giving a short, humorless laugh. "What, needed a new charity case?" "That's not," Izuku's words caught, then died. He stared intently at his feet as if the floor would swallow him whole. "I don't know why I came here." "Sure you do," Katsuki said quietly. The silence between them stretched heavy, dangerous. And then Izuku stepped forward. Just a step out of the rain, letting himself into the apartment like he owned the place. If it were anyone else, Katsuki would have blown their butt up. But Izuku was close. Close enough that Katsuki could smell his cologne, faint and familiar, along with a hint of tequila on his tongue. Close enough that Izuku had to tilt his head back slightly to remain holding their eye contact. "Don't look at me like that," Katsuki muttered, but his voice was already unsteady. "Like what?" Izuku whispered. "Like you're about to do something you'll regret." Izuku's breath hitched. "Maybe I already did." And then he kissed him. It wasn't sweet. It certainly wasn't gentle. It was desperate and angry, all teeth and tongue and soaked in everything they'd both been denying for too long. Katsuki's hand tangled in his hair before he could think better of it, pulling him closer, both of them stumbling through the threshold like they'd been waiting years to fall apart this way. Later, the bedroom was quiet. Sheets tangled. The city lights bled through the blinds, painting Izuku's face, glistening with both sweat and tears, gold. Katsuki sat on the edge of the bed, elbows on his knees, smoke curling from the cigarette between his fingers. Izuku lay behind him, silent. His breathing was uneven, too shallow to be asleep. "Don't," Katsuki said, voice hoarse. Don't say you're sorry. Izuku sat up slowly, the mattress shifting. I have to. No, you don't. He flicked ash into a tray that was already overflowing. You'll just make it worse. Izuku's voice was quiet, wrecked. Ochako didn't deserve this. Katsuki's jaw clenched. Neither did I. Silence. Izuku reached out, fingertips brushing Katsuki's bare shoulder before pulling back, swinging his legs off the bed. This can't happen again. Katsuki didn't answer. He just stared at the cigarette burning itself out between his fingers. After a long pause, he asked the same question as before, then why'd you come here? Izuku didn't answer that either. Katsuki was beginning to wonder if he was going deaf. Or he just didn't want to listen to what he had to say. He just stood, quietly pulled on some pants and a t-shirt one of Katsuki's, with an All Might print on it, gathered his clothes in shaking hands and left. The door shut softly behind him, and the quiet that followed was deafening. Katsuki sat there for a long time, elbows on his knees, cigarette burning low between his index and middle fingers. The sheets were still warm behind him, still smelled like him, sweet coffee, rain, and guilt. He didn't need to turn around to know Izuku hadn't really gone from the room, not yet. His presence lingered like static in the corners of the space. It clung to the air, heavy and real. He lit another cigarette just to hear the click of the lighter, the tiny sound echoing louder than it should have. The ashtray was overflowing, half-burnt filters, blood-stained glass, his own reflection flickering in the window. Outside, the city went on living without him. It was too sunny, the sky too blue. The light rays shone insistently through the blinds anyway, onto the rumpled covers of the empty bed. He stared at them until his eyes burned. He dragged in smoke. Let it fill him until his chest ached. Exhaled slow. The sound came out like a laugh, but it wasn't one. The silence was too big. Too empty. To him. He leaned back, staring at the ceiling, cig now trembling between his fingers. The ash fell and scattered across the floor. He didn't bother to clean it up. The night replayed itself behind his eyes in flashes. It was harsh, unrelenting, brutally paced. Nothing like the love-soft little Ochako Uraraka likely made to her significant other. Izuku's fingers against his neck, his back, his waist, his thighs. The sound of his breath when he panted and ummed his name like it hurt. The way his body had arched under his confirmation they were both burning for something that couldn't last. Katsuki could still feel the ghost of him on his skin, the heat raw and unrelenting, teeth and nail marks across his neck, back and thighs, a stubborn trace of what had passed, impossible to ignore. The sheets were a mess of creases and sweat, a dent in the pillow where Izuku's head had been. His messily discarded tie was still on the floor by the bed, forgotten when he left in such a hurry. He stared at it for too long, jaw tightening until it hurt. Then he stood and kicked it under the bed like it meant nothing. He didn't want to see it. Didn't want to remember how he'd reached for him in the dark, the soft words and praise that involuntarily fell from his lips, desperate and stupid. Pathetic things. Things he wasn't supposed to say. God, you're mine, he'd muttered, voice rough and ragged, teeth grazing Izuku's ear. Don't move. You fit right here, don't move. So good. So good, he'd gasped, thumb tracing the line of his jaw. God, you take me apart so goddamn easily, you know that? You're perfect, he'd whispered, almost lost in the haze, voice breaking with need. You perfect, can't even handle you. He didn't mean for it to come out like that, but it had words spilling over like fire, confessions he couldn't hold back, raw and unfiltered. Desperate. Possessive. Hungry. Now, in the silence, they clung to him like smoke. The ghost of his own voice echoed back in his head, rough and wrecked, and it made his stomach twist. Izuku had barely made a sound, maybe trying to stop himself, like silence could make it less real. Just those quiet, unguarded his name, breathed out like a secret neither of them were supposed to share. The way he'd whimpered it, begged for him, made Katsuki's chest ache in a way he didn't want to understand. What the hell had he been thinking? Saying things like that, to someone who already belonged to someone else. Someone who smiled for another person in the daylight, who came home to soft hands and feminine warmth instead of this ash and vodka and the stench of regret. He'd meant every goddamn word, and that was the worst part. His phone buzzed once on the nightstand, breaking him out of the memories that will probably haunt him forever. A message from his agency. Patrol in an hour. He ignored it. He instead reached for the flask beside it, took a swallow, winced at the burn. It didn't drown the taste of him. Nothing ever did. "Ease off, baby," he muttered under his breath, voice cracking on the words. "You're killing me." The lyric circled his head again, looping and looping until it lost its meaning, until it was just noise in the dark, something to keep him company when nothing else would. And for a while, he just sat there, letting the city hum and the smoke sting his eyes, pretending it hurt less than it did. 3 weeks. 3 goddamn weeks. Since the door closed behind him, soft and final, leaving the air thick with the scent of rain, smoke, and the ghost of his touch. No amount of open windows or air freshener could chase it out. Katsuki told himself it didn't matter. He washed the sheets, scrubbed his skin raw, bought a new bottle of cologne, swapped out the ashtray, even started sleeping on the couch because the bed made his stomach twist. He'd tell himself over and over. Finished. The public bought it dynamite was on every headline, perfect, unstoppable, throwing himself into hero work like nothing had ever touched him. But he wasn't done. Not really. The night stretched long. And hollow. He sat on the counter, whiskey in one hand, cigarette in the other, watching the ice melt slow, listening to the faint hiss of the lighter, the tiny click echoing like a heartbeat. Smoke stung his eyes. The same goddamn song spun in his skull. "Ease off, baby, you're killing me." He was still killing himself, just quieter this time. Patrols bled into one another. Villains fell like paper, blood spattering his gloves, his own fists bruised and shaking. Weeks without sleep, nights without rest. The city pulsed under him, hard and jagged, like an open wound he couldn't stop digging into. He snapped at civilians for standing too close, screamed at his colleagues, at his friends, swore he didn't need breaks. "I work better under pressure," he lied to them. He likes the pain. Truth was, it was the only thing that still felt real. The apartment mocked him. Too big. Too quiet. Every sound echoed fridge hum, clock tick, breath. He hadn't brought anyone home in 3 weeks. No strangers to fill the silence with warmth, chaos, frantically impulsive section. Only him. Only the ache. Only the memory. He lit another cigarette, inhaled as deeply as he possibly could, let the smoke burn its way down, felt the nicotine buzz in his system. For a second, it almost felt like it helped. Almost. Katsuki had fought villains with less power over him than this man did. The patrol had been a disaster from the start. Katsuki had hit the streets before dawn, black and orange boots slick on rain-soaked asphalt, eyes scanning every alley, every shadow. He was running ragged, dragging his exhaustion through the city like a weight he couldn't seem to shake. A villain had slipped past him hours ago, an arsonist who had vanished into the industrial district, leaving scorched warehouses and panicked, injured civilians behind. He'd been chasing the small-time villain through the crowded streets of Mizudafu, the kind that relied more on tricks and chaos than actual strength. Explosions and debris had sent terrified citizens scattering, alarms blaring from every block, and Katsuki had felt that familiar, twisting frustration settle like a stone in his stomach. He had left his apartment complex at 5 a.m. that morning. It was now past 10 p.m. The villain had gotten away. The news had gone out, stay inside, stay safe. The city had obeyed, but the emptiness of it made Katsuki's chest ache all the same. The streets were quiet in a way that felt wrong, as though the city itself had held its breath and dared him to fail. He'd taken to murmuring and yelling at himself, for God's sake. Like his shouting could do anything to control the chaos he couldn't fix. It had been a long day. He'd tried to catch the arsonist, of course. He'd run through the slick streets, palms bleeding from punching metal gates, lungs burning, hair plastered to his forehead with rain and sweat. But by the time he'd reached the district, the villain was gone, leaving only the smoke of cooling magma curling into the cold air. Katsuki cursed under his breath. Snapped at Kirishima over comms. "Bakubro, maybe slow it." Don't tell me how to handle this shitty hair. Katsuki had snapped, cutting him off. Shoved past him in anger that was half frustration, half exhaustion. His explosions had been sloppy, precise control lost somewhere in the mix of fatigue and irritation. Every muscle in his body screamed at him to stop, but he didn't. Couldn't. The city didn't stop, didn't care, and neither could he. By the time he headed back toward the residential streets, rain had started again, thin and cold, cutting through his jacket, drenching his hair, slicking the pavement. He hadn't even noticed he was shaking until he crossed the street, boots splashing through puddles, shoulders hunched against the wind. He was heading back through a narrow alley to take the short way home, despite wanting to be anywhere but the apartment where everything smelled like emptiness. His mind was already made up. When he got back, he'd call someone, anyone. 3 weeks had passed without word from Izuku, but now he needed release, needed the warmth of a body pressed tightly against his, the distraction of someone else's skilled touch, anything to make the ache in his chest dull, even for a moment. He heard a soft rustling noise, someone mumbling to themselves, and his head snapped up. At first, he didn't even recognize him. A figure slumped against the curb, moving slightly. A civilian, prot. Some poor bastard caught in the storm, maybe hurt or drunk, maybe needing help. Katsuki's fists clenched automatically at the thought of being slowed down, of wasting time on someone who couldn't even stand. They shouldn't be out here. The alerts had gone off hours ago. Everyone was told to stay inside. Hey you! Get up! Stay the hell out of danger, he shouted in the vague direction, the words sharp and angry. Then he saw the way the figure's shoulders slumped, the uneven rise and fall of their chest, the dark stains spreading across the jacket. And the hair. That familiar, messy green. And then, the way his body shook, the tremble in the fingers, the faint, familiar tilt of the head. He froze. It wasn't a random stranger. It was Izuku. Bloodied, battered, shivering. Katsuki's heart dropped. He dropped his gear, fumbled with his jacket, shaking hands grasping for anything he could use to shield him from the sudden panic clawing at his heart, tightening painfully around his chest. Deku, he hissed, voice rough and breaking in his throat. What the hell? The nickname tasted like blood and smoke on his tongue. He dropped to his knees, mud and rain soaking through his pants, one hand already reaching out before he could think better of it. His fingers pressed against the side of Izuku's face, warm, too warm, and when Izuku flinched at the touch, something inside Katsuki cracked wide open. Hey, it's me, you idiot, he said, voice softer now, trembling under the weight of everything unsaid. What the f happened? Izuku's eyes fluttered half open, glassy with pain and exhaustion. Katsuki, his voice was barely a whisper, thin and hoarse, swallowed up by the rain. Don't talk, Katsuki snapped automatically, the edge of fear sharpening every word, the rare use of his surname only piling onto the pain in his chest. You're bleeding. He shifted Izuku onto his back, rainwater pooling beneath them, and his hands moved on instinct checking for wounds, pressing against soaked fabric to find where the blood was coming from. His fingers came away slick and chest wound around the ribs, maybe side 2. Possible 2nd or 3rd degree burning. He tore off his own gloves and shoved pressure onto the wound, muttering half-formed curses between clenched teeth. Sheet, he hissed, pressing harder to slow the bleeding. He knew what to do. He'd done this 100 times in the field, but not like this. Not with him. His breaths came too fast, uneven, his own heartbeat pounding louder than the rain. Stay with me, stupid Deku. I've got you, he muttered, voice low, shaking as he tore at the ruined jacket to get a better look. Hypothermia was lesser evil compared to such extreme flesh wounds. Izuku groaned softly, the sound cutting straight through him. It hit him like a punch to the gut, too familiar, too close to the noise Izuku had made weeks ago, tangled in his sheets and gasping his name, miming from the pain that only came from the pleasure Katsuki was giving him. Katsuki swore under his breath, dragging a hand through his soaked hair. Not now. Not ever again. He couldn't afford to think about that, about him, not while he was fighting to keep the idiot alive. Katsuki swallowed hard, forcing his training to take over even as panic gnawed at the edges of it. You're fine. You're if fine, okay? He pulled Izuku's arm around his shoulders, the limp weight of him unsettling in a way Katsuki didn't want to think about. He could feel blood seeping through the fabric, warm against his neck, metallic in the air. Izuku's breath hitched when Katsuki shifted his weight to lift him. Katsuki muttered, voice tight, anger masking panic. You always gotta do this, huh? Always get hurt, always, his voice caught. Always make me. He bit the rest back. The words felt too dangerous. Too close. The streets were empty now, the rain coming down harder, washing crimson streaks into the gutters. Katsuki stumbled under the weight, his muscles screaming, but he didn't stop. Every step echoed with something he didn't want to name. Izuku tried to speak again. I was school. He rasped, breath shallow. Saw a villain, someone dashed. Save it, Katsuki snapped, but he really did attempt to keep it quieter than his usual harsh tone. His grip tightened around Izuku's waist. You can explain when you're not goddamn bleeding out all over me. The downpour mixed with blood, dripping off Katsuki's chin. He could taste the salt and metal in the air, feel Izuku's breath ghosting weakly against his collarbone. By the time they reached his building across the district, Katsuki was drenched, chilled to the bone, heart hammering. He forcefully kicked the door open, half-carried, half-dragged Izuku inside, and laid him on the couch. The apartment was dim and cluttered, empty glasses on the side table, ashtray full, scattered reports and paperwork splayed out on the counter, but it didn't matter. Nothing mattered but the boy in front of him. Stay awake, Katsuki ordered, voice breaking somewhere between a plea and a command. Stay alive. He tore through his drawers for the first aid kit, hands trembling so hard he almost dropped it twice. He told himself it was from the chill of the rain. His nerves were wrecked. He really needed a smoke right about now. But there were more important matters to deal with. The cut was bad, deep, jagged, probably from a knife. And when he kneeled beside the couch, the burn across Izuku's side looked worse up close, angry red and blistering at the edges. Katsuki's gut twisted. Whoever did this hadn't been holding back. Dumps, he muttered, grabbing the antiseptic and bandages with shaking hands. You couldn't block that? He knows he's out of practice. He doesn't actively do hero work anymore, he only teaches it. It's just the frustration at the situation slipping through the cracks in his facade. Izuku's breath hitched when the disinfectant hit raw skin. Katsuki pressed the gauze down anyway, jaw tight, pretending the sound didn't make something in his chest clench. Hold still, he said, though his voice came out rougher than he meant. Izuku tried to say something, maybe an apology, maybe his name, but Katsuki cut him off, shaking his head. Save it. His hands worked fast, efficient from years of training, but every touch felt too careful, much too personal. He could feel the heat radiating off Izuku's skin, probably a fever too, goddammit, could smell the faint trace of smoke and rain in his hair. When he finally finished, Katsuki leaned back, exhaling shakily. His palms were still slick with blood, and his throat burned with something he couldn't name. He stood slowly, forcing himself to stay steady, every muscle tight with barely controlled energy. He strode to the side table, yanked the drawer open, and grabbed a fresh pack of cigarettes. He so badly craved the numbing buzz of nicotine, he needed to forget this entire ordeal. Fingers trembling slightly, he ripped it open, slid one between his lips, and covered the smoke with his hand. Izuku's gaze followed him weakly, unfocused. You smoke too much, he murmured, trying to smile, but it twisted into a wince. Katsuki froze, hands stilled over his cigarette. For a second, all he could do was stare at him, the bruises, the split lip, the faint tremor through his frame, and feel something black and heavy settle in his chest. Shut up, he muttered, lighting the cigarette anyway. The lighter clicked a few times before the flame caught, smoke curling upward, sharp and bitter in the dim light. It flickered between them. You don't get to talk right now. Smoke filled the room and Katsuki sat beside him, one arm braced on his knee, the other holding the cigarette between shaking fingers. Izuku looked small there, too pale, too limp, too breakable. Katsuki hated it. Hated the way it made him feel, like he'd do anything, burn down the whole demon city, if it meant Izuku would look at him the way he used to. But he didn't say that. He just sat there, cigarette burning low, the sound of rain against the window mixing with Izuku's ragged breaths. Katsuki dragged in a shaky breath, smoke curling around him. He watched Izuku, small and fragile against the couch cushions, and the frustration clawed at him. 3 weeks. 3 goddamn weeks of pretending he didn't care, of drowning in bottles and regret, and now this Izuku, bleeding, bruised, and somehow still stubborn as ever. "You're staying," Katsuki said finally, voice low and sharp, no room for argument. He leaned closer, hand still brushing against Izuku's side, careful not to press too hard. "You're not walking back out that door until I say you're allowed. You hear me?" Izuku tried to shake his head, but his movement was weak, a barely there protest. "Kacchan, I'm fine," he rasped, voice hoarse. "I just need—" "Shut it," Katsuki snapped, cutting him off before he could try another argument. "You're not fine. You're hurt. You're bleeding. And I don't care how many years that you've got under your belt, you're staying here. PRD. Izuku's lips twitched, maybe a weak smile, maybe a grimace. I saw someone, he admitted finally, breath shallow, words breaking. A civilian, harassed by a villain. The one on the news, lava quirk. I think it was Dash. He closed his eyes, pain evident in every crevice of his expression. He was going to RP her Kacchan. A high school student. I couldn't just let them dash. His chest rose and fell with effort, every word seeming to cost him more than it should. You didn't have to, Katsuki muttered, jaw tight, anger and fear, horror, warping together. You could have called it in, waited for backup, done literally anything else. I couldn't, Izuku said, voice trembling. Even if I'm not actively a hero anymore. I couldn't just watch. He coughed, wincing, hand weakly pressing against his side. I saved her. Got her out. But the guy, his eyes flickered, haunted. He almost got me. Katsuki gritted his teeth, hands clenching into fists. He wanted to scream at the BSTRD who did this. Instead, he leaned down, gripping Izuku's arm firmly. Then you're staying here for now. And you're not getting up to help someone else until you're actually walking again without me carrying your butt out of a effing back alleyway. Izuku let out a shaky laugh, weak but real, and slumped back further into the couch cushions, allowing himself to be forced into stillness. You're really serious, he murmured. Dead serious, Katsuki muttered, brushing damp hair from his forehead, smoke curling between them. I don't give a F if you think you can handle it. You're human. You're fragile. And I'm not about to watch you get torn apart while I sit here. Izuku's hand twitched weakly. Ochako, Izuku whispered, voice hoarse and guilty. She doesn't know. Don't, Katsuki snapped, sharp and raw. His hand gripped Izuku's arm, grounding him. Not now. Not while you're bleeding out. You're staying. Alive. That's it. The rest can wait. Izuku's eyes flicked to the couch cushions, guilt pooling in his green gaze. She'd hate me if she knew. I shouldn't have this. You weren't thinking about her, Katsuki muttered, low and dangerous. You were thinking about surviving, about someone else. You're alive. That's all that matters right now. Chako can wait. You can't. Katsuki didn't answer immediately. He only watched him, eyes dark, chest tight, heart hammering like it might explode. Relief, fear, and something else sharp and jagged, tangled in his chest. He flicked the cigarette ash into the tray and leaned back slightly, making sure Izuku was comfortable, still keeping an arm nearby, ready to react if the smaller man tried to move. Izuku didn't resist anymore. He just shifted in discomfort, exhausted and bleeding and alive. And for now, that was enough to keep Katsuki's panic at ease, just enough to let him sit beside the only person he'd ever been unable to leave behind. It was a strangely calm night, the storm stopping completely within minutes, making way for bright stars above the city. Smoke lingered in the corners of the room, faintly bitter, the room smelling of antiseptic, rain, and Izuku. Katsuki had dozed off briefly on the couch edge, arms still resting near him, but the faint shuffle of movement stirred him awake. Eyes narrowing, he caught the silhouette slipping toward the door. Heart hammering, chest tight with sudden anger and hurt, He pushed himself up, voice low but sharp. Where the hell do you think you're going? Izuku froze, pale in the dim light, eyes wide with guilt and exhaustion. I should go, he whispered, voice hoarse. Kacchan, I can't Ochako. Don't, Katsuki growled, striding forward, blocking the small figure with a hand pressed to the doorframe. His other hand was on Izuku's shoulder before the smaller man could even think of arguing. Like hell you're going anywhere. Not like this. Not tonight. Not alone. Izuku swallowed, trembling, eyes flicking down to the floor. It's clear what he's thinking about. I shouldn't be here. This isn't right. Katsuki grabbed his wrist, harsh and insistent. Deku, listen to me. You're hurt. You're bleeding. You're exhausted. And for the love of everything, you're not leaving. You're staying. Just for tonight. Izuku's lips quivered, and he finally looked up, vulnerability spilling through the guilt. No, I didn't mean to dash. You don't get to leave, Katsuki snapped, voice breaking, heart twisting like a fist. Not after everything. You might be able to pretend that nothing happened, but I sure as hell can't. I don't even effing care, just... There was a long pause. The only sound was the rain tapping the window, mixing Izuku's uneven breathing. Katsuki's hands drifted, almost involuntarily, brushing damp strands of hair from his forehead, then tracing the line of his jaw, needing to feel him, needing him close. Izuku's breath hitched, something quiet and unspoken passing between them. He didn't argue. He didn't pull away. And when Katsuki leaned closer, the distance vanished, soft, messy, desperate, until lips met in a way that was neither gentle nor kind, but necessary. Necessary to stop the guilt twisting him apart, necessary to tether them both to something real, necessary to be sure that they were both alive after the night. When they finally broke apart, chests heaving, foreheads pressed together, Izuku whispered, voice trembling, guilt painfully evident. I'll stay. Katsuki's dark eyes softened just slightly, though the tension in his jaw didn't ease. "Dan right," he muttered, voice low, almost a growl. Their lips met again, slower this time, careful. Katsuki's hands just hovered, tracing and brushing against the edges of Izuku's burns and cuts without pressing too hard, fingers lingering on bruised shoulders, hands tentative but needy. The heat between them was sharp and urgent, desperation and need tangled with guilt and a sense of wrong. "I careful," Katsuki murmured, breaking the kiss just long enough to murmur against his lips, voice rough. "I won't hurt you." Izuku shivered, pressing closer despite the pain, and Katsuki helped him ease back onto the sheets were pushed aside, pillows adjusted, every movement measured, but the ache between them didn't let up. Their breaths came faster, closer now, hands entwined where they could touch safely, and the room seemed to shrink around them. When their lips met again, the kiss deepened, more urgent, a heat building between them that ignored the cold rain outside, the blood, the bruises, the guilt. It was messy, raw, desperate, all of it suppressed for weeks now spilling into the space between them. It was just slightly less frantic than the first time. Fingers tangled, bodies pressed close, murmured gasps and low growls filling the dim room. Katsuki kept his hands careful, tracing, holding, guiding, making sure every touch was safe yet gave Izuku the pleasure he knew he deserved. The rain tapped against the window, the city hummed outside, and inside, again, there was only them, tangled and desperate yet with the aura of something more permanent, each other's presence a dangerous, intoxicating drag. Morning crept in through the blinds, pale light cutting through the smoke and the faint chill that lingered in the air. The apartment still smelled like rain, antiseptic, and something heavier, not just the subtle musk of tea but the kind of scent that clung to skin and memory long after it should have faded. Katsuki woke first. His neck ached from the awkward angle he'd fallen asleep in, one arm still draped loosely over Izuku's waist. They'd fallen asleep on the couch afterward, exhaustion pulling them under before either could think to move, not bothering with aftercare or cleaning up, too tired to fix the mess they'd made. It had been softer this time, quieter, less frantic, but it still carried the same edge of need neither of them wanted to name. The blanket was half on the floor, the couch cushions shoved out of place. The mess of it all, of them, made him want to scream. Izuku was still there this time. Barely covered, breathing slow but steady, thick lashes brushing against bruised cheeks. His hair was a damp, wild mess, sticking to his forehead where sweat had dried overnight. Katsuki's eyes traced over him, the bandages across his ribs, the fading red marks on his skin, the quiet rise and fall of his chest. He looked wrecked. Beautiful but wrecked. Katsuki's throat felt dry as he reached yet again for the cigarette pack on the table. His fingers trembled slightly as he lit one, the spark flaring against the morning light. Smoke curled through the still air, thin and gray, like something weak and fragile trying to hold itself together. He leaned back against the couch, exhaling slowly, eyes fixed on the ceiling. The silence between them felt too loud, full of everything they'd said without words. Izuku stirred beside him, a quiet sound leaving his throat as he shifted. When his eyes opened, they met Katsuki's for a second before darting away. His voice was hoarse when he finally spoke. "Kacchan." Katsuki didn't answer right away. He just watched him, jaw tight, cigarette burning low between his fingers. "You should still be resting," he muttered. Izuku gave a weak, rueful smile, eyes flicking toward the window as if looking for an escape route. "I didn't mean to stay." "Yeah, well." Katsuki took a slow drag, smoke curling from his lips. "You did." Izuku didn't argue. He just looked down at the blanket, fingers curling into the fabric. There was guilt written all over him, in the way his shoulders tensed, in the way he wouldn't meet Katsuki's eyes. "You shouldn't," Izuku started, but Katsuki cut him off. "Don't say it." His voice was low, rough, somewhere between a warning and a plea. "Don't make this harder than it already FNG is." Izuku swallowed, throat bobbing. His voice was small. "I already did. Make things harder. I messed up dash." Katsuki's jaw flexed. The urge to lash out, to touch him again, to shout, to pull him back into something that felt alive, burned through him like wildfire. But instead, he just stubbed out the cigarette in frustration and leaned forward, elbows on his knees. He shouldn't let it happen. Not again. Not with someone who belonged to someone else. Someone who still had a life outside of this mess. A job. A future. He pictured Ochako's face the way she smiled at interviews, talking about her job, about him. About how proud she was of their new lives. The way Izuku still smiled like he believed in people. The teacher, a hero in a different way now. 2DM and good for this, whatever this filthy secret is. The guilt dug in deeper, twisting sharp under his ribs. "Then just stay," he said, quieter this time. "For a while." Izuku hesitated, guilt flashing in his eyes, like he knew exactly what was going on in Katsuki's brain, but then he nodded, barely, as if it hurt to do it. Katsuki didn't smile. He didn't breathe easier. But something in his chest loosened all the same. Izuku kept his word. He really stayed. Katsuki made him coffee in one of his plain glass mugs. He teased him about the amount of sugar he added to his cup. They sat barefoot on the edge of the couch like it was the most natural thing in the world. The day felt warm there, a movie neither of them were watching playing on the large TV in front of them. They didn't talk much, just meaningless conversations, things that filled the silence without touching what really mattered. Katsuki asked about work, about whether he'd told Uraraka he was taking the day off. Izuku hesitated, eyes flicking away. Said he called in sick. Said she probably thought he was home resting. Katsuki didn't push. He didn't have the right. By the time the sun started to dip again, Izuku stood, pulling on a jacket that Katsuki let him borrow, as his was completely destroyed in the commotion last night. He could see his torso when he lifted his arms, shirt riding up. The bandages under his shirt were fresh, white against his skin, and Katsuki wanted to tell him to stay one more night, just until he healed. The cc adrenaline of the night had worn off, and he had to be incredibly sore. But the words stuck somewhere in his throat. It felt almost normal, almost right, and that was the worst part. Because it went unsaid. They both knew this wouldn't be the last time. And it didn't even take a week. 5 days. That's all they lasted pretending this time. Katsuki was halfway through his last patrol of the night when his phone buzzed. The name lit the screen like a spark he'd been trying to silence. Izuku. Just a message. Demon Nerd, West End. Hotel Rosemont. Room 861. Explanation. No greeting. Just that. He stared at it longer than he should have, standing in the middle of a quiet side street, city noise loud yet low around him. His first instinct was to ignore it, to pretend he didn't care, that he'd moved on like he said he would. But he couldn't. He never f***ing could. By the time he reached the hotel, the night air had turned sharp cold. It smelled like it always did when he found himself near Izuku, like trouble. He didn't even bother changing out of his hero gear. Just pulled the hood low, shoved his hands in his pockets, and took the elevator up. The hallway lights flickered, bright and reflective, buzzing faintly above his head. His pulse was loud in his own ears. He stood there for a second, jaw tight, staring at the number on the door. He didn't need to knock. Izuku already knew he'd come. He always did. When he finally pushed the door open, the familiar yet new smell hit him first. Complimentary coffee. Free soap and body lotion. And something faintly sweet, like the air freshener hotels used to mask what they didn't want you to smell. Typical hotel chic. Izuku was sitting on the edge of the still neatly made bed, still dressed in his professional clothes, presumably just having come back from a staff meeting. White dress shirt, sleeves rolled up to his elbows, collar unbuttoned, just enough to show the edge of his collarbone dash, red tie loosened around his neck. He looked up at Katsuki like he wasn't sure whether to greet him or apologize. "Hey," Izuku said quietly, voice raw from use. Or maybe guilt. Katsuki shut the door behind him, the lock clicking louder than it should have. He didn't say anything. Just looked at him. It was obvious what this was. What they both came here for. It made him sick how glad he was that he texted. He sat and took in the sight of him, laying there. Katsuki didn't move at first. Just stood there, shoulders tense, jaw tight, eyes fixed on the way Izuku sat, small, careful, like he was trying not to break anything else. Like he'd already broken too much to recover. "Why here?" Katsuki finally muttered, voice low, rough, though he already knew the answer. He just wanted to hear him say it for his own twisted pride. Izuku swallowed, shifting on the bed. "Who wanted to see you?" "Needed." His voice faltered, and Katsuki's chest tightened. He couldn't hide the implications behind the words. Privacy. That was enough. Dangerous. F-I-N-G enough. He crossed the room in a few long strides, boots scraping softly against the carpet. His hands were in fists at his sides, but all the while his mind was screaming, "Don't. Get up," he said finally, voice clipped. "Now." Izuku obeyed, and the sight of him, pale, unsure, but moving toward him anyway, set something raw and desperate loose inside Katsuki. He reached out before he even thought about it, fingers tangling in Izuku's hair, tugging him closer by the grasp. The smaller man's breath hitched, soft, shaky. "You know exactly what you want," Katsuki growled, voice tight with anger, need, and something darker he didn't want to name. "I'll be your little secret, and you'll play your part while your precious girl waits for you at home." His breath hitches. "Just don't start apologizing. Don't you dare." He didn't wait for a reaction. He kissed him like he'd been starving for it, fast, rough, teeth and tongue, hands roaming but careful. Careful where he needed to be, brushing over the bandages still there, not pressing too hard on the burned skin. But every other touch, every groan and gasp he drew from Izuku, set him on fire. Izuku didn't resist at all. Not really. His hands clutched at Katsuki's shoulders, tugging him closer, tentative but desperate. Every breath he drew was shaky, uneven, and Katsuki felt it like a punch to the chest, fragile, raw. It hurt so badly that this wasn't entirely his. "Hey hell," Katsuki muttered against his lips, voice low, ragged. "So dim and stop squirming, just." He pressed a knee between Izuku's thighs, careful still, but claiming the smaller man like he's starving. The room smelled of arsenic and betrayal, intoxicating, wrapping around them, suffocating in the best possible way. He pressed him back to the hotel bed, careful, impossibly careful, like the squeak of the thin mattress and the too thin walls could betray them to the world outside. Every touch, every brush of skin against skin, was deliberate, slow, but the tension between them made restraint almost impossible. Katsuki's hands trailed over Izuku's stomach, over the bandages, then lower, leaving marks and burning trails he didn't bother to hide. Izuku whimpered softly, trying to squirm, to hide the sounds of their bodies from anyone in the hallway, but Katsuki pressed a finger to his lips. "Shoo, sense," he hissed, low and cruel, mocking, the word rolling off his tongue like a taunt. "That's what you are, right? Big DM and hero, model teacher." He leaned in, breath hot against Izuku's ear. "You want your students to hear you, huh? To know exactly what you're doing, who you really belong to." His voice dropping to a growl. "You're fucking mine tonight. Don't be stupid about it." Izuku froze at the words, a deeper flush rising to his cheeks despite the heat between them. His breath hitched, caught somewhere between guilt and need, and his hands twitched, unsure where to go without breaking Katsuki's control. "Kacchan," he murmured, voice trembling, eyes darting away for a second before snapping back, like he wasn't sure whether to be turned on or cry at his words. "Don't say my name like that," Katsuki bit out, his voice a low growl, raw with anger he didn't bother hiding. "You only seem to remember it when you want something from me." Izuku faltered at the words, color rising high on his cheeks. His breathing stuttered, caught between guilt and confusion, eyes flicking up to meet Katsuki's. "Katsuki, that's not." "Not what?" Katsuki snapped, more vulnerable than he meant to. His own voice cracked under the weight of it. "Not what it looks like. Not what it feels like." He laughed once, harsh and bitter, pressing the thigh still between Izuku's legs up harder. "You really gonna play that card now?" Izuku jolted, throwing his head back, guilt flickering like physical pain across his face, but Katsuki didn't let up. The silence between them burned hotter than any touch. "Tell me," Katsuki went on, words shaking, low and angry. "When you go home you call her name, yeah? You look at her like you used to look at me? You tell your sweet Ochako how good you are at pretending?" Izuku's eyes widened, warning flashing across them. "Don't. You call me, you show up, you know what this does to me, then you go back like nothing happened. Like I'm some mistake you're trying to bury." He huffed another bitter laugh, shaking his head. "Guess I'm just the part you hide, huh? The one you crawl back to when you're too tired to pretend." The room went still. The air between them was heavy, too full of things neither of them knew how to say. Izuku swallowed hard. "It's not like that," he whispered. I don't know how to stop." Katsuki stared at him, chest tight. That same dim and lyric crept back into his head, uninvited and cruel. "Ease off, baby, you're killing me." His grip loosened before he even realized it, a shaky breath dragging out of him like smoke. "Yeah," he muttered at last, voice rough and bitter. "Join the club." Katsuki pushed himself up, every muscle tight, leaving Izuku sitting there on the edge of the bed. The room felt too small, too hot, the walls closing in with the faint hum of the city outside. He started pacing, running a hand through his hair, jaw clenched so hard it hurt. "Do you even get what you're doing?" he snapped, voice low but shaking. "You show up, you say my name like it still means something to you, and then what? You go home, act like none of this ever happened? Like I didn't happen?" Izuku looked up at him, eyes wide, shoulders drawn in like he'd been punched. "He's louder now, Katsuki, that's not dash." "No," he growled, "you can't just say that and then disappear for days. You don't get to make me your secret where to call up whenever you need a good F-dash. Izuku flinched, guilt twisting into hurt anger across his face. It's not like that." "Then what is it?" Katsuki barked, taking a step closer. "Because I'm sick of pretending this doesn't mean anything. I'm sick of you acting like you don't care when I know you do," and he stopped himself, chest heaving, words catching in his throat. "When I if you do too." Silence stretched between them, heavy and suffocating. Izuku looked down at his hands, fingers trembling in his lap. "I didn't mean for it to be like this," he said. "I didn't mean to hurt you." Katsuki huffed out a humorless laugh. "Yeah, well, intent doesn't mean shit when you keep doing it anyway." "Kacchan," Izuku shouted, finally speaking, voice breaking but authoritative. "I didn't tell you to come here because I wanted to hurt you. I needed you." "Not like that," Not like a secret, not like this, but I couldn't stop myself. His words stumbled, voice catching. Even though I shouldn't, I still needed to see you. I know it's wrong. I know. Ochako, I love her and she can't find out but your dash. Katsuki froze mid-step, jaw tightening. He could feel the anger burn hotter, jealousy and self-loathing twisting together. But he swallowed it down hard, forcing himself to pace slower, letting the tension stretch instead of snapping. You think I don't know you feel guilty? Katsuki muttered finally, voice low, rough. You sit there with that look in your eyes like it's some kind of punishment you're giving me, and he stopped, running a hand down his face, exhaling shakily. I don't even know what I want, Deku. What a goddamn lie. I wish I could blame you, but I can't stop myself either. The tension eased slightly, though the weight of everything between them still pressed heavy in the air. Izuku's eyes softened, almost pleading, and Katsuki finally let himself stop pacing. He dropped back onto the edge of the bed, close enough to brush shoulders, close enough to smell the faint outdoors and smoke that clung to him. You stubborn as hell, Katsuki muttered, voice rough, ragged at the edges, almost teasing, though it carried something heavier: exhaustion, need, and a quiet edge of something he couldn't name. He pressed a hand to his forehead for a moment, then let it drop, eyes dark and burning. I hate you, you know that, right? But, in a minute, I'll do whatever the hell you want. If you still want this right now. Izuku swallowed hard, chest rising and falling unevenly. His lips trembled as a small, breathy laugh escaped him, soft and fragile. He leaned forward just slightly, the movement careful, tentative, and yet impossibly desperate. Yeah, he whispered, voice barely audible, shaky with need and guilt both, yet way too innocent. Yeah, I still want it. Katsuki hated how weak he was for him, how he could scream that he'd never be Izuku's secret wear, and yet still do this, still lose himself anyway. Katsuki's jaw tightened, a dark, bitter edge to his voice as he muttered, Maybe I am your slot then after all. He pressed forward, kissing him again, careful of the lingering burns, cautious of the knife wound, but every other touch was claiming, possessive. Izuku shivered, finally melting against him, and though neither of them spoke, it was fully understood now. It was more than a 1 or 2 night stand. The wind tapped against the glass. Inside, the room smelled of sweat, smoke, and the faint hotel room smell. They moved back to the bed, tangled and desperate, but careful of Izuku's lingering wounds. Every touch, every sigh, was sharp and urgent, a dark, messy need neither of them fully admitted. The small hotel room filled with the sounds of them claiming each other, words left unspoken, boundaries ignored, but the moment was theirs, private and unsparing. Hours later, Katsuki dressed quietly, brushing the sweat-damp hair from his face, cigarette smoke clinging faintly to him. Izuku lay still, exhausted, bandages pressed loosely against his skin, eyes half closed, not daring to speak. Katsuki paused, hand on the doorframe, just long enough to stare at him falling asleep, just a few hours before work. He left before morning, slipping into the cold city streets, leaving the hotel room empty but humming with the aftermath of their night. Izuku stayed behind where he was supposed to be. Nights blurred into one another. Izuku was given a key to his penthouse apartment, so he didn't bother to knock. The soft click of the lock, the way Katsuki's chest would tighten before he even saw him. It had been months, a few times a week, always the same pattern. A stolen evening, a night pressed together in sheets that smelled like sweat, smoke, and too much whiskey or vodka or stress. Morning came, sometimes still tangled together, sometimes with Izuku or Katsuki slipping away before the sun rose, both of them pretending the world hadn't shifted under their feet. They fell together like it had always been, inevitable, messy, urgent, filthy, but carefully balanced around wounds, exhaustion, and their own guilt. Katsuki pressed him close, felt the warmth of his body, the steady breath he couldn't get enough of. Nothing was said about Ochako, about the students, about what they were or weren't, or how much it hurt him that Izuku belonged somewhere else day by day. They didn't talk, didn't try to fix what wasn't broken, didn't even need to. The nights stretched, soaked in smoke and liquor and whispered curses, until the first hints of dawn crept through the blinds. Sometimes Izuku stayed, curling into him as they dozed off on the couch late into the afternoon. Sometimes he slipped away, leaving no trace but an irreplaceable ache. And Katsuki, bitter and eternally restless, smoked another cigarette, swigged from the flask at his side, and let himself burn slowly in that ache that wouldn't fade. He wanted more than this. He knew it. But for now, the stolen nights, the dirt and heat and shadows, were enough. It had to be. The place wasn't fancy. Just a dim stretch of wooden floors and walls and soft yellow bulbs that hummed faintly. The kind of bar where the air felt thick with old stories and memories that no one planned to tell. The kind of place you only ended up at on Friday night when everyone was tired from the week but still too impulsive and young to stay home. Katsuki sat hunched at the end of their pushed-together table, beer sweating in his hand, shoulders loose but eyes sharp. He wasn't drunk yet, but he was working on it. "Bro, you look like you're trying to murder that drink," Denki snorted, swirling a suspiciously neon blue cocktail like it owed him money. "Maybe it's 'cause someone won't shut up about how many hits they've had." Katsuki snapped, not looking up. Kirishima barked a laugh, already pink-cheeked from his own third shot of whiskey. "He's in training, man. Every pro hero's gotta master endurance." "Endurance, my butt," Mina piped in, raising her glass. "You just like showing off your liver?" "Hey, my liver's rock solid. Literally." Kirishima thumped his chest, nearly knocking his glass over and fumbling to catch it. Momo rolled her eyes but smiled anyway, nudging Jiro's shoulder. "You're all going to regret this in the morning." "Worth it," Jiro piped in, sipping her own martini, before pressing a kiss to her temple. Katsuki glanced at them through the rim of his glass. It wasn't jealousy exactly, but something quieter. Something meaner. He reminded himself he didn't give a DMN about domestic shit like that. Didn't need it. Didn't want it. Didn't mean he didn't notice. Ciro came back from the bar with another round, half grinning. "All right, who's ready for another?" "Jesus Christ, you trying to kill us?" Mina asked with a laugh, raising her hand in denial. "Not me," Katsuki muttered, hand shooting out for one of the shots, downing it, and reaching for another before anyone could say otherwise. Kirishima arched a brow. "Oh, easy dude. You good?" "Yeah," he said flatly. "Why wouldn't I be?" There was that momentary pause, the one that hung around too long, too heavy for their light conversation. Denki broke it with a snort. "Because you've just been staring at that wall for the past 10 minutes. "Shut up," Katsuki said, tossing back the shot. It burned going down, clean and cruel. Felt fing amazing. Hours and hours folded over each other, laughter echoing louder as the night thinned. Mina told some ridiculous story about her new fling, Ciro added details that were definitely lies, and Denki nearly fell off his chair laughing 3 times. Katsuki tried to keep up, really tried, but the warmth in his chest kept slipping sideways into something else. Something impatient. The sound of Kirishima's laugh hit him like déjà vu, back to dorm nights, to rooftop beers, to when everything was simpler, or at least when it felt like it was. Back before the weight of hero work pressed down on every breath, before fame twisted everything into something hollow and performative. He could almost smell it, the cheap instant coffee, the scent of some home-cooked meals still clinging to their jackets as they sat under the stars, pretending the world wasn't already trying to mold them into weapons for war. Kirishima's grin, Denki's bad jokes, Mina's music buzzing from someone's phone speaker. Jiro rolling her eyes but smiling anyway. Back then Katsuki had laughed more. Not loud but real. The kind that slipped out before he could stop it. And Izuku had been there too, sometimes always with his nerdy group of his own friends. Sitting on the steps, feet dangling off the ledge, notebook forgotten beside him. Green curls catching the light of the city below, face softer then, eyes brighter. They didn't talk much those nights. Didn't have to. Sometimes they'd all just sit there in the dark, watching the world they knew nothing about yet. He'd thought about those nights more than he liked to admit. How the quiet between them used to feel charged, not suffocating. Now, everything between them was a collision, every glance, every touch, every silence too heavy to survive for long. "You sure you're good, bro?" Kirishima broke the memory when he asked again, leaning closer this time. Katsuki blinked. He hadn't realized he'd been staring at the condensation on his glass for so long, or that the FING nerd had slipped into his mind again. He scowled. "I'm fine," he said. "Quit babysitting me." "You're not fine when you say you're fine like that," Mina sing-songed, leaning her chin on her hand. "You always say it right before you explode. So what is it this time, Bakugo? Work drama? Girl trouble? Wait, boy trouble?" He shot her a look sharp enough to cut her head off. She grinned wider. "Ah, bingo." He exhaled through his nose, tight and on the edge of snapping. "You talk too much. And you avoid too hard," she said infuriatingly lightly. "Leave him alone, Mina," Jiro intervened, not unkindly. "He doesn't owe us an explanation if he wants to be miserable all night." The table fell back into laughter eventually, someone calling for yet another round, someone else arguing with the bartender about the tab, zero, presumably. Katsuki let the sound wash over him, the noise blurring at the edges. His phone buzzed against the table. He didn't look right away. Didn't need to. He already knew who it was. It buzzed again. When he finally turned it over, the screen's glow cut through the dim like a knife. "Dim nerd, you still coming over? Tonight?" The words sat there, quiet and dangerous. Katsuki's throat went dry. They planned their frequent meetings with precision, each one a carefully carved escape. Izuku would claim some work meeting when Ochako was around, slipping away to Katsuki's apartment or a hotel. On nights Ochako was out or tied up, Katsuki could go to his place instead. Tonight, though, Katsuki had supposedly meant to be at Izuku's over an hour ago. "What's up with you?" Kirishima asked, noticing the shift. "Nothing." Katsuki lied. He typed nothing back. Just stared at the message until the glow dimmed. Mina leaned over to peek, because of course she did. "Ooh, mystery text." She squinted at the name. "Is that from who I think it is?" He tilted the screen away sharply. "Mind your own goddamn business." Denki raised his eyebrows, a lopsided grin pulling at his mouth. "Dude. Didn't think you two still talked. Or should I say argued?" Katsuki didn't answer. He just stood up too fast, chair scraping, shrugging on his way too expensive leather jacket. "Gonna smoke." Kirishima frowned, standing up after him. "You've been out there twice already, man. You sure you're okay?" "I said I'm fine." "Yeah, you said that before." But he was already walking away, shoving through the back door into the night air. He leaned against the wall, flicked his lighter open, and took a drag until the smoke burned behind his eyes. His head buzzed from the drinks, warm and hollow all at once. He could still see the message, ghosted in his mind's eye. "You still coming over tonight?" He shouldn't. He really shouldn't. But he cursed himself anyway. Because he was weak. Because he wanted it. Because every time Izuku reached out, Katsuki FNG bended backwards for it. He took another drag. Another curse under his breath. Behind him, the side door creaked open. Kirishima stepped out, hands shoved in the pockets of his red sports jacket. "Thought I'd check on you," he said, tone casual but eyes careful. Katsuki exhaled smoke. "Didn't ask you to." "Yeah, well, friends don't wait for invitations." Silence hung between them. Not heavy, just full. Loaded like a gun. "You've been different lately," Kirishima said quietly. "And not the usual cranky Bakugo explosion kind. The kinda different that worries me." Katsuki stared at the streetlight flickering at the far end of the alley. "Don't start, shitty hair." Kirishima raised his hands in surrender. "Hey, man, I'm not starting anything. I'm just saying if something's eating at you dash." Katsuki huffed a dry laugh. "I'm not some demon kid who needs handholding." "Didn't say you were," Kirishima shrugged, eyes dropping to his sneakers. "I'm just worried, man. Seriously. You look like you're trying real hard to burn yourself out before the weekend even hits. And it's not the first time I've seen it either." That one hit deep. He didn't answer. Didn't need to. The silence said enough. Kirishima sighed, shook his head as if to rid himself of the somber atmosphere, then clapped a hand on his shoulder and headed back inside. "We'll be around if you decide you want company, bro." When the door swung shut again, Katsuki was left with only the echo of his own steady heartbeat and wind against the walls of the alleyway. He pulled out his phone. Opened the message tab again. His thumbs hovered over the keyboard, pausing like he could still talk himself out of it. He typed. Deleted. Typed again. Katsuki, you out? He didn't wait for a response. Katsuki, at that bar near Endeavor Agency. Just down the road, east side. He stared at the blinking cursor for a long time before adding, Katsuki, come by. If you want. So, the message hung there on the screen, small and dangerous. He stared at it like it might bite him. The cigarette burned low between his fingers, ash scattering across the pavement. He took one last drag, holding it in his lungs until he couldn't any longer, exhaling smoke through his nose, muttering under his breath. Fucking idiot. Then he crushed the cigarette under his boot and headed back inside. His head was buzzing, not just from the drinks and Nick, but from the reckless pulse still pounding behind his ribs. He slid back into the booth, the half-empty bottles and glasses still crowding the table. Ciro looked up first, grin splitting across his face. There he is. Thought you ditched us, man. Would have been tragic, Denki added, leaning into the table like he was about to share a secret. Who else is gonna keep Mina from starting karaoke again? Mina swatted his arm. You loved my last performance. Hamilton is my specialty. Katsuki snorted, dropping into his seat. The only song you didn't brutally murder was The 10 Dual Commandments, and there's hardly even any singing in that one. They all laughed, the sound easy and familiar. Kirishima kept glancing at him, which was annoying, and led to Ciro clearing his throat and commenting. You were gone a while, dude? Yeah, Bakugo muttered, rubbing his thumb over the condensation on his glass. Texted someone. Might meet us here. I dunno. Mina perked up instantly. Oh, someone? Denki's grin widened. It was almost comical. We have to hold up. Did Bakugo just say he texted someone? Like, a person? Kirishima laughed, but there was curiosity under it. No kidding. Who'd you invite, man? Katsuki hesitated, eyes flicking to his drink. He shouldn't have said anything. Should have kept his mouth shut. But his tongue was loose, getting heavy with alcohol, and part of him didn't care anymore. Deku, he said simply. The table went dead still. Then Jiro blinked. Midoriya? Yeah. Mina raised her brows, exchanging a look with Kirishima. Like, the biggest cinnamon roll in our grad class Midoriya? The dim nerd, Midoriya you hate so much? The guy who dash. Katsuki scowled. Yeah. And the hell's that supposed to mean? Nothing, Kirishima said quickly, though he was grinning a little. Just didn't think you two still talked much outside work. We don't. That killed the teasing tone. The table fell into a quiet that wasn't exactly awkward, but it buzzed around them like static. Katsuki took another drink to fill the silence, watching the amber liquid swirl before swallowing it down hard. Hey, that's cool though, Mina said finally, always the one to break the tension. It'll be nice to see him. Been forever since we all hung out. He's a prof at UDOTA now, right? He's still with Uraraka? Katsuki's jaw twitched. Yeah. It seems to be the only word left in his vocabulary. Denki whistled, oblivious. Man, they're like a real poster. Couple, huh? The pro and the trainer. Good for them. Katsuki didn't respond. Just nodded, maybe too sharply, maybe not enough. He tossed another shot back. The whiskey burned down his throat, bitter and grounding. Kirishima elbowed him gently, teasing slightly. I have no idea what your reasons are, but you sure you're cool with this man? Or do you still have your old rivalry from high school ongoing? I said yeah. And it doesn't FNG matter. It's so ironic he almost laughs. Rivalry. Funny. He didn't even know why he'd done it, why he'd invited Izuku into this mess of noise and light and laughter. Maybe it was the alcohol. Maybe it was the ache that came from being surrounded by everyone else's easy love, their settled lives. They were expecting a reunion. He wasn't waiting for a friend or a rival. He was waiting for the one person who still had the power to ruin him with a look. The minutes dragged. He downed another drink. Tried to join in on whatever joke was around the table, but his laughter came out too sharp, too forced. His hand wouldn't stop tightening around the glass, leaving spider webs of cracks up to the rim. What the hell was he thinking? It wasn't like they did this. This was something off limits. They didn't hang out. What they had existed in the dark half-breaths, quick touches, doors closing locked behind them. Never public. Never real. He ordered another drink anyway. Told himself it was fine. He'd just get drunk, laugh too loud with his friends, maybe pick a fight if someone looked at him wrong. Pretend he hadn't said anything. Why the hell would he show up just because Katsuki said so? Katsuki swore under his breath and dragged a hand down his face. Fucking idiot, he muttered again. He wasn't even sure if he meant Izuku or himself. Probably himself. He thought about texting again, to say forget it or don't bother, but the words wouldn't come. His phone just sat there on the table, face down, like it was mocking him. And then, Baku bro, Kirishima said, glancing toward the door. Is that Dash? Katsuki turned his head. Denki let out a low whistle. No way. He actually showed up. Izuku was standing there, just inside the entrance. Dressed down for once hoodie, jeans, staring at his phone. No Ochako. No press. No excuse. Just him. Katsuki's throat went dry. Mina's eyes went wide, mouth dropping open in mock shock. Wait, you weren't kidding? You really texted him? Katsuki scowled. The hell did you think I was doing, lying? Yes, she said immediately, laughing. You always say random crap when you're so many drinks in. I didn't think you'd actually invite him. Izuku scanned the room for a second before spotting their table. The moment their eyes met, nausea twisted in Katsuki's gut, half panic, half alcohol, and something else he didn't want to name. He didn't wave him over, didn't even move. Just watched as Izuku hesitated, then made his way through the crowd, hands shoved in his pockets, pretending this was casual when they both knew it wasn't. It had been a stupid invite, a half-drunk, impulsive text he hadn't expected to be taken seriously. But there he was. Denki immediately shouted. No way. Midoriya. Holy crap, man, it's been forever. Kirishima grinned, already scooting over to make room. Yeah bro, what the hell? You too good for us now that you're a big shot at you. Izuku's face softened, a little sheepish, a little shy, the same way it always did when people fussed over him. Hey, guys, yeah, it's been a while. He laughed, rubbing the back of his neck. Didn't mean to crash anything, I just, Casey, Katsuki texted, and, crash away. Mina beamed, waving him over. We were just saying how much we missed having you around. Come on, sit down, Bakugo saved you a spot. I did not, Katsuki started, but she was already shoving Izuku into the empty seat beside him. Denki grinned. Man, you really proved us wrong. We all thought Bakugo was bluffing. The table erupted in laughter, easy and genuine. Izuku smiled too, the tension in his shoulders easing as he slid into the empty seat beside Katsuki. Katsuki reached for his drink, pretending not to notice how Izuku's hand lingered near his on the table. Pretending this wasn't a disaster waiting to happen. Man, it's so good seeing you again, Kirishima said, clinking his beer against Izuku's. What have you been up to? Wrangling students? Turning into the next Aizawa-sensei? Yeah, I guess so, Izuku chuckled. They're good kids. Promising heroes. They keep me busy. Bet they love you, Mina said. I can't imagine you ever yelling at anyone. Izuku laughed again, clearly embarrassed. You'd be surprised. The conversation flowed naturally from their stories, bits of gossip about mutual friends. Mina teased Denki relentlessly, made fun of Siro for being so wasted. Kirishima admitted he'd been late to patrols all week. It was loud, warm, chaotic, the kind of easy noise that Katsuki usually hated, but tonight it didn't grate on him the same way. Every now and then, he caught himself glancing at Izuku. At the way his eyes crinkled when he laughed. At the way he still used his hands too much when he talked. At the way he didn't seem to notice Katsuki watching. He wasn't even looking. Izuku was smiling, laughing like he belonged there. Like he hadn't shared Katsuki's bed not 2 days ago. The sound of his laugh cut straight through the haze of alcohol, too bright, too familiar. It wasn't fair. He looked so effing normal, like nothing had happened, like for the past months they hadn't spent half the night pressed together, sweat slick and breathless, whispering things Katsuki still couldn't get out of his head. He could still see it, too. Izuku's face twisted in pleasure, the way he'd grabbed at him like he couldn't decide whether to pull him closer or push him away. The way he'd said his name. The way he'd kissed him after, soft and careful, like it meant something. And now he was here, sitting next to him like any other friend. Like it hadn't happened. Like it never would again. Like he hadn't left Katsuki tangled in the sheets, gasping for breath and hating himself for wanting more. "Hey," Kirishima nudged him with his elbow, grinning. "You're quiet again, man. It's weird. Usually you're the one yelling over everyone." Katsuki took a slow pull from his beer before jerking his chin toward Izuku. "Just lettin' Deku talk himself into a corner. Same sheet, different night." Izuku laughed, the sound light and unguarded. "You say that, but you're the one who starts arguing with poor random citizens, Kacchan. You're gonna get us kicked out pretty soon." That name slipped out too easily. Kacchan. Katsuki's chest went tight before he could stop it. The way he said it was too familiar, too soft for the company they were in. "Yeah, well," he said roughly, looking anywhere but at him. "Someone's gotta keep these idiot extras grounded." Mina snorted. "Oh please, you love it. Don't act like you're not having fun." He rolled his eyes, but the corner of his mouth twitched. "Whatever." The others laughed, none the wiser, and the conversation spun off into some shared joke about old training disasters from high school. Katsuki half listened, every nerve burning. They played it off well. Both of them. Because that's what they did. Because no one could know. But every time Izuku smiled, Katsuki remembered the sound he made when that smile fell apart, remembered how his scarred hands had trembled when Katsuki had held him down, how he felt inside of him. The rest of the night passed in snapshots. Kirishima ordering another round this time. Denki accidentally knocking over a glass. Mina pulling Izuku into some dumb trending dance by the jukebox. And Katsuki watching. Always watching. At one point, Izuku caught his eye from across the room. Just for a second. But it was enough. The air between them tightened. His chest felt too small for his lungs. Izuku excused himself a little after 1 a.m., mumbling something about heading home early. The others booed half-heartedly, Mina teasing him about being too responsible, while Denki tried to convince him to stay for just one more round. Izuku only laughed, that same soft, polite sound that didn't reach his eyes. "Maybe next time," he said, waving them off. Katsuki didn't say a word. Didn't look at him. Just stared down at the condensation bleeding down his glass. He felt it before he saw it, the faint brush of fingers against his shoulder, quick and deliberate, gone before he could react, so fleeting it could have been accidental. But it wasn't. He looked up, just in time to catch the back of Izuku's head disappearing toward the hallway. Katsuki's hand clenched around his glass. He felt ill, and probably looked it too, because Kirishima nudged him. "Bathroom's that way, bro, if you're gonna puke or whatever." Katsuki shot him a glare. "Shut up." He stood though, running a hand through his hair, and muttered, "Be right back." He didn't wait for an answer. The hallway outside the bar was dim, music muffled behind the door. The air was thick with smoke and cleaning spray. Katsuki's boots were too loud against the tile, and his pulse was louder still. He pushed open the bathroom door. Izuku was there, hands braced on the sink, head bowed, breathing hard like he'd been trying to steady himself. He looked up when the door creaked, eyes meeting Katsuki's in the mirror. Neither of them said anything. For a second, all Katsuki could hear was the faint bass from the bar and the drip 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 of water from the leaking tap. Then Izuku turned around, shoulders tense, expression unreadable, but his lips parted like he'd been caught doing something he shouldn't. The door clicked shut behind Katsuki. And that was it. The line between them blurred all over again. "I'm not going to F you in a goddamn bathroom," Katsuki muttered, voice low and rough, hands stuffed into his pockets, dead serious. "If that's what you came in here for." Izuku froze mid-step, his breath hitching, face flushed. "I didn't." Katsuki cut him off with a sharp glance, eyes dark. "But because I wouldn't let you, not here. Not like that." Izuku flinched, just slightly, but didn't back away. His green eyes were wide, searching, unguarded, and it sent a jolt straight through Katsuki's chest. I didn't come here for that, Izuku said quietly, voice tight, like he was holding something back. Just needed a minute. Away from the crowd. Katsuki snorted, but the sound was more breath than laugh. He leaned against the counter, eyes on Izuku, trying to read him. Trying to decide if he was imagining that little tremor in his voice, the way his fingers twitched against the sink, the faint sheen on his forehead from the bar lights. You look like hell, Katsuki said, almost cruel, almost joking. Seriously, did you even eat tonight, or were you just wandering around like a lost puppy? Izuku managed a small, shaky smile. I'm fine. Really. Just not used to this scene, he trailed off with a frown, squinting, seemingly just noticing how pale Katsuki looked. I could say the same for you though. I'm effing fine. This isn't about me, he growled before clenching his fists in frustration. This made his blood fing boil. Katsuki didn't believe him. Couldn't. Not with the way his chest was tight and his hands were itching to reach out. He took a deep breath, swallowed against the sudden nausea climbing his throat again and muttered, Yeah. You're fine. I'm fine. Always fine. Whatever. There was a long silence, thick and heavy, the kind that made his lungs ache. Izuku shifted closer, almost instinctively, the air between them charged like static. Katsuki's eyes flicked down to the way Izuku's sleeve brushed against his wrist, to the subtle dip of his collarbone under the dim light, and his chest tightened so sharply he nearly cursed out loud. Don't think I'm, Katsuki started, then stopped, hand clenching the counter. Don't think this, me asking you here, changes anything. Izuku tilted his head, lips parted slightly. I didn't think it would. I just wanted to see you. Even for a minute. Katsuki could see the bob of his throat when he swallowed. I don't only stay around you for SEC, you that, right Kacchan? You have to know that I want to be around Dash. Katsuki gritted his teeth. His stomach churned more violently. Part of him wanted to reach out, wanted to drag Izuku close but another part, a bigger, scarier part, whispered, Don't. He let his hands fall from the counter, straightened his back, tried to breathe normally. Well then sure. You're here. We're not FNG. So, what now? Izuku's lips twitched in a faint, nervous smile. I don't know, he admitted. I just needed to be near you, Kacchan. I'm glad I came. It could have been sweet. A tender meeting between them for the first time. But he just couldn't do it. Glad, Katsuki gritted his teeth, trying to ignore the way his stomach knotted, the bile crawling up his throat like it wanted to fight its way out. He'd felt it creeping for the second half of the night, the heaviness of too many drinks, too much whiskey, nicotine, crack, too much everything, but now, with Izuku close, it wasn't just the alcohol and the drags. It was the heat, the intensity, the way Izuku's presence dug into him like a goddamn blade. It all made him queasy. Well, I'm he muttered, stumbling forwards and gripping the edge of the counter, knuckles white. The room spun just slightly, and he swore he could feel every little movement in his gut right below his ribs. Izuku's eyes widened, sharp and concerned. Kacchan? I'm fine, Katsuki barked, voice rough, trying to convince himself as much as the other man. Just need a second. But seconds stretched into a blur. Katsuki's head swam, the room tilting in more uneven angles. He barely had time to step toward the nearest stall before he doubled over, hands gripping the rim of the toilet as his stomach rebelled. The sound that escaped him was half curse, half groan, pure frustration and self-loathing all at once. Izuku was at his side in an instant, hands on his shoulders, grounding him, steadying him. Hey, it's okay, I've got you. His voice was soft, careful, and Katsuki hated that it made him feel simultaneously safe and pathetic. Don't touch me, Katsuki muttered, though his grip faltered, and he leaned slightly against Izuku for balance. I didn't think Dash. You don't have to talk, Izuku interrupted gently. His hands hovered near Katsuki, ready to help but not forcing it. Just focus on breathing, okay? Katsuki let out a shaky laugh that quickly turned into a heave, the taste of whiskey and vodka and bile harsh in his mouth, only increasing the nausea. "This is the perfect," he muttered, voice low and ragged, more to himself than Izuku. Izuku's small, reassuring smile broke through, but there was something deeper in his eyes this time, something Katsuki couldn't ignore. Concern. Familiarity. He'd seen this side of Izuku before, that quiet understanding that always seemed to know him better than he knew himself. Izuku kept softly murmuring comforting nothings, voice steady, but each word carried weight, as if he'd silently logged every reckless choice Katsuki had ever made. Minutes passed, torturously slow, as Katsuki's stomach settled enough to not GG when he shifted back, and the spinning of the room began to slow. He stayed bent over the toilet longer than he wanted to admit, glaring at the tiled floor like it had personally betrayed him. But Izuku's presence was unwavering, patient, and somehow knowing. It wasn't just that he was there. It was the quiet certainty that Izuku didn't need explanations, didn't need apologies, didn't need the bravado Katsuki was so desperate to hold on to. He just understood. And that FING terrified him. Eventually, Katsuki straightened, still leaning embarrassingly limp against Izuku, breathing uneven, chest tight, stomach sore. "Am not dying," he muttered, more to himself than to Izuku. "Just, almost." Izuku chuckled softly, shaking his head, but it wasn't teasing. It was warm and steady. "You sound miserable, Kacchan," he said, his eyes scanning Katsuki like he could see every ache and misstep, every frantic attempt to pretend he had control. "The genius observation, Sherlock." Katsuki shot back, voice rough, but there was no bite behind it this time. His fists unclenched slightly as Izuku stepped him out of the stall, hands gentle on his shoulders. He opened his mouth to protest like a stubborn 3-year-old, but Izuku beat him to it. "You're reckless," Izuku said simply, voice quiet but firm. Final. Katsuki knows Daemon well. The nerd can be just as stubborn as he is when he wants to be. "You've been pushing yourself too hard tonight. I've seen it before. I know it's my fault. So you don't have to do it alone." Katsuki's jaw clenched, heat rising in his face, a mix of shame and frustration. He wanted to argue, to snap, to insist that he didn't need anyone. But he couldn't. Not with Izuku there. Not with the way his gaze held him, strong and unwavering, like he was exactly where he was supposed to be. Exactly where he wanted to be. "Yeah, well," Katsuki muttered. "Don't think I need a goddamn teacher chaperone either. This ain't a fucking field trip." He's hardly even making sense to himself at this point. Izuku didn't laugh, didn't even smile. He just tilted his head, calm and deliberate. "Just let me be your ride. You're not in a state to go home on your own." Katsuki wanted to argue again, wanted to make some joke or show some bravado, but the nausea and the spinning made it impossible. He felt small, exhausted and terrifyingly relieved at the same time. "Fine," he muttered, voice rough. "But, not my place." Izuku nodded, as if he'd been expecting that. "I know. My mom's place is closer to the East End anyway. We can stay there tonight." Katsuki huffed, halfway between irritation and gratitude, but he let himself be guided out of the bathroom, down the bar's stairwell, the hum of music fading behind him. Izuku's hand brushed his briefly as they moved, nothing more than a touch, but enough to steady him, to anchor him in the moment. Katsuki paused at the bottom of the stairwell, leaning against the railing for a moment, breathing uneven. He glanced at Izuku, scarlet eyes sharp despite the nausea and dizziness. "Hey," he said, voice rough, almost barking. "Huh? You tell the extras I'm heading out. Just make up some bullshit. Don't make him worry their dumbass too much." Izuku nodded, lips twitching in a small, knowing smile. "Got it. I'll keep it simple." Katsuki's jaw clenched, fingers tightening on the railing. "Just say I'm getting an Uber home. Don't drag all that crap in there. You know what I mean." "I know," Izuku said softly, strangely melancholy. "They won't get more than that." Satisfied, Katsuki let out a low huff, straightened, and gestured for Izuku to move. "Good. Now let's get the hell out of here before I puke on the stairs." Outside, the cold night air hit him, sharp and sobering, and he tripped on the curb. Izuku caught him instantly, hand at the small of his back, guiding him toward his car. Katsuki gritted his teeth, embarrassed and furious with himself, but he didn't pull away. "You drive," he muttered, voice rough, voice catching in a mix of irritation and gratitude. "I'm not in the mood to kill anyone tonight." Izuku chucked, just slightly, but he didn't say anything. He opened the passenger side, but Katsuki shook his head. "Back seat." It felt too close. Too vulnerable. Izuku raised an eyebrow but didn't argue. "Back it is," he said. Quietly. Katsuki climbed in like a wounded animal, slumping against the door, pulling his knees up slightly. The scent of him, cigarette smoke, whiskey, sweat clung to his dress shirt, and he could see Izuku wince. The car started, and the engine hummed like a pulse in the confined space. Izuku's hands gripped the wheel, knuckles white, but managed to keep his voice was calm and even, a skill that probably comes from the experience of being in the teaching field. "How's the stomach?" Katsuki let out a low grunt. "Fucking terrible." He pressed a hand to his forehead, feeling the heat of his skin under his palm. "Too hot." He leaned his cheek against the cool glass of the window, letting the chill soothe him, even if it made him look ridiculous. "Feels like I'm gonna hurl again, like a dumbass." "You're not a dumbass," Izuku said gently yet firmly, almost comically close to a scolding parent. His eyes flicked to the rearview mirror, taking in Katsuki's profile, the tight line of his jaw, the faint tremble of his fingers against the seatbelt. "You just overdid it. By a lot." "I'm not upset, I don't want you hurting yourself, Kacchan." Katsuki scoffed, voice rough. "Don't act like you're my goddamn nurse." "You're not," he trailed off, throat tightening. His chest felt tight, nerves raw. "You're not supposed to see me like this." Izuku's jaw tightened, but he didn't answer immediately. He kept his focus on the road, letting the silence stretch. Then, softly, "I know. But you don't have to hide it from me. Not now or ever. Not when you're like this. Not when we—" He trailed off, but the words hit Katsuki harder than he expected. He shifted in the seat, trying to find a position that didn't make him feel like his insides were flipping, muttering something under his breath. He didn't want sympathy. He didn't want pity. But the steady hum of the car, the way Izuku's rough hands moved carefully on the wheel, the way he didn't press or pry somehow, it was almost nice. The city blurred past in streaks of gold and red, the occasional siren slicing through the night. Katsuki's thoughts drifted spinning, messy, haunted. The bar, the alcohol, the laughter of his friends, the way they joked and teased him about his rough edges, it all felt distant now. Only the hum of the tires against the asphalt and Izuku's steady presence mattered. "East End isn't far," Izuku said eventually, voice light but firm. "My mom's place. You can crash there tonight." "I will too, it's getting late." Katsuki huffed, half exhausted, half embarrassed. "Figures your mom will have to see me like this. You always were the responsible one." Izuku didn't reply, but he shot him a glance in the rearview mirror, lips twitching. "I'm not that responsible. I just care that you don't die on me." Katsuki let out a humorless laugh, pressing his forehead against the cool window. "F-I-N-G hell. You and your hero crap." Izuku's lips curved into a small smile. "Someone has to care about you. Since you clearly won't do it yourself." He hardly heard that last part. The ride was quiet, filled with only the low hum of the engine and the occasional firm warning or check-in from Izuku. Katsuki stared out the window, blinking against the streetlights, listening to the familiar nerdy muttering of his companion in front of him. The sound tugged at something deep in Katsuki's chest, something he didn't want to name. It reminded him of being 15 again, sitting in some half-lit classroom after training One for All in secret with him, Izuku rambling about notes and strategy while he fought to stay awake. The same dim voice so earnest it hurt, guiding him even when he didn't ask for it. His stomach still twisted with every turn, heavy and hollow at once, the sour taste of vodka clinging stubbornly to the back of his throat and making him shudder. There was something that made him feel so unbearably small now, being taken care of like this. He felt like a kid who just had their first shot, feverish and stubborn and trying not to cry while someone stayed beside him, patient enough to wait it out. It hit him all at once, that bone-deep nostalgia for something simpler. 4 nights in the dorms when a mistake meant a lecture, not a regret. For mornings that didn't taste like guilt or vodka. Izuku's voice brought him back, low and calm as he asked again if he was okay. Katsuki grunted something incoherent in reply, but deep down under the nausea, under the pride, it almost felt like safety. And that somehow made it worse. His head throbbed in time with the passing traffic lights' sharp, pulsing reminders of just how badly he really had overdone it. And for once, he didn't fight it. He didn't pretend. He didn't try to hold up his walls. He just let Izuku handle it, let him carry the weight he didn't want to acknowledge, even if only for tonight. By now Katsuki was leaning heavily against the doorframe and window of the car, still shaky, still raw, but strangely more at ease than he had been all night. He half dozed against the window, the city lights sliding over his face in orange streaks. Every few minutes, Izuku glanced at him in the mirror, checking for movement, breathing, any sign that he wasn't about to pass out cold. And for once, they didn't need to pretend everything was just fine. When they finally pulled up to the narrow side street, Katsuki blinked groggily awake. The car rolled to a stop in front of a familiar apartment building smaller than he remembered, the windows glowing soft yellow against the dark. "Hey," Izuku said softly from the front seat. "We're here." Katsuki grunted. "Didn't think you'd actually take me to your mom's." Izuku turned, a small smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. "Didn't think you'd actually let me." "Didn't," Katsuki muttered, but he didn't move to argue. His limbs felt heavy, the alcohol and drags still threading through his bloodstream, even now that his stomach is relatively empty. When he tried to sit up, the world tilted, and he hissed under his breath and didn't move right away. His head felt heavy, stomach still unsettled, a dull throb behind his eyes. The thought of seeing Inko, of her finding him like this, made something sharp twist in his chest. "I'm not," he started, but Izuku was already opening the back door, hand outstretched. "Kacchan," he said gently, like he knew exactly where his train of thought was going. "I'll tell her you were drunk and I didn't want you driving home. That's it. You don't have to explain anything." Katsuki hesitated, staring at Izuku's hand. The same hand that had held him steady an hour ago in a bar bathroom. The same hand that had gripped his shirt, his jaw, his hair on nights they didn't talk about. With an internal he took it. He nearly tripped getting out, catching himself on the car roof. "I'm fine," he muttered, though the words sounded slurred even to his own ears. "I know," Izuku said, voice even, immune to those 2 words by now. "Still gonna help you anyway." He looped Katsuki's arm over his shoulder before Katsuki could protest, guiding him up the short walkway. The steps creaked under their weight, the old wooden railing cold beneath Katsuki's hand. He tried not to lean too much, pride warring with the churning in his gut. The porch light flickered weakly, casting a yellow glow over them. Izuku unlocked the door with practiced ease, pushing it open to reveal a narrow hallway lined with photos, family snapshots, hero merchandise, a few awards. Katsuki blinked hard. Still lives here?" "Yeah," Izuku whispered. "She likes it. Says the neighborhood's got character." "Character, my butt," Katsuki mumbled, letting Izuku steer him toward the couch in the small living room. "Place looks like it's held together with duct tape." Izuku snorted quietly, easing him down. "You're not wrong." The faint smell of coffee and laundry detergent filled the air, that same homey warmth Katsuki remembered from a lifetime ago, back when visiting the Midoriyas meant clean floors under bare feet, scoldings for swearing, and plates of katsudon noodles too big to finish. Now it just felt foreign. Intimate in a way that made his throat dry. The house was dark inside, quiet except for the faint hum of the fridge. The only light was the dull green glow of the microwave clock. It blinked 4:15 a.m. Izuku flicked on a single lamp in the living room, bathing the space in warm yellow. Katsuki sank into the couch cushions, elbows on his knees, hands gripping his hair, head hanging. His stomach still rolled faintly, but the worst had passed. Now there was just the ache behind his eyes, the pounding in his temples, the heavy weight in his chest that appears sometimes when his heart is under too much stress. The place hadn't changed much. Same curtains, same chipped table, same faint scent of soap and warmth that clung to everything like memory. It was soft, lived in good. Too good. And Katsuki, he didn't belong here. Not with the cigarette ash on his hands and the faint reek of alcohol clinging to his clothes. Not with the noise in his head that never shut up. Izuku's home felt untouched by the kind of filth that came with growing up: money, fame, blood, guilt. His own place was all steel and sleek in silence, cold light on glass, black coffee and overwork. This was what he'd left behind, and somehow what Izuku had managed to keep. He stared down at his boots, scuffed and stained, against the clean floor. It made something ugly twist in his chest. Izuku moved around quietly, filling a glass of water in the kitchen, rummaging through a cabinet. He came back with the glass and a small white bottle. "Drink this. And take 2. For the headache." Katsuki stared at him, brows furrowed. "You got a first aid kit for random drunks too, or is this just for me special?" Izuku shrugged, that faint smile tugging at his lips again. "You're special enough." Katsuki snorted, staring at the water like it was some kind of punishment. "You always gotta be the caretaker, huh?" But took the pills anyway, washing them down with a long gulp. He set the glass on the table, rubbing his face with both hands. "You shouldn't have done this." "What?" "Brought me here." His voice was low, strained. "Inko, she never liked heroes. She'll see me like this, think I'm some burnout. She's probably got better things to deal with than. She won't see you any differently." Izuku interrupted softly, with quiet certainty. "Mom's used to you. You might have to deal with a scolding in the morning, but..." He shrugged, smile tugging at his lips. "She'll be more worried than angry. And trust me, she's seen worse," Izuku said with a sigh as he pulled a folded blanket from the hall closet. That shut him up. Katsuki leaned back, head falling against the couch. His chest felt tight again, for reasons he didn't want to name. "Doubt that," Katsuki muttered. He could feel the alcohol still buzzing faintly in his veins, though the nausea had dulled to a manageable ache, and grabbed another sip of water. When he set it down, he squinted blearily at Izuku, words slurring just slightly. "You should go home," he mumbled. "Don't you got..." He stopped, the rest catching in his throat like smoke. For a split second, his fogged brain filled in the rest of the sentence anyway. She wasn't even home. Izuku had mentioned it offhand earlier that week, something about a mission in Osaka, or maybe a training conference. Katsuki didn't remember which, but it hit him all the same, dull and deep. The whole reason Izuku texted him in the first place. Only because she was away. He looked away, jaw tightening. "Forget it," he muttered. "Doesn't matter." Izuku hesitated, something flickering in his eyes, sadness, maybe, or guilt, but he only said, softly, "I'm where I need to be right now, Kacchan." Katsuki huffed a laugh that wasn't really a laugh. "Yeah. Sure you are." Izuku draped the blanket over him, careful, almost tentative. The quiet intimacy of it made Katsuki's chest ache. For a moment, neither of them spoke. The soft hum of the refrigerator was the only sound between them. Izuku's hand hovered near his shoulder, like he wanted to say something or maybe touch him again, but thought better of it. "You should lie down," he said finally. "You'll feel better in the morning." "Don't talk to me like I'm fragile," Katsuki muttered, though his voice lacked heat. Izuku smiled faintly. "Wouldn't dream of it, Kacchan." "You really don't have to stay though," Katsuki muttered after another brief silence, voice low. "I'll crash here. You can go." Izuku huffed a laugh. "You think I'm leaving you alone when you can barely stand?" Katsuki's lip twitched, not quite a smile. "You're overprotective." "You're stubborn," Izuku countered softly. "And stupid if you think I'm leaving. I'm tired too, you know. I'll take the floor." "Don't be stupid," Katsuki muttered, already leaning back against the couch, the blanket half falling over his lap. "It's your DMN house. I'll take the floor." Izuku shook his head. "Not arguing with a drunk Kacchan. You'd lose consciousness before you win." That earned the faintest smirk from Katsuki before his eyes fluttered shut. "Teeth, whatever." The last thing he felt before he fell into a sweaty, fitful sleep was Izuku reaching out and brushing a bit of ash off Katsuki's sleeve, the last trace of the night clinging to him. Katsuki woke up to sunlight cutting through the blinds, slicing the room into pale gold stripes. His head throbbed in rhythm with his heartbeat, mouth dry as sand. For a few seconds, he didn't remember where the hell he was. The couch was too soft, the air too still. It was too warm to be his own apartment, all cold and hard edges. The faint smell of something sweet tea maybe hung in the air. Then he heard it. The quiet clink of a mug being set down. A soft rustle of movement from the kitchen. And it came back to him all at once: the bar, the bathroom, Izuku's hand gripping his shoulder, the car, the way he'd nearly collapsed when they got inside. He groaned, pressing the heel of his hand to his forehead. "Fme. Good morning," came a voice too gentle for how much it hurts his skull. Katsuki cracked one eye open. Izuku stood in the kitchen doorway, hair a mess, sleeves pushed up, holding 2 mugs of coffee. The sunlight caught him just right, green eyes warm, tired, but still somehow bright. "Don't good morning me," Katsuki rasped. "What time is it?" "Almost noon. You slept through 3 alarms. I didn't have the heart to wake you." "Yeah? Well, my head's paying for it now." He rubbed the back of his neck and winced. "You drag me or something?" Izuku smiled faintly with a raised eyebrow. "No. You drugged yourself. And drank like a rookie." "Wasn't that bad," Katsuki muttered automatically, even though he'd thrown up twice and nearly passed out. "It wasn't that bad." Izuku shrugged and handed him a mug. "Black, no sugar." "You're welcome." He took it, fingers brushing Izuku's for half a second too long. The coffee was hot, bitter, grounding. Katsuki drank it like it could burn the shame out of him. Izuku sat down across from him on the edge of an old beige armchair, his own mug cupped between his palms, scarred fingers wrapped around. "You feeling okay?" "Define okay." Izuku's lips curved into a smile. "Alive?" "Barely." The small admission felt heavy in his throat. He looked away, jaw tight, pretending to inspect a crease in the blanket while internally cursing himself for the way his chest still fluttered at Izuku's quiet concern. "You're really hungover, huh?" Izuku asked, tilting his head, concern threading his words. "Shut up," Katsuki grumbled, though the sound was softer than intended. His body ached, his stomach hurt, and everything was way too loud. And he wanted nothing more than to pull the blanket over his head and disappear. "You did way too much last night," Izuku said quietly, voice soft, careful, knowing. "Don't do that again, okay?" Katsuki huffed, angry at himself and the truth of it. Whatever, the nerd. The room settled into a quiet rhythm, the soft morning light washing over them. There was no judgment, no scolding, just Izuku's quiet presence, steady and unwavering. It made Katsuki feel exposed. And it made him feel safe. Minutes passed, and finally Katsuki broke the silence. "You gonna tell your mom I'm here?" Izuku shook his head, a faint smirk tugging at his lips again. "Nope. She'll just notice you're here when she comes out. And she's not gonna freak. Trust me." Izuku stood up, stretched his neck, then moved closer, carefully, as if entering dangerous territory. "Come on, let's get some food in you." Katsuki waved a hand weakly when Izuku suggested grabbing some food, though the motion was half-hearted, more defensive than dismissive. "I'm not hungry," he muttered, voice rough, clipped, trying to sound like he meant it, but the slight tremor of his hands betrayed him. His stomach twisted at the thought of eating, the headache pounding behind his eyes making every movement feel sharper, heavier. "Don't make me move." "I can't," he added, jaw tightening, lips pressing into a thin line. Izuku's eyes softened, and he reached out, as if to steady him again, but Katsuki flinched slightly, embarrassed by how weak he felt. "I'm fine," he barked, harsher than intended, then groaned as the words failed to mask the nausea. "Seriously, just let me sit, okay?" Izuku didn't push, only gave a quiet, understanding nod. Katsuki allowed himself to sink into it, grateful, begrudgingly, that Izuku was still here, still taking care of him even when he was being difficult. Katsuki exhaled slowly, letting the steam from his coffee blur the edges of his vision. He knew he was being impossible short-tempered, stubborn, biting at the one person who'd stayed up half the night making sure he didn't choke on his own goddamn pride. It wasn't lost on him. Izuku shouldn't have to deal with him like this, hung over and hollow, snapping like a cornered dog. The realization sat heavy in his gut, heavier than the nausea. He felt small, in a way he hadn't in years. Like the same kid who used to sit at this very table with scraped knees and a bruised ego, while Inko pressed a warm towel to his cuts and Izuku hovered awkwardly nearby with that same worried look. That same look he wore now. Katsuki hadn't changed half as much as he liked to think. Still angry. Still guarded. Still needing someone to pull him out of his own mess. He stared into the dark surface of the coffee, swallowing the tightness in his throat, and muttered under his breath, "I'm such a pain in the butt." The ache in his temples pulsed in time with the faint hum of the refrigerator across the room, and suddenly he was 12 again, sitting in this same kitchen with his knees scuffed raw and his palms stinging. The smell of antiseptic filled the air, sharp and sterile, and Auntie Inko's hands were impossibly gentle as she dabbed at the blood on his skin. "You've got to stop picking fights, Katsuki," she'd said, voice patient but tired. Izuku had been at the table too, a small, wide-eyed shadow with messy green curls and trembling hands clutching a juice box. He hadn't said a word back then, just watched Katsuki with that same open concern that felt too much like pity. Izuku, small and nervous, clutched a band-aid in his hand like it was an offering of peace. I got all might ones," he'd stammered, holding them out with a trembling smile. Katsuki had wanted to scoff, to tell him to shove off. But he hadn't. Not that time. He'd let him stick the DMN thing on, too humiliated and too tired to argue. Plus, it was an all-might band-aid. Only someone truly sick would turn that. He blinked hard, shaking himself back into the present. The same kitchen. Same living room. The same stupid tenderness. Izuku sat across from him now, older but still wearing that same look, concern threaded with something deeper, steadier. The sight of it made something twist in Katsuki's chest. Izuku's lips curved, faint but warm. "Yeah," he said, almost teasing, but his voice gentled in the next breath. "But you always were, Kacchan. That's never stopped me before." Katsuki looked up then, met his eyes, and for a second the room felt too quiet. Too full. The words that rose in his throat, "Thank you, maybe," or "Don't look at me like that," never made it out. He just took another slow sip of coffee, pretending not to feel the way the warmth in his chest had nothing to do with the drink. The memory was sweet, but it only left him feeling more bitter than before. The caffeine had steadied him some, but the jitter in his veins wasn't from the coffee, it was from the empty ache that came after a night like this. He doesn't want to remember shit like this. He exhaled slowly, eyes flicking toward the window where the sun was bleeding through. "You got any cigarettes here?" he muttered, voice low, rough. "Left a pack at the bar." Izuku looked up from where he was rinsing out his own mug, immediately frowning. "You're kidding, right? After puking your guts out? You're still hungover dash." Katsuki scowled, rubbing a hand over his face. "It's just a smoke thing. I'm not gonna keel over." Izuku set the mug down a little harder than necessary, the sound sharp in the quiet room. "You can barely stand straight, Kacchan. No, you're not getting one. You can't smoke in Mom's place, she'd kill you." Katsuki huffed, something between a scoff and a groan, slumping back against the chair. "Figures." He rubbed at his temple again, jaw tight. "Could really use one right now." Izuku shook his head incredulously, studying him for a moment before saying, "You don't need it, Kacchan." Katsuki's glare faltered under that quiet tone. The way Izuku said his name, gentle, careful, like he was afraid Katsuki might splinter apart if he raised his voice, made his chest tighten in a way he didn't want to think about. "Yeah, well, you don't get to decide that," Katsuki muttered, eyes fixed on the table. "He doesn't know shit about what he needs." His leg bounced restlessly under it, a dull rhythm filling the silence. "I just need something to take the edge off." "I'm serious," Izuku said, voice low but steady. "You think I don't notice, Kacchan? The drinking, the drags, hell, you've been running yourself into the ground for months. Last night you literally burnt yourself out." Katsuki's shoulders tensed, jaw flexing as his eyes cut up to meet Izuku's. Don't effing just start that sheet, he muttered, a warning under his breath. I'm not starting anything. Just let me talk. God, I can't even have a real conversation with you. Izuku said, voice raising, stepping a little closer. I'm just worried. You think you hide it, but you don't. Not from me. Katsuki laughed loudly, bitter, hollow, like the sound scraped against his own sore ribs. Almost like how you can't hide me, huh? Can't hide that either. Your little secret. Your little where. He spat the words out, voice rough, low, dangerous. You're so effing obvious, Deku. Just as much of a junkie as I am. Think you're subtle, think you're careful, but you're pathetic. Izuku flinched at the words, but didn't step back. His hands curled into fists at his sides, jaw tight, eyes flashing. Don't call yourself that, and I'm not trying to be subtle. God, Kacchan, you know why I have to? Why you have to? Katsuki cut in again, tone sharp, venom laced over every word. You mean, why I can't have you in the daylight without getting caught, huh? Because that's what it is. You're cheating with me while playing the hero, Mr. Perfect Boyfriend. And don't you dare try to deny it. Izuku's throat worked, voice breaking slightly. I'm not cheating. I'm not. It's not like that. It's complicated. Katsuki slammed a hand down on the counter, making the mugs rattle. Complicated? Complicated is calling someone every night, FNG them, and pretending it doesn't exist. That's your complicated? You hide me like I'm some dirty little secret you don't want on your record and think that makes it okay? Just have the best of both worlds and not have to deal with the consequences, huh? I'm right, aren't I, Izuku? Izuku's hands went to his face for a second, tugging tightly at his hair. I didn't want it to be like this. I didn't want you to God, Kacchan. I didn't mean for it to be. Katsuki cut him off with a humorless bark of a laugh, shaking his head. Don't try to justify it. I know why you do it. You can't stop yourself from looking at me, from needing me. Don't you dare act like it's some saintly sheet. Izuku swallowed, looking down at his hands. It's not like that. You know why we have to be careful. You know the stakes. I can't just. You can't just what? Katsuki cut in, voice rising, eyes flashing. Mighty in a dark alley, then go back to smiling at her like nothing happened? You think that's enough? You think that fixes anything? I never said it fixes anything. Izuku shot back, frustration edging his words. It's not supposed to. But Kacchan, you know I can't just throw everything away. I'm not reckless like you. Katsuki's jaw tightened as he raised from the couch, veins standing out in his neck as his fists clenched at his sides. Reckless? You think I'm the only reckless one? Look at you, Death. You're the one losing your goddamn mind over the difference between love and section. You're careful, calculated, careful enough to be killing the one person who's always been right in front of you. Because yeah, Deku, you're killing me. You really are. Izuku's lips trembled. Kacchan, I'm trying. Katsuki barked, stepping closer despite the spinning in his head, the nausea clawing at his stomach. You think trying fixes this? Trying doesn't cover up the way you hide me from her. Trying doesn't make your hands not shake when I'm around. Trying doesn't stop me from. He stopped, teeth gritting, pain and frustration tangling into something raw and bitter. Izuku's hands rose in defeat, trembling slightly. I can't do this anymore, Deku. Katsuki shouted, voice cracking, more from the ache in his chest than anything else. I'm sick of shadows, I'm sick of hiding, I'm sick of... And that was it. Something in Izuku broke. Choking sob escaped him before he could stop it, shoulders shaking, tears brimming and spilling over down his cheeks. I don't know what to do either, Kacchan. Katsuki froze. The raw, honest vulnerability cut through the fog of his hangover and anger like a blade, leaving him exposed in a way he hadn't anticipated. His stomach rolled, head spinning, but all he could think about was the sound of Izuku crying right in front of him, the green eyes he loved so much now glistening with tears and shame. I can't fix you, nerd, Katsuki muttered, voice low and ragged. I can't fix any of this. Not you, not her, not Sheet. He grabbed his jacket off the back of a chair, swaying slightly. His stomach roiled, head pounding, the room spinning. I need a smoke. Need air. This. Without waiting for a response, he stormed out the front door, pulling it shut behind him with more force than necessary. Katsuki didn't stop. He stormed into the hallway, down the stairs, but the sting of Izuku's tears lingered heavier than any hangover could. He squinted against the brightness, because the sun was the only possible reason for the stinging sensation behind his eyes. The afternoon air of late autumn was cold, but the sun pounding down on him in the clear sky had him sweating in minutes. He swallowed hard, gagging slightly from the nausea still clawing at his stomach, but forced himself to take a shaky breath. The corner store wasn't far from the Midoriyas, but it felt like miles. Each step made the world tilt just slightly, the hangovers still clinging to him, gritty like sand he couldn't wash off. He passed a small group of high schoolers laughing too loud, their chatter about pro-heroes and internships cutting through his haze like glass. He heard his own name, Dynamite something, but didn't turn. Didn't have it in him. When he reached the 7-11, the bell above the door rang too sharp in his ears and he winced. The smell inside cheap coffee, cleaning chemicals, paper, and dust hit his stomach wrong, and he had to steady himself on the counter before speaking. Pack of black menthols, he muttered, voice gravelly. The cashier, some geeky college kid murmuring quietly to a song in his headphones, gave a small nod and slid the pack across the counter. Katsuki fumbled for cash, fingers trembling more than he'd like to admit. Rough night? The kid asked absently, not really looking up. Katsuki grunted. Something like that. He left without taking the change, shoving the cigarettes into his jacket pocket. The box was cool against his palm, grounding him just enough to move again. Outside, he tore one out with his teeth, flicking his lighter open with a soft metallic click. The first inhale burned deep, searing his throat and lungs, and the relief that followed was instant and ugly. His head swam, but the nicotine smoothed the edges of the hangover, if only barely. He leaned against the lamppost, eyes half closed, trying to breathe past the ache still prominent in his chest. It wasn't the hangover that hurt most, it was the echo of Izuku's voice, the tremor in it when he'd said, "I don't know what to do either, Kacchan." Katsuki exhaled, smoke curling up into the crisp air. He wanted to forget that sound, but it clung to him, haunting, like the ghost of something he'd already broken. By the time he'd smoked half the pack, the world had steadied some. His pulse had slowed, and the nausea dulled to a background thrum. The anger had bled out of him somewhere along the walk, leaving only the kind of exhaustion that felt bone-deep. He stared down at his hand, the faint tremor still there, and cursed under his breath. "Pathetic," he muttered, flicking the last cigarette to the curb. And still, somehow, his feet carried him back. The walk felt shorter this time, quieter. The weight in his chest hadn't lifted, but it had settled into something bearable. The kind of ache he'd grown used to carrying, the silence and dizzying of the nicotine quieting his thoughts. When he reached the familiar walkway to the complex, the porch light was still on, casting that same weak, yellow glow across the steps. Katsuki paused, staring at the front door. He could see a faint shape through the window. Izuku, probably pacing again, hands worrying the hem of his shirt like he used to before a big test. For a second he almost turned around. He could have gone home, pretended this whole night and morning never happened. But his legs moved on their own, up the steps, across the porch. He knocked once, sharp and tired. The door opened a few seconds later, and there he was, Izuku. The man that hurts him the most, even if unintentionally. Red-eyed, shoulders slumped, relief flooding his face so fast it almost hurt to look at. Katsuki didn't say a word as he stepped inside, brushing past him, his voice barely above a rasp. "Didn't finish what I started," he muttered, pulling the pack of cigarettes from his pocket and setting it on the table. Izuku blinked, confused, watching him sink onto the couch again, narrowing his eyes. "Didn't smoke them all," Katsuki said after a beat, leaning his head back, closing his eyes. "Didn't feel right." And that was all the apology he could manage. Hours passed lazily. The late afternoon sun dipped lower, spilling warm gold across the living room floor, but Katsuki didn't move. His head throbbed faintly, but the ache in his chest had softened to a dull, steady burn he didn't try to name. Izuku occasionally shifted in his chair, a soft hum or sigh, but he didn't push, didn't prod. They both understood the unspoken rule: some things didn't need to be talked about. And with them, that's pretty much everything. Inko appeared in the doorway a little later, drying her hands on a dish towel. Her eyes lit up at the sight of Katsuki, a soft smile spreading across her face. "Katsuki, there you are." Katsuki grunted in acknowledgement, not moving, not making a show of it. Izuku's lips twitched faintly at the interaction, leaning back in his chair, careful to stay out of the spotlight. "Izuku told me what you did, young man." Inko shook her head, stepping into the living room. "Honestly, you need to take better care of yourself. Drinking like that, running yourself ragged, and do you even talk to anyone when you're working? Or is it just all work all the time?" Her voice was gentle, but carried that mix of scolding and worry that made Katsuki shift uncomfortably. "I'm fine," he muttered, though even he knew it was more automatic than true. He could feel Izuku's eyes on him, patient, steady, but he refused to meet them. He opened his mouth, probably to mutter something dismissive, but closed it again. Izuku, sitting across the couch, offered a small, almost imperceptible smile at Katsuki's discomfort and said softly, "Well, Kacchan's doing okay. Promise." Katsuki grunted, turning his head to the side to avoid looking at either of them directly. He felt the familiar heat of guilt in his chest, but he shoved it down. "No apologies. Not now. Not ever, Spree." "You don't look fine," Inko said, softer this time. She glanced at Izuku, then back at him. "I'm glad you're here though. Both of you." She grinned, pinching Izuku's cheek, making him blush but smile fondly. "You can stay another night, if you like. It gets quiet in here. Company would be nice." Katsuki merely muttered a half-hearted, "Yeah, fine," and sank deeper into the couch, letting the blanket fall over his legs. Izuku leaned back, still smiling faintly. His soft nod beside him was enough. Dinner was quiet, but warm. Inko had made katsudon, just like old times, and the aroma filled the small kitchen, tugging at memories Katsuki hadn't realized he missed. Katsuki picked at his food, still pale from last night, while Izuku ate with quiet efficiency, occasionally stealing glances at him to make sure he was at least eating a little. Inko chatted about minor things, neighbor gossip, the weather, Izuku's job, and Katsuki let the comfortable domesticity wrap around him. It was like a soft, unwelcome reminder of the life he'd left behind. Izuku didn't mention last night. He didn't bring up the bar, the hangover, or the argument. He didn't mention them. Katsuki found that he didn't mind. Even as he pushed food around his plate with his chopsticks, stomach still uneasy, he allowed himself to soak in the quiet, the care, and the faint, lingering smell of home. After dinner, Inko lingered a little, fussing over the dishes and making sure he wasn't tired or sick or hungry. Katsuki didn't speak much, letting her chatter wash over him like background noise, while Izuku helped, quietly stacking plates and drying glasses. There was a rhythm to it, calm and gentle, and for the first time in a long while, Katsuki felt like a little kid again. When Inko finally went upstairs to bed, she gave both of them a warm, lingering look. "You boys take care of each other, all right? And Katsuki, for God's sake don't run yourself into the ground. Call sometime." "You're always welcome," she said, wagging a finger. Katsuki grunted in reply, not quite willing to admit she was right. The house was quiet after that, the kind of quiet that settled into your soul and made the edges of the world softer. Katsuki found himself sliding onto the couch again, curling into the blanket with a groan. The cushions smelled faintly of the Midoriya's coffee, laundry soap, and Izuku, and it hit him harder than he expected. He wished he could take the scent with him to his hollow penthouse, fill it with something besides whiskey and glass. He could feel every ache from last night, every pang of regret and frustration and weakness, but the quiet gave him a fragile kind of peace. Izuku moved quietly toward the hallway. "I'm gonna take my old room," he said with a smile, voice carrying just enough to be heard without breaking the calm. "It's a bit cozier than the floor anyway." Katsuki hummed, non-committal, not caring enough to argue. He watched Izuku disappear into his childhood bedroom, a space that was almost painfully familiar. Posters of All Might lined the walls, shelves stacked with merch, posed action figures, a large collection of notebooks and old hero magazines. He had to chuckle to himself. Once a nerd, always a nerd. Katsuki sank deeper into the couch. The warmth of the blanket, the faint comfort of the couch, even the soft hum of the house, everything was a stark contrast to his real life. Cold floors, sleek lines, sharp edges, and the constant hum of deadlines, missions, and pressure. Every corner of his adult life reminded him of what he had to be, what he had to endure. It was soft, human, tangible. Safe even. He closed his eyes for a moment, chest tight with the memories of last night, of the past months. He felt the ghost of their touches still lingering on his skin, the weight of Izuku's concern pressing down in a way he couldn't shake. Somewhere between exhaustion and headaches, Katsuki finally let himself drift, letting sleep claim him, the couch holding him like it would not let go, soft, warm, and unlike anything his current life could offer. Katsuki only woke due to a soft thud, the sound startling him awake. He bolted upright on the couch, muscles tense, heart hammering from half-sleep. For a moment, his mind scrambled for an explanation. Then he saw him. Izuku, standing in the hallway just outside the bedroom, arms wrapped around himself, shoulders shaking. The dim hallway light caught on his face, and Katsuki froze. He looked so small. His green eyes were glistening in the shadows, wet and raw, the small, uneven breaths he took sounding fragile and broken. Crying. Katsuki froze at the realization, chest tight, muscles coiled. What the hell? He swung his legs over the edge of the couch, heart thudding uneasily in his chest, and his gaze sharp and unblinking on Izuku. Katsuki's stomach twisted, unfamiliar and heavy. He wasn't good with this. Not with anyone. Not with Izuku. Not with feelings, not with tears, not with the absolute weight of seeing someone he cared about unraveling in front of him. Deku. His voice on the nickname came out rough, uncertain, a little too loud. The sound seemed to startle Izuku even more. He flinched, but didn't move away. Izuku took a step forward, hesitated, then stepped again quicker, closing the space between them until his hand pressed against Katsuki's chest. Just pressed. No words, no explanations, nothing. Just the warmth of him and the quiet tremor of sniffles and sobs in his strong body, his warm hand over the left side of Katsuki's chest, right where a faint scar remained. Katsuki's breath hitched. The hand was soft, warm, gentle, but it rooted him in place. His heart, racing already from shock, felt exposed. His throat tightened as he swallowed, unable to speak. Katsuki's first instinct was to recoil. Step back. Don't let him see this. But his throat tightened at the same time, painfully aware of Izuku's fingers pressed against him. He was frozen not from fear, but from the raw, almost unbearable intimacy of it. He couldn't deny it. Couldn't push it away, no matter how much his mind barked at. You? What are you? You shouldn't be, he started, voice rough, uneven, but Izuku didn't pull away. I needed to, Izuku whispered, voice choked and small. He pressed a little closer, forehead nearly touching Katsuki's chest. I thought maybe you were gone again. He choked on sob through the words, and Katsuki cursed weakly under his breath. Gone. He knew what he meant, of course he did. The war. That moment when Izuku's life had been in his hands, when his heart had stopped. And despite being saved, despite saving him, here he was. Years later, he was still carrying the ghost of it, still afraid of losing him. Of having lost him before. Katsuki didn't move. He couldn't. He couldn't speak. He could only feel Izuku's hands against him, the quiet, desperate trembling of his shoulders, and the faint, broken sobs that sounded like they belonged to the little boy he had once known, and the man he had come to care for far too much. He felt a slow burn of frustration, fear, and something else he refused to name. He didn't know how to comfort Izuku, not really, but he could be here. Prove he was real. That was something. Izuku's grip tightened fractionally, and Katsuki finally exhaled, low and rough, finally letting the warmth of the other man anchor him. I'm alive, you idiot, he muttered, voice hoarse. Still kicking. Not dead yet, nerd, okay? Izuku let out a shuddering sob, one that hitched in his throat like he'd been holding it in for hours. He nodded, the movement small, against Katsuki's chest. His fingers curled tighter into Katsuki's shirt, like he was trying to memorize the texture, the warmth, the heartbeat beneath. I know, Izuku murmured, though his trembling voice said the opposite. I still see it, Kacchan. That moment. I came back and you weren't, he broke off, biting down hard on the words before they could unravel completely. And wake up and I can't breathe? Then dash. His voice breaks with another sob. Deku, he tried again, quieter this time. You're fine yet? You're safe. I'm fine. Izuku nodded again, but his shoulders still trembled. I know you are, he whispered again. I keep seeing it, Kacchan. The look on your face, the bee blood that day. Katsuki stiffened. He needed to stop this before it turned into a full-blown anxiety attack. Don't. Izuku blinked up at him through glassy eyes, startled by the edge in his voice. Don't, Katsuki repeated, softer but still sharp. Just don't think about that sheet. It's over. It was over a long time ago. Izuku's eyes dropped, but his fingers still rested against Katsuki's chest. It doesn't feel over, he sniffles. Sometimes I still wake up even at home, and I don't know if you're, and I can't even see you or call or dash. He broke off, squeezing his eyes shut, and Katsuki felt that old, familiar guilt gnaw at his insides. Guilt he thought he'd buried years ago. The kind that crawled under his skin every time he remembered how close they had been to not making it out at all. Hey, Katsuki said, rougher than he meant to. Look at me. Izuku hesitated, then lifted his head. His face was a mess, red-rimmed eyes, damp cheeks, the faintest quiver in his mouth. And for a second, Katsuki didn't see the pro-hero, or the guy who shared his bed and broke his heart in turns. He saw the same stupid, stubborn kid who'd followed him into danger with that same look, terrified, but unrelenting. Katsuki swallowed hard, his throat thick with everything he didn't know how to say. The air between them felt heavy, too heavy, like if he moved wrong it might shatter completely. Breathe, he said finally, his voice low but firm. You're not there, stupid Deku. You're here. With me. Izuku's breath hitched again, uneven, shaky, but he nodded. Katsuki didn't miss the way his chest stuttered with every inhale, the way his fingers still clung to the fabric of his shirt like he was afraid he'd vanish if he let go. He didn't know what he was doing. Comfort wasn't something that came naturally, but he remembered what helped him, sometimes. The grounding. The counting. The sound of another voice. In out, he muttered. Just like that. Come on, nerd. It's not hard. Izuku nodded weakly, matching his breathing to Katsuki's, uneven at first, then steadier, slower. His shoulders eased a little, his grip loosening as the sobs faded into quiet, shaky sniffles. That's it, Katsuki murmured, his thumb brushing absently over Izuku's wrist, grounding him. But you're fine. We're both fine. Izuku blinked up at him again, eyes glassy and wet but clearer now, his breathing a little less desperate. Sorry, he whispered, wiping his face with the back of his hand. I didn't mean to wake you, I just. Don't, Katsuki cut him off, shaking his head. Don't apologize for that sheet. His tone came out rough, more bark than comfort, but the look in his eyes softened. You can't help what your brain does when you're half asleep. Happens to everyone. Izuku let out a weak laugh, one that barely reached his eyes. Not to everyone. Katsuki huffed through his nose, looking away. Yeah, well, everyone's not us. It wasn't much, but it was enough to make Izuku's shoulders loosen slightly. He swiped again at his eyes, sniffling. Katsuki stood there, awkward, unsure of what to do with his hands, before finally gesturing vaguely toward the couch. Sit down before you fall over or something. Izuku hesitated but nodded, sinking down onto the edge of the couch beside him. Katsuki sat too, staring at the darkened TV screen across the room. The silence that settled between them wasn't comfortable, but it wasn't sharp either. It was just quiet. Human. Are they bad? Katsuki asked after a while, voice low. The nightmares? Izuku nodded, gaze unfocused. I stopped to help you. You were bleeding, he said softly. A lot. I was trying to stop it, but I couldn't, and then you weren't breathing, and he broke off again, knuckles whitening where his hands twisted in his lap. Katsuki ran a hand down his face, exhaling hard. Deku, I'm fine. It's not real anymore. You know that. I know, Izuku said again quickly, almost desperate. I know it's not real, but it feels real. Every time. Like it's happening all over again. Katsuki didn't respond for a long moment. He didn't know how to. The words I get it felt too small, and you'll be okay felt like a lie. So instead, he shifted slightly closer until their shoulders brushed. It was subtle, almost clumsy, but it was. Contact, solid and warm. Izuku's breath hitched, soft and shaky. He didn't move away this time. Katsuki could feel the warmth radiating off him, the tremor that still ran through his hands. Slowly, cautiously, he turned his head. Izuku was watching him, eyes still wet, pupils blown wide in the dim light. Katsuki swallowed hard, his throat dry. You're here, he muttered again almost under his breath, like he was trying to convince himself too. You're fine, nerd. I'm right here. Izuku's lips parted, and for a second, neither of them breathed. The silence between them stretched, heavy and fragile, full of everything they didn't know how to say. Then Izuku moved, first tentative, like he wasn't sure he was allowed. His hand slid from Katsuki's chest to his jaw, thumb brushing the edge of a scar there. Katsuki froze. The touch was feather-light, trembling, but it burned through him all the same. Stop thinking like that. Katsuki muttered, voice low, raw. Like what? Izuku whispered. Like I'm gonna disappear again. Izuku's mouth twisted, his voice breaking when he said, You could. That did something to him, something ugly and desperate. Katsuki grabbed his wrist, holding it in place against his jaw, his touch rough but not cruel. I'm not, he said hoarse. I'm not. The air shifted between them, something sharp, electric. Izuku's breath trembled against his face, their foreheads nearly touching now, and Katsuki could feel every inch of tension coiled in both of them. Izuku's voice came out barely a whisper. Kacchan. It was all it took. Katsuki leaned in first, his restraint snapping like thread. The kiss was messy, unsteady, tasting of salt and exhaustion, of sleepless nights and everything they tried to pretend didn't exist. Izuku met him halfway, desperate, a muffled sound catching in his throat as his fingers curled into Katsuki's shirt. For a moment, there was nothing but heat and the rough drag of breath between them. The weight of grief and fear twisted into something hungry, something that wasn't quite comfort but was close enough. Katsuki's hand came up to the back of Izuku's neck, holding him there, grounding himself in the warmth of skin and the steady pulse beneath it. He pulled back just enough to whisper, You're shaking. Izuku huffed, breathless. So are you. That pulled a faint, humorless smile from Katsuki. Yeah. Guess we're both fed up. Izuku laughed, or tried to, but it came out as a shudder instead. Katsuki leaned in again, softer this time. The second kiss was slower, steadier, less about heat and more about proof they're here. They're alive. They stayed close like that, fingers gripping, breaths mingling, teasing each other in the dark of the room. Every brush of lips, every whispered word, every near touch was a promise, warning, dangerous. You're way too effing tempting, nerd, Katsuki murmured, letting his hands roam slightly, brushing the curve of Izuku's side. Always trying to look innocent, never works. Katsuki's lips brushed against Izuku's again, firmer this time, teeth grazing just enough to make a sharp gasp escape him. God, you feel amazing like this, he muttered against Izuku's mouth, voice rough and ragged. Like he shouldn't be saying these things and he knows it. Always like you're made to mess me up. Izuku shivered, fingers tangling in the fabric of Katsuki's shirt. Kacchan, his voice broke in the middle of the name, barely a whine, and it made something coil in Katsuki's chest. Something hot, sharp, addictive. You're so effing stubborn, Katsuki growled, one hand sliding down to grip Izuku's hip, thumb pressing into the curve there. Even when you're shaking, crying like a effing baby, you push me right over the edge. Goddamn nerd. Izuku's breath hitched again, warm and quick against Katsuki's jaw. I can't help it, he admitted, voice small, a little breathless. You make it impossible. Katsuki smirked against his neck, lips brushing the sensitive skin there. Impossible? You think you're the one in control here? He whispered, low, rough, teasing, hungry. Even though he knew DMN well, who was truly in control. You think I'm letting you ease off, huh? Izuku trembled under him, caught somewhere between wanting and fear, and Katsuki's smirk widened. I'm not nice, he continued, voice dropping darker, dirtier. You know that. You know exactly what you're getting yourself into. I know, Izuku breathed, pressing closer anyway, forehead against Katsuki's shoulder. I don't care. Katsuki's laugh was short, humorless, but heated. Yeah? You sure about that, nerd? He pulled back just enough to meet Izuku's eyes, pupils wide, lips swollen from kisses, cheeks flushed. You're in too deep. You know it, don't lie. Izuku swallowed hard, gaze flicking down, then back up with a shaky breath. I don't care, he repeated, voice firmer this time. I'm yours. That was new, and it made something snap in Katsuki. His hands tangled in Izuku's hair, thumbs brushing over the nape of his neck, pulling him closer, pressing him against the heat of his chest, connecting their hips. Mine, he echoed, growling, teeth grazing the shell of Izuku's ear. Your FNG mind, got it? Not round face, not anyone else, just me. You hear me, Deku? I hear you, Izuku whispered, breathless, desperate, pressing closer into the hardness of Katsuki's chest. I'm yours. Katsuki bit back, sinful at the friction. You feel too good, Katsuki muttered against him, voice low and rough. Too soft. Don't you even think about letting anyone else touch you like this. Izuku softly, almost inaudible, face flushing as Katsuki's hands roamed over him, rough, claiming, yet tethering them together. You like that, don't you? Katsuki murmured, pinching soft flesh, voice low, dark and ragged. All hot and needy for me, huh? God, you're pathetic. Please, Izuku whispered, breathless, desperate. Don't stop. Kacchan. And he didn't. Because Izuku was still trembling, still crying a little, still looking at him like he needed him to stay real. So Katsuki did the only thing he truly knew how to do. He reached for his waist, rough, desperate, grounding. Their movements turned clumsy and urgent, the sound of breath and rustling fabric as they slowly undressed, filling the dark. Every touch was too much, every inch of skin another confession neither of them knew how to say out loud. By the time they pulled back together, both of them were breathing like they'd run 10 miles. Katsuki's forehead rested against Izuku's, his voice barely a rasp. You still think I'm gonna disappear, nerd? Izuku's breath trembled out of him, his lips meeting and biting Katsuki's cheek down to his neck. Not right now, he said. Not when I can feel you. Katsuki swallowed hard, his heart thudding in his chest loud enough that he swore Izuku could hear it. Then feel me, he whispered, rough and low. It wasn't a command, it was a plea. And Izuku took it. The couch creaked under them as they shifted, and Katsuki felt Izuku's body press on top of his hot, tense, shaking with leftover adrenaline and something else entirely. He muttered Izuku's name like a warning, but Izuku only breathed his in return, soft and pleading, and that was enough to undo him completely. Katsuki leaned into him, letting the closeness burn through the quiet, letting the tension in his chest ease just slightly because he could feel Izuku breathing, trembling, alive right there. He could feel how tense Izuku was, the way he half-buried his face, and he murmured low and rough, You feel that? You're okay. I'm okay. I've got you. The way Izuku exhaled, soft and shaky, said more than words could. Katsuki's fingers tangled in his hair, thumbs brushing against the back of his neck, holding him in place like he couldn't let him go. They shifted closer, pressed together on the couch, and Katsuki could feel the heat, the raw pulse of Izuku's body, and he let himself respond in kind hands, exploring, holding, grounding. Izuku leaned into him, letting the words sink in, letting the warmth of Katsuki's body anchor him like it had before, but different. Softer, slower, and in a way that wasn't just heat or their usual habits. Katsuki pressed Izuku's hand against his chest again, steadying him. Heart still beating, he said, voice husky. Still alive. So don't scare me like that again. Izuku nodded, still trembling slightly, but his body leaned into Katsuki's, needing the contact, needing the reassurance. His chest rose and fell in uneven, shaky breaths, and Katsuki could feel the tension coiling through him, the remnants of the nightmare still lodged in his bones. For the first time since they'd hooked up, Katsuki didn't let himself get lost in heat alone. He guided Izuku through it, steady, deliberate, from beneath him, hands braced on his hips. Every movement was measured, almost tender, a silent promise that he wouldn't let Izuku fall apart again. He brought his other hand up to the back of Izuku's neck, pressing the smaller man's face into the crook of his shoulder. The warmth, the scent of him, the faint tremor in his body, it was grounding, and Katsuki clung to it just as much as Izuku did. He could feel tears dampening his shoulder, wet against his skin, and it twisted something in his chest: frustration, guilt, desire, care all at once. Izuku clutched at him instinctively, body curling into his, and Katsuki's thumb brushed over his jaw, down his neck, soothing in small, deliberate motions. Every whimper, every soft gasp, every trembling sigh, Katsuki heard it all, felt it all. And he whispered more: praise, comfort, reassurance, letting the words fill the spaces where fear and memory lingered. That's it, good, so good. You take it so well, nerd. So good for me. He pressed Izuku's trembling frame against his own, letting him grind lightly, letting him find grounding and release in their closeness. Every soft sob, every shiver, every brush of skin against skin drew a low, guttural sound from him that was half growl, half reassurance. Katsuki's hands roamed cautiously but firmly over Izuku's hips and back, adjusting, guiding, feeling the way his body responded. He dug his fingers into Izuku's hips, lifting him more roughly as he could see his thighs begin to tremble with the effort. You feel that? Katsuki growled softly as he filled him, hands sliding a little lower. He continued lifting and setting him back down in a gentle riding rhythm, hips slapping together, the only lewd noise in the quiet room. That's me. Still here. I always will be. Got it? Izuku's breath hitched, breaking against Katsuki's skin. The tension that had wound him tight slowly gave way as he released, shaking apart until all that was left was the sound of their ragged breathing. Katsuki kept him close through its steady hands, low murmurs that blurred together, more warmth than coherent words. Izuku was still trembling when Katsuki finally pulled him out, the world settling around them again, heavy with heat and exhaustion. For a while, neither spoke. The only sound was their uneven breathing, the soft hitch of Izuku's chest against Katsuki's. Katsuki felt the tremor in Izuku's shoulders and just smoothed a hand down his broad back, gentle now, grounding. When Katsuki finally spoke, his voice was low, rasped thin. You need to move, nerd. You'll cramp up if you don't. Izuku blinked, slow and dazed, like the words were coming from underwater. Katsuki sat up, steadying him with one hand at the small of his back, the other brushing damp hair out of his eyes. Come on, stupid nerd. I said move. Let's get you cleaned up. Izuku only nodded, exhausted, dazed, sticky. Katsuki helped him up, moving slower than usual, guiding him to the bathroom where the light was dim and forgiving. No rushed exits this time. No pretending. Just the quiet run of water, hands running through his shampooed hair, and Katsuki's calloused hands steadying him when his body threatened to keel over. No smirk or sharp remark to fill the silence. Just the gentleness in hands that were more used to breaking than mending. They didn't talk much. They didn't need to. Izuku leaned into every touch like it was a promise, and Katsuki, unfamiliar with gentleness, kept finding it anyway. After cleaning himself off as well, Katsuki tossed the towel aside and leaned against the sink, arms braced on either side of it. His reflection in the mirror looked as wrecked as he felt, flushed, exhausted, eyes bloodshot but steady. Izuku lingered behind him, shirt half-buttoned, hair a mess, watching him silently. Thanks, Izuku said finally, voice soft, almost hoarse. For, you know. Katsuki grunted. Don't mention it. He ran a hand through his hair, still not looking at him. Izuku hesitated, fiddling with the hem of his shirt. Kacchan. The way he said it quiet, careful made Katsuki glance up. Izuku's expression wasn't the usual bashful or teasing kind, it was something smaller, fragile. Izuku hesitated, towel twisting nervously in his hands. When I said I thought you were gone, it wasn't just the nightmare. It's been happening for a while. Katsuki frowned. The hell's that supposed to mean? Izuku took a breath, like he was trying to steady himself before jumping off a ledge. It's you, he admitted. I keep thinking about you, how hard you push yourself. The drinking. The smoking. The patrol that last night, your work. His voice cracked a little, and he looked away. Your heart stopped once, Kacchan. I know you hate when I bring it up, but... Katsuki groaned under his breath. Christ, that... No, listen. Izuku's tone rose, shaking, desperate. It scares me. Every time I see you light another cigarette or we meet and you show up reeking of alcohol, I can't stop thinking that one day you won't come back. That your heart's just gonna... He stopped himself, pressing a fist to his chest, eyes glistening. And I won't even be around to know. You can't keep doing this to yourself. You're not invincible. The words hit heavier than Katsuki wanted to admit. He looked away, jaw tight, trying not to let the flicker of guilt show. You're acting like I'm some fragile old man, he muttered. I'm fine. Just tired. Izuku's laugh was short, bitter. You always say that. 'Cause it's true, Katsuki shot back, sharper now. I'm still standing, ain't I? Still working, still fighting. I don't need you hovering like I'm about to drop dead. You're not losing me, he muttered. I'm fine. I've got this under control. No you don't, Izuku said, the words trembling but certain. Silence stretched again. Izuku's expression softened, the fight draining out of him, leaving only tired worry. You always say that, he repeated quietly. And I always believe you. I just don't want to be wrong one day. He looked down and shook his head. You don't get it. I don't care about you being strong. I care about you being here. Katsuki swallowed hard, but his walls went up fast, reflexive, automatic. I'm here, nerd, he said gruffly, forcing the edge back into his tone. Still breathing. You can relax. Izuku didn't look convinced, but he nodded anyway, as if agreeing was easier than arguing. You say that like it's permanent. It is, Katsuki said too quickly. He turned off the tap, avoiding Izuku's gaze. Now drop it yet? You worry too damn much. Izuku's eyes lingered on him for a long time, tired, conflicted before he whispered, I wouldn't have to if you didn't make it so easy to. Katsuki froze, but before he could respond, Izuku stepped past him, brushing his shoulder as he left the bathroom. For a moment, Katsuki stayed where he was, hands braced on the sink, jaw clenched. His reflection stared back at him, pale, eyes shadowed, chest still rising and falling a little too fast. He hated how much the idiot could still get to him. After a long moment, he sighed and followed him out, the old floorboards creaking under his feet. Izuku was already on the couch, wrapped in a blanket, pretending to be half asleep. Katsuki laid down beside him without a word, the distance between them small enough that their shoulders brushed again. Neither of them said anything else. But the silence was full, loud. You're killing me. And for the first time, the lyrics weren't only directed at Izuku. Katsuki woke for the second time to sunlight bleeding in through the half-open blinds, thin and pale. It cut across the room in soft stripes, painting the couch, the floor, the faint outline of Izuku's face where it rested against his shoulder. For a second, he forgot where he was again. The night before blurred warm and fuzzy at the edges, too many breaths, too many touches and the heat of skin against skin. Then the memory came back in pieces, slow and ugly. The nightmare, the shaking, the way Izuku had looked at him like he might disappear if he blinked too long. Katsuki shifted slightly, careful not to wake him. Izuku was still out cold, breathing slow and even, one hand fisted in the hem of Katsuki's shirt. He looked so much younger when he slept, less burdened, less haunted. His lashes cast small shadows against his cheeks, the kind of soft that Katsuki didn't know what to do with. Katsuki ran a hand over his face, jaw tight. He swallowed, staring at the floor, thinking back over the night. The way Izuku had trembled, how his hands had gripped him, the way he'd whispered and sobbed and clung to him as if he could die at any moment. The panic, the fear, the heartbreak that Katsuki didn't know how to fix. He wanted to lash out at him, to roll his eyes at himself, as always, but the truth sat heavy in him. Izuku had been scared for him. Not just a little, not just worried. Scared his heart might give out, scared he might lose him. He swallowed against the lump in his throat, hand hovering near Izuku's side before he forced it to drop. Not now. Don't wake him. Izuku shifted in his sleep, mumbling something half-formed, and Katsuki froze when the movement revealed a smear of fading red near his throat, a mark he'd left without meaning to, one he couldn't take back. It sat there like proof of something neither of them were supposed to need. He looked away. Out the window, the city was starting to wake, pale skies stretching above rooftops, sirens distant but steady. Another day he'd have to go out there and play the part. Another day pretending none of this followed him home. Katsuki reached out before he could stop himself, brushing a thumb along a patch of skin just below Izuku's ear. The skin there was warm, soft, alive. Izuku made a small noise, leaned into it. Still breathing, Katsuki murmured under his breath, the words almost a prayer. Still here. He let his hand fall away, curling it into a fist against his thigh. He wanted to light a cigarette. He wanted to pull Izuku closer. He wanted to do neither. Instead, he sat there as the sun crept higher, watching the dust in the air glow gold. The world outside moved on like nothing had happened. Like this was just another morning. But it wasn't. It felt like it never would be again. By the time Izuku shifted awake, the sun had already stretched high over the skyline. The blanket had slipped halfway to the floor, the room thick with the stillness of morning after silence. Izuku blinked blearily, rubbing his eyes before realizing where he was, who he was pressed against. Katsuki had already shifted upright, elbows braced on his knees, staring at the muted light spilling through the blinds. Their gazes met only once. Neither of them said a word. They didn't need to. They'd done this before, this quiet undoing, this mutual pretending. Katsuki stood. First, stretching stiff muscles, retrieving his shirt from the coffee table without looking at it too closely. Izuku followed, wordless, slipping past him toward the bathroom to wash up. The sound of running water filled the silence where apologies should have been. By the time they were both ready, the house smelled faintly of coffee. Inko was bustling around the kitchen, bright and unassuming, as if nothing about the air between them had changed. Maybe it had not in any way she could see. Katsuki was grateful for that. Izuku smiled when she hugged him, soft and tired, murmuring something about visiting again soon. She fussed over him, then turned to Katsuki with that same maternal mix of affection and scolding, telling him to eat properly, to quit smoking so much, to stop working so hard. Katsuki muttered thanks, something that wasn't quite gratitude but as close as he would ever get. The moment didn't linger nearly long enough. Outside, the autumn wind bit at their faces as they walked back to Izuku's car. The sky was pale blue, too bright for how heavy the morning felt. Katsuki slid into the passenger seat, the faint scent of Inko's apartment still clinging to his jacket that once smelt only of nicotine. Izuku started the engine, the low hum filling the empty space between them. Katsuki sat slouched in the passenger seat, one arm braced against the window, watching the neighborhood blur past. The quiet tick of the blinker filled the space where words should have gone. Izuku's hands were steady on the wheel, but Katsuki could see the faint tremor in his fingers, the kind that lingered after too little sleep and too much thinking. He cleared his throat. "Car's nice." It came out rough, like an afterthought, but Izuku glanced over, startled, before smiling a little. "Thanks," he said softly. "One of the perks of staying at UA alumni thing for teachers." "Figures," Katsuki muttered, leaning back in his seat. "Should have known you'd get the fancy one." Izuku huffed a quiet laugh, the kind that sounded too small for the morning. "It's not fancy." "Avius class Mercedes-Benz? That's fancy, nerd." That earned him another soft laugh, and for a second, the tension cracked, a sliver of something easy slipping through. The radio played low in the background, some soft instrumental that neither of them bothered to change. They drove like that for a while, trading short, tired comments about the car, traffic, the weather. Katsuki pointed out the dent near the rearview mirror, and Izuku admitted it was from parallel parking too close to a streetlight. It wasn't much, but it was something. Something normal, like the world hadn't fallen apart the same weekend. But every time the conversation lulled, silence crept back in heavier than the last time, laced with things neither of them dared to bring up. Katsuki's hand brushed against his arm once when he shifted to change the radio, and Izuku's breath hitched almost imperceptibly. Neither said anything. The busier side of Mizudafu came into view an hour later, glass and metal stretching toward the sky, the glow of hero billboards flickering faintly against the morning sun. Katsuki stared at them, jaw tight. The car's reflection caught in one of the mirrored windows as they passed two figures sitting side by side, close but not touching. He could almost laugh at how ordinary they looked. When Izuku finally turned onto the main road toward the west side, the world outside was already awake, honking cars, citizens, the distant sound of sirens and heroes on the job. Katsuki's hand rested on the window, fingers tapping absently to a rhythm that wasn't really there. It felt like slipping back into costume, back into who they were supposed to be. It was just another drive. Just another Sunday. Katsuki cracked the window slightly, letting the wind bite at his face. It helped keep him awake. Helped keep him from thinking too much. After a while, he glanced sideways, voice rough from disuse. So, where are we going first? Izuku's eyes stayed on the road, but his grip tightened slightly on the wheel. My place, he said quietly. I need to pick up some stuff before heading out again. Katsuki hummed, non-committal. Right? The place at UA? Yeah, Izuku said, almost sheepish. Ochako got back from Osaka last night. She's probably still asleep. The words landed heavier than either of them wanted to admit. Katsuki looked away, jaw ticking, watching the blur of buildings outside instead. Good for her, he muttered, but it didn't sound like he meant it. Izuku didn't respond. The silence stretched, pulling taut between them. They passed the eastbound bridge, the same one they'd crossed together just a few days before on the night with Katsuki passed out, sick in the backseat. Now the light caught on the steel beams, glaring too bright through the windshield. Katsuki squinted, drumming his fingers against his thigh. The city grew denser the closer they got to the school, roads cleaner, buildings newer. The air around the UA district always smelled faintly like ozone and wet stone, a reminder of how close it was to the training grounds. Izuku's car turned through the security gate like muscle memory. Katsuki hadn't been here in years, not since graduation. Izuku slowed as they reached the residential complex, pulling into the lot. The engine quieted to a low hum before cutting off entirely. The sudden silence inside the car was deafening. Katsuki didn't speak. He just opened his door, stepping out into the crisp morning air, that strange mix of clean and industrial that always clung to the city. He shoved his hands into his pockets and leaned against the car while Izuku got out himself. Izuku glanced toward the dorm complex. I'll drive you to your place after, he said. Shouldn't be long. Katsuki shrugged. Yeah, whatever. Izuku lingered for a second longer, searching Katsuki's face for something, maybe reassurance, maybe forgiveness, but whatever it was, he didn't find it. So he just nodded once and turned toward the building. Katsuki watched him go, watched the way the morning light caught in his hair, the faint marks on his neck hidden beneath the collar of his sweatshirt. The faintest ache pulled behind Katsuki's ribs. He lit a cigarette before he could stop himself, the smoke curling sharp and bitter in the cold air. Katsuki leaned against the car, smoke curling from his lips, the taste of ash and morning biting at the back of his throat. He told himself he was just killing time, just giving Deku a minute to grab his stuff, but the seconds stretched too long, too slow. Then the door to the complex opened, and Izuku stepped out. He wasn't alone. Ochako followed just a step behind, her hair tied up messily, still damp from a morning shower. She was smiling, soft, warm, the kind of smile that had always come easy to her. Katsuki felt it hit him like a punch to the chest. Izuku said something under his breath, and she laughed quietly, her hand brushing his arm before he tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. He watched Ochako tilt her head up to him, the sunlight catching in her hair, that smile the one he had hated and loved all at once lighting up her entire face. Izuku's laugh answered her, soft and gentle, a sound meant only for her. Katsuki's jaw tightened with the quiet rage that always surfaced when he realized how much he cared for someone who belonged to someone else. The cigarette burned low between his fingers. When Ochako's eyes found him, her expression brightened with polite surprise. "Bakugo! Oh, you're here too?" He forced a sound that might have been a grunt or a greeting, it was hard to tell. "Yeah, just catching a ride back." Izuku's posture shifted just slightly, too careful, too stiff. The kind of thing no one but Katsuki would notice. "Why, yeah, I met Kacchan at a bar, by chance. We caught up. He was helping me with some paperwork for the Hero Commission this weekend," he said quickly, eyes flicking toward the pavement. "He crashed at Mom's last night too. She made way too much food." Ochako chuckled, oblivious to the static in the air. "That sounds like her. You should have called me, I would have helped you finish it off." Katsuki didn't trust himself to speak, so he didn't. He just flicked the end of his cigarette into the gutter and watched the thin trail of smoke vanish. Ochako shifted her bag higher on her shoulder. "I've got to head out soon, patrol meeting in 10. I'll see you tonight," she asked, glancing up at Izuku with a soft look that made Katsuki's stomach twist. Izuku smiled back, small but genuine. "Yeah, of course." "Good." She rose on her toes and pressed a quick kiss to his cheek before turning toward the street. "It was nice seeing you, Bakugo." Katsuki gave her a single nod, sharp and restrained. "Yeah, you too." She jogged off down the sidewalk, the faint sound of her boots fading with the wind. His jaw clenched. The cigarette smoke lingered as he inhaled sharply, trying to choke down the sudden, bitter surge of irritation. He hated seeing Izuku with her like this, hated the way he seemed normal. Ordinary. Not the way Katsuki wanted him, or needed him, or had kept him last night in the quiet dark. Izuku stood there a moment longer, watching her go, his expression unreadable. When he finally turned back to Katsuki, his eyes were softer but heavier, guilt written in every line of his face. Katsuki said nothing. He just climbed back into the passenger seat, slamming the door a little harder than necessary. Izuku exhaled slowly, shoulders sinking before he rounded to the driver's side. The car started again, the hum of the engine low and steady, and he pulled out. Izuku exhaled slowly, shifting the car into gear, glancing at him with that soft, cautious look. Katsuki stared out the window, jaw tight, silent, his stomach a tangle of nausea and rage. The city blurred past, gray and indifferent, and the anger burned hotter than the morning sun. He didn't say a word all the way to his place, letting the quiet hum of the engine and the faint taste of smoke in his mouth mark the tension between them. When he finally climbed out, he slammed the door again, muttered a quiet, hell. He had no bags, nothing that proved the weekend actually happened. Just the bitter memory and the man that was still in the car behind him. He just shook his head and walked up to his apartment, still seething, still raw, and still painfully aware that Izuku's presence, soft and unrelenting, lingered in him like fire under ash. Katsuki's apartment was quiet, too quiet, the hum of the fridge and the faint buzz of the city outside the only sounds. He kicked the door shut behind him, chest still tight, hands shaking slightly from anger and something else he didn't want to name. The cigarette pack in his pocket was nearly empty, and the taste of smoke still lingered bitterly in his mouth. Every surface gleamed, every shadow deepened the emptiness. The apartment could have been warm and inviting, a fortress of comfort, but to Katsuki, it only made him feel smaller, lost in the sharp, hollow echoes of wealth and silence. He trudged to the couch, slumping down hard, head hanging. The anger from the morning hadn't left. If anything, it was hotter, sharper, tangling with guilt and the ache of last night. Every laugh, every touch he'd seen between Izuku and Ochako clawed at him. And yet, beneath it all, a stubborn, unyielding warmth throbbed in his chest. Izuku had been there for him, had held him, soothed him, and that closeness refused to fade, no matter how much his pride screamed at him to shove it away. He pressed a hand to his forehead, swallowing hard. The bruises and marks on Izuku's neck flashed in his mind again last night, fragile and trembling, and still, in spite of everything, trusting him. That trust made his chest ache, because Katsuki had never been good at being gentle, at being steady. He'd taken, pushed, claimed in the past, but last night had been different. He'd guided, reassured, held. And yet, now, sitting alone, he felt ripped raw, painfully aware of the fact that it still hadn't been enough to keep Izuku from facing this morning with someone else by his side. Everything felt colder, sharper, every hard edge and shadow reminding him of the world he lived in, the pro-hero life, the endless grind, the expectations. Nothing here offered comfort. Nothing here offered warmth. And yet, he could still feel the phantom weight of Izuku's body pressed against his chest on a softly worn-down couch in a home smelling of care and love. It lingered in the back of his mind, a reminder he couldn't shake. He leaned back, letting his head fall against the couch cushions, hands curling into fists in his lap. The sunlight was fading behind the buildings, leaving streaks of gray across the room, and Katsuki felt every bit as restless, as raw, as conflicted as he had the night before. The ache in his chest was quiet now, but persistent. He thought about Izuku, about the way his heart had raced, how fragile he had been, and how impossibly beautiful it was that he had trusted Katsuki enough to let him in even when he was scared. And that thought twisted something inside him: melancholy, longing, and a bitter, stubborn love that refused to be quiet. Katsuki closed his eyes, dragging a slow breath through his nose. He hated feeling this way, angry, jealous, exposed, but he couldn't help it. He couldn't stop thinking about Izuku, about this weekend, about the small moments of tenderness and vulnerability they'd shared, and how fragile it all felt. He didn't move from the couch for hours, letting the apartment around him fade into background noise. His phone buzzed occasionally, messages from work, from friends, but he ignored them all. Nothing mattered right now except the echo of last night, the phantom weight of Izuku against him, and the ache that settled stubbornly in his chest, the kind that wouldn't go away with a smoke or a drink or a long, cold shower. He stayed there on the couch longer than he intended, letting the city's dimming lights seep into the apartment like a reminder that he was alone. The luxury around him suddenly felt suffocating, clean, ordered, expensive, but utterly empty. Every polished surface, every minimalist line of furniture, screamed at him that he was alone, and that Izuku was out there, smiling, warm, alive, and entirely untouchable. His fingers flexed against the couch cushions, curling into fists, and a bitter laugh escaped him. Of course Izuku could have someone else, could move on, while Katsuki sat here nursing a hangover, a bruised ego, and the ghosts of last night's vulnerability. He couldn't admit it aloud, but the jealousy hit sharp and hot. After a long, tense breath, he dug his phone out from the side pocket of the couch. It felt like it had been years since he'd last done this. He hadn't felt the need. His thumb hovered over the contacts list, hesitation gnawing at him. Hatsu Shine-Dash. Works as a secretary for an agency across from his. Worked together a few times. Good looking. Just like old times, he thought darkly. The familiar thrill of control, of distraction, of pushing everything into the background with something physical and meaningless. He'd done it before. It had always worked, temporarily. And right now, he needed something to dull the ache that Izuku had left behind. He texted a message without a second thought. Within minutes, someone he knew well enough, reckless enough, and far enough removed from his real life, was on their way. Katsuki grabbed some liqueur from the cabinet and laid it on the table before he paced the room, cigarette in hand, smoke curling sharp and bitter around him. He felt hollow, tight, restless, every memory of Izuku's warmth pressing against the edge of his chest like a weight he couldn't shake. When the knock came at the door, he opened it without hesitation. He stepped in, all casual familiarity, and Katsuki let himself lean into the physicality of it. Hands gripping shoulders, teeth clenching, body tense, he let it all spill into something primal, something void of care or consideration. It was messy, it was fleeting, it was exactly what he needed to make the loneliness pulse away for a little while. But even as he let himself get lost in it, the touch, the weight, the brief heat of flesh against flesh, his mind wasn't here. His fingers lifted Shinu's shirt as if it were a lifeline, But in his head it was Izuku's hair he was brushing, Izuku's jaw he was gripping. The M's that left his lips were mixed with words. It was all Izuku. He told himself he was doing this to forget, to burn it away, but the truth was that every movement, every bite, every press of his lips to flesh, was tinted with Izuku. When Shinu kissed him, he imagined it was Izuku's mouth instead. When he jerked against him, his hips moved almost reflexively, trying to replicate the feel of Izuku beneath him. The bitter thrill, the ache, the guilt, it all collided. Katsuki growled low, frustrated at himself, at the impossibility of separating desire from memory. He could feel Shinu responding, pulling at him, hands sliding down his sides, but still all Katsuki could see was Izuku, the weight of his solid, trembling body pressed against him, the trembling whimpers he couldn't stop thinking about, the trust he'd given Katsuki when he was at his weakest. Every was a betrayal to himself and yet a secret homage to the memory that burned too bright to ignore. He barked commands that weren't meant for Shinu, muttered praises that were meant for Izuku, letting the fantasy guide his motions. It was filthy, it was desperate, and it was intensely wrong. Katsuki's chest burned with jealousy, anger, and a longing he couldn't name, and he pushed harder, faster, trying to bury all the impossible thoughts into the physical, the temporary. His heartbeat spiked for all the wrong reasons. His mind flashed to green eyes, every crevasse of his body memorized. The memory blurred with the present until he couldn't tell which body was which. The breath that left his chest sounded like a choked sob, and before he could stop himself, his hand came up and struck. It was hard, a blow to the face, and the sound of skin meeting skin cut through the haze of the dimly lit master bedroom like a gunshot. Shinu froze, eyes wide for half a second before a crooked, breathless grin spread across his face. "Diamond," he said quietly, leaning closer. "I didn't know you were into the whole dominance play thing," he chuckled lowly. "You don't have to hold back if that's what you're into." Katsuki froze mid-motion, chest heaving, jaw tight, as something unfamiliar pricked at the edges of his eyes, blurring his sight. A low, trembling sound, not a sob, never that escaped him, unbidden. He could feel the tension coiling up, the ache in his chest twisting sharper, the ghost of Izuku pressing behind his vision. His own hands stilled, hovering, reluctant, and for the first time all night, he really looked at Shinu. Slim, toned. Beautiful but unremarkable black hair. Sharp brown eyes. Not green. The words twisted something sharp in Katsuki's chest. "If that's your thing." Hearing it said out loud, just casual dirty talk, made bile rise in his throat. He stared at the faint red mark blooming on Shinu's cheek and felt something break inside him. The realization hit him like a punch to the gut. This wasn't what he wanted. Not really. Every move, every kiss, every graze of skin had been a lie he'd told himself, a bandage over a wound that wouldn't heal. He wasn't here for pleasure anymore. He was here for a memory. And the memory wasn't enough. Katsuki's voice was low, clipped, ragged. "Why, stop." He didn't even remember his name. His hands dropped, slack, gripping only the edge of the bed as if it could anchor him to reality. He could feel the tears building, a tremor threatening to spill over. Maybe because he'd finally admitted the truth to himself. Izuku wasn't replaceable. He couldn't be faked. Not in the heat of some meaningless distraction. Shinu blinked, still grinning, but it faltered when he realized Katsuki wasn't looking at him anymore. Katsuki's shoulders hunched, his breath catching in his throat. "Hey," Shinu started, voice hesitant now. "It's fine really. It was kinda ho." "Get out," Katsuki said, voice hoarse. "What?" "Get the F dash out." The second time came out rougher, sharper, a growl breaking at the edges. Shinu hesitated, eyes flicking between the trembling hands at Katsuki's sides and the wet shine on his cheeks. Then he nodded silently, gathering his things. The sound of the zipper, the shuffle of fabric, it all felt miles away. Katsuki just stood there, staring at nothing, the tears falling harder now that he wasn't fighting them. The door clicked shut a moment later. And that was when he broke quietly, violently, head bowed, shoulders shaking with the kind of sound he hadn't made since he was a kid. Every sob came out like a curse, like he was furious at himself for feeling it at all. A strangled sound clawed its way out of his throat, rough and low, as he pressed his palms hard against his face. His shoulders shook, every breath shallow and uneven. F-, he hissed, voice cracking. F-, F-, F-. It wasn't anger anymore, it was worse. It was grief without a name. Shame that burned behind his ribs. He wanted to punch something, to scream until his throat bled, but all he could do was shake and gasp and try not to drown in it. He slid down the bed frame, knees giving out, landing hard against the floor. His head hit the side of the bed as he leaned back, trying to find something, anything to hold onto. But everything felt distant. The room was too quiet, the air too thick. The shadows swayed in the corners of his vision, and his thoughts split, fragments overlapping, too loud and too fast to catch. You're pathetic. You're weak. And you're the one who ruined it. You only have yourself to blame. The words weren't from anyone else. They were his. Over and over like it's on loop. Louder each time. He dug his nails into the sides of his bare thighs, scratching until they stung, blood blooming, grounding himself with the pain. It barely worked. The edges of his own breathing sounded warped, like he was listening from somewhere outside his body. His heart thundered in his ears, too fast, too hard. Too hot. Too tight. Too much. He sobbed, honest to God sobbed, desperate for air that wouldn't come, jaw clenched so hard it hurt. He could still smell smoke on his skin, liquor in his breath, the ghost of Izuku's voice somewhere between memory and hallucination. Kacchan. His head snapped up. The whisper hit him like a knife. He jerked upright, searching the empty room, heart hammering. For a fleeting second, he thought he heard Izuku's voice again, the worry, the softness, but it was gone, replaced by the echo of his own ragged breathing. Heat rolled through him, sharp and burning. Panic clawed at his ribs. He grabbed the edge of the bed, the rug, anything, trying to ground himself, but the floor felt slippery, unreal. Images flashed behind his eyes. Izuku in the bar bathroom, trembling, the hospital from the war, the panic when he thought he'd lost him. They collided with the weight of his own failures, the mess of his life he couldn't fix. The past and present bled together until he couldn't tell where he ended and the memory began. His chest tightened until it hurt to inhale. Thoughts scattered, uncatchable, too explosive, too broken. Maybe it would be able to fight back if he could actually breathe. He tried to speak, to call out, to curse the world or himself, but only a strangled gasp came out, then another, then more. His body shook from the inside out, so violently that his muscles began to ache in protest, and for a moment he felt weightless, unmoored, as if he weren't really sitting on the floor at all. The walls of his empty bedroom closed in, shrinking impossibly, pressing down with the weight of every mistake, every failure, every person he had ever hurt or failed to protect. Oh no. No. His hands clawed at his hair, at the carpet, at anything that could tether him back to something real. His vision flickered, shadowed, warped, edges dissolving. Every memory came in sharp bursts like his breaths, looping, crashing over him like waves he couldn't swim against. Izuku's face, Ochako's face, his mother's, everyone laughing, everyone happy, everyone gone from this moment, leaving him alone with his own chaos. His head fell forward, striking the floor one last time before his body gave up entirely. Darkness swallowed him, a terrifying, chaotic kind, but still a soft, merciful void with. When he woke, the sunlight felt sharp against his eyelids. It hit too early, cutting into the remnants of his ragged dream state, forcing him back into the waking world. The floor was hard beneath his back, the carpet cool against his flushed skin. His body ached in every joint, every muscle, a dull, persistent scream. He blinked, disoriented, the faint taste of bile lingering in his mouth. For a disjointed second, he didn't remember where he was until fear flared again, smaller this time, gnawing at the edges of his awareness. You're late. You're already failing. Katsuki groaned, forcing himself upright on trembling arms. His head swam, stomach still roiling as though the night hadn't ended. He'd been expecting the familiar routine to ground him, but the apartment felt alien, cold, unforgiving. He forced his legs under him, wobbling, muscles weak, and tried to pull himself together. A glance at the clock sent a fresh wave of anxiety spiraling through him. 8:13 a.m. The start of another day, another set of expectations, another battlefield where he was expected to perform flawlessly. He dragged himself toward the connected bathroom, staring at his own reflection. The eyes staring back at him were bloodshot, pupils dilated, hair sticking to his sweat-soaked forehead. He barely recognized the man he saw, frail, hollow, trembling. Minutes passed or hours, he couldn't tell. He washed his face with cold water, letting the shock of it ground him. Each movement was mechanical, forced. But it forced him not to think about whatever the hell happened last night. He threw on a fresh t-shirt and jeans, ignoring the heavy weight in his chest, the lingering nausea, the tremors in his fingers. By the time he left the apartment, the sun was higher, burning brighter against the city streets and the crisp air. He walked like a ghost, every step deliberate, every breath rationed. The panic hadn't gone away. It had only been shoved into the background, coiled and waiting. As he entered the agency, the familiar sounds of the city, the rush of people, the smell of asphalt and coffee, it all hit like a second wave. Normally, he thrived on this kind of energy, the pulse of routine, the smell of caffeine and adrenaline mixing in the air. But today it felt wrong, too bright, too loud, too fast. His vision tunneled, heart hammering in his chest. He blinked hard, trying to refocus, to make the world line up again, but it didn't. He told his body to move. Just one foot in front of the other. It would be an easy day, just financials for the agency workers and a sheet ton of paperwork before a simple patrol. Simple. Just get to the desk. Clock in. Pretend. Get back in the now. So he focused on the floor tiles, white-gray, scuffed, uneven. Counted his steps. Tried to match his breathing to them. 4 in. 6 out. Over and over. A trick he'd picked up from Hero Course, what you're supposed to do when an injured citizen was hyperventilating or on the verge of panicking. It barely helped now. His pulse was still racing. By the time he reached his station, the edges of his vision were flickering again. The floor was twisting like heat waves on asphalt. He dropped his bag a little too hard onto the floor and sank into the chair, hands gripping the edge of the desk like it might hold him steady. His fingers trembled. He hid it under the desk, flexing them against his knee until the sensation dulled. He opened his laptop, typed his login wrong 3 times, and swore under his breath. The curse didn't even sound like anger to his own ears, it sounded scared. He stared at the blinking cursor, trying to steady his breathing, but his chest kept stuttering, lungs refusing to cooperate. He rubbed a hand over his face, fingers trembling. Everything was too sharp. Every sensation screamed at him, overwhelming and indistinct. He couldn't filter any of it out. He used to take pride in how well he understood himself, every impulse, every emotion, even the ugly ones. He'd built his life on control, on knowing what he was feeling and how to use it to his best advantage. But this was foreign, terrifying. His mind felt split, one part screaming that he was fine, the other whispering that something fundamental, something vital was cracking inside him. At least he could breathe now, but thinking about how long that would last just added to the worry nagging in his brain. Get it together, he whispered to himself, voice low and shaking. Just breathe. You're fine. But he wasn't. He didn't even know what fine meant anymore. His body wasn't his, it moved without him. He yelled at coworkers, answered questions, even held a few small conversations. The words came out right, the gestures natural, but none of it felt real. His mind kept slipping out of sync, like he was watching someone else wear his skin. Every so often, he'd zone out, blink, and suddenly minutes were gone, tasks half finished, files in the wrong order. He'd jolt back, heart pounding, struggling to remember what he'd just done. It scared him more than he wanted to admit. Was this exhaustion? Stress? Something else? He didn't know. He didn't want to. The hours ended up bleeding together. Katsuki didn't even realize it was almost noon until Kirishima's loud but voice cut through the noise like a jolt of static. Yo, Bakugo. You headin' to the briefing? Katsuki blinked, halfway through reviewing a plan he couldn't remember starting. He looked down and realized he'd been holding the same pen for nearly an hour, the ink smeared across the page. His handwriting, normally sharp and precise, was jagged, uneven, like someone else had done it. "Yeah," he muttered, rubbing the heel of his hand over his eye. "Yeah, I'm coming." The conference room was too bright. Every reflection in the glass, every shift of paper, every cough, he noticed everything. It was like his senses were turned all the way up, and his brain couldn't keep up. The low murmur of the other heroes talking made his head pound. He tried to focus on the screen at the front of the room, the mission maps and statistics, but the words blurred. His eyes tracked them automatically, but they didn't sink in. He caught glimpses of faces, Cellophane actually paying attention for once, Chargebolt yawning, half asleep like always, Red Riot scribbling notes, but they all felt far away. The kind of far that wasn't about distance, but about disconnection. Katsuki's fingers drummed against the table unconsciously, keeping a rhythm just to remind himself he was still there. He only stopped when he realized the whole table was staring at him. Someone said his name. He blinked. What? The team lead, Mirko today, was frowning slightly. "I said you've got the West Perimeter Patrol, Dynamite. You good with that?" He forced a nod. Yeah, fine." Her eyes lingered on him for a moment longer, but she didn't press. The meeting moved on, the noise washing over him again. He stared at the map until the lines started to ripple. His own voice, in his head, repeated the words like a mantra. "Fine. I'm fine. Just tired." When the room cleared out, he stayed a few seconds longer, just breathing. His chest hurt. His hands hurt. He realized he'd been gripping the edge of the table so tightly his knuckles had gone white. By the time he made it to the locker room, his reflection in the mirror looked worse than that morning. His face was pale, all sharp edges and shadows, eyes bloodshot and ringed in red. His lips were cracked, the skin beneath his eyes faintly bruised from lack of sleep. For a second, he didn't recognize himself. The man staring back looked older, weaker, hollowed out. Like something had been carved out from the inside and nothing had been put back. He pressed his fingers to his temple, tracing the faint pulse there, just to make sure he was still real. The throb beneath his skin felt too fast, too fragile, like his body was still running from something his mind couldn't catch up to. It grounded him for half a second, and then the dizziness came back, that strange, floating disconnection that made him want to slam his fist into the wall just to feel something solid again. He turned away from the mirror and started changing, slow and deliberate, as if rushing would make him unravel. He peeled off his civilian clothes and reached for his hero gear, movements mechanical, detached. His hands trembled when he tugged his shirt off. The motion made the room tilt slightly, vision tunneling for a moment before it righted itself. His undershirt stuck to his skin, clinging with a faint layer of cold sweat. He struggled a bit when he went to tighten the straps across his chest. Something felt off. The armor sat lower on his shoulders, the familiar pressure of it uneven and wrong. He frowned, tugging at the buckles again, irritation burning faintly through the haze. Then he froze. The fabric hung looser than usual, the straps needing an extra pull to tighten around his chest and waist. The rest slipped on easier, too easy. His shirt bunched where it used to stretch snug across his torso. He stared at himself again, at the way his collarbones stood out just a little sharper, at the faint hollowness along his stomach, at the ridges of muscle that looked more like outlines than strength. Had he lost weight? He hadn't noticed. Or maybe he had. Maybe it was the skipped meals, the cigarettes in place of dinner, the night spent drinking until everything blurred. He told himself he was fine like usual. He had to be fine. But the mirror said otherwise. He turned away before the thought could sink too deep and finished dressing, cinching straps much tighter than necessary, movements quick and uncareful. He strapped the last piece of armor on, but his hands trembled so badly the latch slipped once, twice, before catching. He cursed under his breath, low and sharp, then slammed the locker shut harder than necessary. The sound echoed through the room, and for a second he almost hoped someone would walk in, tell him to get his sheet together, snap him out of it. Nobody did, of course. The quiet pressed down again, thick, suffocating, shrinking him even more. By the time he stepped outside, the now almost freezing November air hit him like a slap, sharp, almost clean, scraping his lungs raw in a way that reminded him he was still breathing. It helped for about 3 seconds. Then the heaviness crept back in, dragging behind his ribs like wet cement. His boots hit the pavement in steady rhythm, but his mind lagged somewhere behind. Every noise as he headed across the perimeter, a shout, a car horn, the crackle of radio comms, made him flinch like a scared puppy. His heartbeat felt out of sync, racing and stuttering, his chest tightening like his body couldn't decide if it was ready to fight or fall apart. He ran a hand through his hair, trying to shake the static from his thoughts. Everything felt off, too bright, too loud, too much. The air smelled like smog and burnt rubber, but underneath it was something else, something faint and metallic, blood, maybe, or just the memory of it. He swallowed hard, forcing his breathing into something that sounded normal. Nobody noticed him as he passed through the station's corridors. No one looked close enough to see that his hands were shaking or that his eyes kept flicking to shadows that weren't there. They just saw dynamite, posture straight, expression unreadable. He walked forward, jaw locked, breath measured. Because that's what heroes did. They pushed through. Even when their hands shook. Even when their bodies didn't feel like their own. Even when they weren't sure what was wrong with them anymore. The patrol started like any other. Noise. Crowds. The hum of the city. Katsuki moved through it on autopilot, his instincts doing the work. He spoke to civilians, redirected traffic, nodded at reporters. He said all the right things, but none of it registered. His head buzzed, his mind looping with fragments that didn't make sense. He felt completely insane. Halfway through the patrol, something broke his rhythm. A kid tripped near the barricade, scraping his knee. Normally, Katsuki would have crouched down, put him back on his feet, scolded him to watch where he was going. That's literally his job. But this time he just stared. The sound of the crying warped in his ears, too loud, echoing. The kid's voice twisted into something else higher, sharper, like that day in Jaku so long ago when Izuku screamed his name. He blinked and the image snapped back. The kid was fine, already being helped up by a bystander. Katsuki's chest seized. He turned away fast, skiing in another breath that felt like broken glass. His vision blurred at the edges, the sound of the city collapsing into white noise. What the hell is wrong with me? He knew the answer. It wasn't a what. It was a who. He pressed his palms to his eyes until color burst behind them. He needed to move, had to move, or he'd start shaking again. So he did. He finished the route, each step mechanical, his hands twitching every time he thought too long. When he reported back to the agency, the receptionist barely glanced up. Just another day. Another mission logged. Only it wasn't. He was smart enough to know that. When he stepped back into the agency building, everything felt muted, like the world had been turned down a few notches. Too low. His boots echoed down the hall, too loud in the narrow space. The air inside the building was warm, but he couldn't stop shivering. He passed other pros in the corridor, faces he knew, voices he recognized, but they blurred together. Someone clapped him on the shoulder, said something like, "Good work out there," and he nodded on instinct. He didn't even hear the rest. Every sound seemed muffled, like his head was underwater. By the time he reached his locker again, the tremor in his hands was worse. He sat down heavily on the bench in front of it, elbows on his knees, staring at the floor. His gauntlets still smelled faintly of smoke and sweat. The scent made his stomach twist. He didn't know how long he'd been sitting there, staring at the floor, staring at himself in some distant reflection in the metal lockers. Eventually the door opened, and he barely noticed the sound over the pounding in his own head. A shadow fell across the floor. "Bakugo!" The voice was firm, steady, familiar, and concerned. Katsuki's head jerked up. What? Kirishima stood there, hands stuffed loosely in the pockets of his jacket, eyes scanning him like he wasn't entirely sure whether to approach or not. There was that careful hesitation, the kind of thing that only stupid friends who actually care do. "Hey, I haven't seen you around much since the weekend. You still okay?" Katsuki's lips twitched, almost into a sneer. "I'm great," he said quickly, voice sharp, clipped. His jaw tightened, fists clenching at his sides. "What's it to you?" Kirishima sighed slightly but didn't back down. He shifted closer, lowering his voice. "I just noticed you were pretty wiped at the bar. You didn't look great, man. Thought maybe. I'm better now. Just pretend that didn't happen, okay? Katsuki barked, the words too loud, too harsh, echoing in the empty room. He shoved off the bench and stalked toward his locker, trying to anchor himself in motion. The movement didn't help. His fingers shook as he fumbled with the straps of his gauntlets, pulling them and yanking, letting them go again, repeating the motion almost mechanically. Kirishima stayed put, watching him, patient but unflinching. Bro, seriously. You're not fooling anyone. You look like crap. Like seriously shitty. The words hit him like a punch. Not from a stranger, not from an enemy, but from someone who knew him, someone who had shared enough battles and nights out to recognize the cracks in him. I said I'm fine, he muttered, eyes flicking to the floor. Kirishima shrugged, unoffended. Alright. Just if you need someone to talk to, you know. You don't gotta deal with all that by yourself. Katsuki's hands flexed against the straps of his armor. His pulse thundered in his ears, and a low growl formed in his throat. I don't need anyone, he snapped, eyes downcast, voice rough. The words hit sharper than he intended. Kirishima stepped closer, lifting his hand as if to pat him on the back. Yeah, sure. But, he pauses, hand dropping, easy smile slipping away. Wait bro, your armor. It's not looking right. Katsuki froze, fingers pausing mid-motion as he reached for the clasp at his chest. He only just noticed himself. He thought he had more time to go get it adjusted before someone pointed it out. What are you talking about, shitty hair? He muttered, tugging at a buckle, voice tense. Bro, you don't think you've lost weight recently? Kirishima pressed more urgently, concern in his voice. Not to be weird, but bro, I touch you every day. I know what your costume looks like, and look at the straps, they're all loose, man. This isn't just off, it could actually be dangerous out in the field. To you and everyone else. You need to get it altered. Like SAP. He hesitated, pretending to inspect the armor rather than Katsuki himself, but his gaze flicked over his friend's body. What the hell, man? Normally you're so solid. Almost my level of pure manly muscle. Not this. He cleared his throat, forcing a small laugh. You trying to impersonate All Might or something? You're getting pretty DMN close. Katsuki's jaw tightened, irritation flashing across his features. Don't need a lecture, Red Riot. I'm on a cut. Kirishima blinked, expression narrowing, stunned by the sudden sharp edge in his voice, but he didn't back down. I'm not lecturing, Bakugo. And like heck you are. I mean sheet, I'm trying not to freak out because you're my friend, but this isn't you. Katsuki clenched his teeth. His fingers flexed against the straps of his armor again, tugging at them in a way that was half habit, half desperate attempt to regain control. His pulse thumped erratically in his ears, each beat hammering a reminder that something inside him was fraying. Just let it go, goddammit, he muttered, voice rougher than he meant. He tugged off the gauntlets, sliding them onto the bench with a sharp clack. Each piece felt heavier somehow, almost foreign. Kirishima's gaze followed every movement, silent but insistent before he took a cautious step closer, brow furrowed, voice low but insistent. I don't think I can let it go. Look at yourself, men. Seriously. Look at the mirror. That's not normal. Katsuki's fingers twitched with irritation against the edge of the armor, tightening reflexively. Heat rose to his neck, burning in his ears. I said I'm fine, he muttered, almost inaudible, but the tremor in his voice betrayed him. He shifted, leaning into the bench as if putting distance between them could somehow shield him from the observation. You say that so much, Kirishima said, voice annoyingly calm but firm, but it doesn't look like you believe it. Hell, it doesn't even look like you, Bakubro. His hands shook visibly now, betraying the veneer he was trying to hold. He hated feeling weak. Hated that Kirishima, of all people, could see it. It's nothing. Stop poking around, all right? He spat, though the words were weak, faltering. I'm not, Kirishima said, holding his hands up in a gesture of surrender, but his eyes didn't waver. I don't get it, man. I don't know what's got you like this. And it's scary as hell seeing you like this and not being able to do anything. Katsuki swallowed hard, forcing a bitter laugh that tasted like metal in his mouth. You don't get it because you're not me, he muttered, voice low, almost a growl. He tugged at the strap again, his costume jack slipping easier over his narrower shoulders than it ever had. When did that happen? None of you are. Nobody is. Kirishima frowned, a mix of concern and frustration in his expression. I don't need to be you to see that something's wrong. I'm just asking, man, I'm begging as your best friend. Talk to me. Or anyone else. Just someone. Please. Katsuki gritted his teeth, fumbling for the edge of the bench to steady himself. I don't need this, he muttered, voice raw. You don't, Kirishima said, annoyance slipping into his tone, but you can't keep pretending it's not happening. The words hit harder than he expected. He wanted to argue, to growl, to push him away, but instead he just rubbed a hand down his face, closing his eyes for a long moment. Finally, he muttered, I'm leaving. Katsuki grabbed his bag from the locker and slung it over his shoulder, the metal clinking faintly as he adjusted the strap. His fingers still trembled, though he masked it by shoving his hands deep into his pockets. He could feel Kirishima's eyes on him the whole time, steady, worried, heavy with the kind of concern Katsuki didn't want to deal with. He pushed out through the station doors into the evening air, the cold biting against his skin. The noise of the city hit him all at once, engines rumbling, people shouting, the hum of movement that never stopped. He pulled a crumpled pack of cigarettes from his jacket pocket before he even reached the bottom step. The lighter clicked, once, twice, before the flame caught. The tip flared orange, briefly lighting up the sharp cut of his face. He drew in a breath, long and deliberate, the smoke settling heavy in his lungs. Kirishima's footsteps followed behind him. Another one already? His voice was calm but laced with unease. Katsuki exhaled through his nose, smoke curling out in thin ribbons. You counting now? He muttered, eyes fixed ahead. Kirishima shoved his hands into his pockets. Kinda hard not to when you've had, what, 6 today? You shouldn't be doing that shit on the job, and anyway, you're gonna burn a hole in your chest, bro. Katsuki gave a short, humorless laugh. It's my chest to burn. That's not really the point, Kirishima said quietly. Katsuki didn't reply. He took another drag instead, slower this time, the ember pulsing sickeningly like a heartbeat in the dim light. For a moment, it almost felt like he was finally steady again, something he hadn't felt since the day before. The ritual of it, the inhale and exhale, was the only thing keeping him tethered. They stood on the steps in silence, the distant sound of sirens echoing off the buildings. Kirishima shifted beside him, rocking slightly on his heels before saying, I miss you, you know. Katsuki snorted, smoke spilling from his mouth. What the hell's that supposed to mean? I mean, you're different. You look like hell. You don't really come out with us anymore. Kirishima's brow furrowed, voice low but firm, and don't think I didn't notice how off you were today. That was like anxiety or something, Bakubro. I don't know what the hell's going on with you, but anyone could see that was bad. You should really think about getting it checked. Katsuki gave him a sidelong look, something sharp flickering behind his eyes. You done analyzing me, Dr. Red? Kirishima didn't take the bait. He just sighed, his voice softening. You weren't like this before. I mean, yeah, you always smoked, but not like this. Not chain after chain. It's like you're trying to drown something out. Katsuki froze mid-drag. For a second, something flickered, recognition, guilt, maybe anger. Then he exhaled hard, the smoke catching in his throat. You talk too much, he muttered, the words rasping out low. Kirishima tilted his head, studying him with a sharp-toothed grin, and you don't talk enough. That made Katsuki flinch. He didn't mean to, but it slipped through before he could stop it. He brought the cigarette back to his lips, hiding behind the motion. His pulse pounded in his ears, too fast, too heavy. I don't need a DMN babysitter, he muttered. I'm not trying to babysit you, Kirishima said, his tone patient, though his brows drew together. I don't know, man. I feel like I'm watching you fade out. You're here, but you're not. Katsuki let out a bitter sound that wasn't quite a laugh. Yeah, maybe I like it that way. Katsuki let the smoke curl lazily from his lips, eyes half-lidded against the streetlights. For a long moment, he just watched the haze drift into the late afternoon, feeling the burn in his chest as if it mirrored something deeper inside him. You know, he started, voice low, rough, almost swallowed by the night. The thing that's got me like this, it's not a mission. Not some hero-level disaster. Not the villains, the pressure, the chaos. He took another drag, fingers tightening around the cigarette until his knuckles were white. It's just a person. Kirishima froze, brows knitting together, leaning slightly against the rail beside him. A person? He asked carefully, voice quieter than usual. Like he didn't want to push, but he also wanted to hear what he was finally saying. Katsuki let out a humorless laugh, letting it rasp out like he didn't even mean it. Yeah. A goddamn person. Can you believe that? Everything else? I could handle it. I've handled worse, done worse, been worse. But this is the thing that has me losing it. Makes my chest feel like it's gonna tear itself apart. Makes my head spin. Makes me feel like I'm falling and I can't even grab onto anything solid. Pretty sure I had a panic attack or whatnot last night. That sheet messed me up today more than any hangover ever has. Kirishima's expression softened, concern sharpening at the edges. That sounds bad. Really bad. I didn't even know you were in any relationship, man, he cleared his throat. But if that's what this is about, you're in some kind of toxic relationship, you know there's counselors for couples or dash. Katsuki let out a sharp, humorless laugh, shoulders shaking with the force of it. Relationship? Don't get it twisted, Red, he said, voice low and rough. I'm not in a relationship. Not like that. You're really about to give me romance advice. He flicked ash from the cigarette, eyes narrowing at Kirishima, though the laugh didn't entirely leave his chest. You're cute, but you're wrong as hell. Kirishima blinked, taken aback, fumbling for words. Wait, what do you mean, not in a relationship? Thank you. His voice trailed off, worry threading through confusion. Katsuki exhaled slowly, letting the smoke escape his nostrils like a sigh he didn't realize he'd been holding. His voice dropped low, rough, almost a growl. Oh come on, you always knew it. Izuku. That. Midoriya. He didn't meet Kirishima's eyes. He couldn't. The name alone carried the weight, the ache, and the heat in his chest. I've been fing him. Kirishima froze, mouth slightly open. His brows shot up so fast they almost disappeared into his hairline. Wait, what? I said it, Katsuki muttered, voice clipped, teeth grinding. I'm seeing him. Hooking up with him. Sleeping with him. The whole goddamn package. He finally let his gaze flick toward Kirishima, eyes sharp and dangerous, but haunted. And yeah, I know I'm a piece of shit bastard. I know I'm messing up. But I can't stop thinking about him. Can't stop needing him. Can't. He trailed off, voice roughening, chest tightening. Kirishima's eyes went impossibly wider. His jaw literally dropped, and he took a cautious step back, like Katsuki had just swung a punch at him in the middle of the sidewalk. Wait, what? He said, voice rising in disbelief. You been with Izuku? Deku? Baku Katsuki, that's what the hell, man. His jaw was tight, fingers curling into fists at his sides. Yeah, he muttered, voice low, rough. I know what you're thinking. Don't even start. Kirishima pressed his palms to his face, still processing, voice sharp with anger but edged with concern. I'm thinking you're insane, Bakugo. And more than a little reckless. And, God, you're messing around with Midoriya? She's taken. Focus. This isn't okay. Katsuki let out a humorless laugh, bitter and short. Okay, is long gone, you idiot. I don't care anymore. He ran a hand through his hair, eyes narrowing against the streetlight. He's the one who calls. Anytime. Anytime he wants, he texts, I answer. He wants me there, I go. Doesn't matter if it's 5 a.m, middle of the night. Doesn't matter if I'm busy. Doesn't matter if it's wrong. I can't not go. He exhaled roughly, dragging the smoke deep, letting it burn as he finally let a fragment of vulnerability slip. I need him. Boys. Can't stop. Can't act normal around him, Can't stop myself when I get him alone. Kirishima shook his head, stepping closer, voice urgent. Bakugo, that's messed up. You're putting him in danger. And you're putting yourself at risk. You can't just do that. He ran a hand down his face, jaw tight, taking a step closer. You don't get it, he's with Uraraka, Baku. She's his partner, for real. You're messing with someone else's life. That's not just reckless, it's messed up. Katsuki's teeth ground together. Yeah. Believe me, I know. But you think I don't care? You think I don't feel it? Every dim and time I leave, every time I see him with her, it eats me alive. But I can't stop myself. And I can't pretend it doesn't matter. His voice faltered for a fraction, caught in the tension between confession and shame. I'm too far in to turn back anyway. Kirishima's eyes softened a fraction, concern overtaking his initial shock, but the moral outrage didn't vanish. Baku, I get that you care about him. I know you do. But this isn't just about feelings. You're putting yourself on the line. You're supposed to be a hero. Your job, your reputation, even him. If someone found out, if this leaked, it could ruin both of you. You're risking everything, and for what? Some secret hookups. Katsuki exhaled, letting the smoke curl lazily from his lips, eyes narrowed against the dim streetlight. Yeah, I get it, he muttered, voice low, rough, but lacking any real conviction. You don't need to lecture me. I know the risks. I know the DMN consequences. Doesn't mean I care. Doesn't mean I stop. He flicked the ash off the tip of the cigarette, shoulders tense, jaw tight. This isn't some mission I can walk away from. Always him. And I can't just act like it's nothing. Kirishima's brow furrowed, unease growing, frustration edging his concern. Baku, that's not nothing. You're gonna get hurt. He's gonna get hurt. Someone's gonna find out. You're gonna crash into something you can't just fix with your fists or explosions. He stepped closer, hands slightly raised as if to reach out, though he didn't. And I can't just sit here and watch that happen to my friend. Katsuki's gaze hardened, almost daring him to say more. Yeah? Well, what do you want me to do, huh? Pretend it's nothing? Like I give a shit about what anyone thinks? You think I'm gonna stop wanting him? His words snapped, harsh and bitter, but there was a fatigue under them, an edge that even Kirishima noticed. I just don't want to watch you fall apart over this. Kirishima said, voice quieter now, almost pleading. Baku, I know you're strong. I know you've got this whole hero thing down. But you're not invincible. You can't handle this by yourself. He paused, swallowing hard. You're a mess right now, and I can't let you keep doing this alone. I'm worried about you. Katsuki flinched at the worry in Kirishima's voice, a feeling he wasn't used to confronting. He let out a short, humorless laugh. Worried? What do you expect me to do, huh? Cry on your shoulder? Beg for advice? That's not me. Never has been. He flicked the cigarette again, the glow flaring briefly in the dark. I'll handle it. Like I always do. Kirishima's frustration sharpened again, eyes intense. Yeah, but what if handling it doesn't work this time? What if you hit a wall you can't punch through? He paused, swallowing hard. Listen, next week, I've got that mission in America. Some disaster in California. It's gonna be rough. But maybe you should come. Just for a little while. Get away. Help out. Fat Gum would sure as heck appreciate it, and it would mean Amajiki could stay home. And hell, maybe it'll give you a break from everything. Katsuki's head snapped toward him, sharp and incredulous. Come with you? To America? You're serious? Dead serious. Kirishima said quickly, voice earnest, leaning closer. I'm asking, Bakubro. Please. Just don't stay here and burn yourself out. For me. Katsuki's first reaction was a scoff, sharp and short. You think I need your help? His hands flexed, jaw tight. I don't need a break. I don't need sheet. I don't want a break. I can handle it. You do need help. Kirishima's voice rose slightly, frustration and concern threading through. I'm saying you're gonna kill yourself if you keep going like this. And you're not thinking about what this is doing to you? Or him. Or anyone else. Just blow off some steam. For yourself. Katsuki hesitated, chest tight, eyes flicking away from Kirishima's earnest gaze. He could feel the weight of his friend's concern pressing on him, suffocating yet oddly grounding. I don't do that. Running away. You're not being stubborn for fun this time, man. Kirishima's voice was firm. I'm begging you. You won't have to talk about him. You don't have to think about this sheet. Just get away, breathe. Let yourself be somewhere else for a while. Katsuki hesitated, fingers twitching around the cigarette, mind flickering to Izuku, to everything he'd been dragging along for himself. And you think, just going with you? Mission or not, that'll fix anything. No, Kirishima said honestly. Nothing fixes anything overnight. But maybe, just maybe, it'll give you space. A breather. And I don't care if you don't say it out loud, you deserve one. Katsuki let out a long, slow breath, flicking the cigarette and watching it spiral down into the gutter. Fine, he muttered finally, voice clipped, but there was a trace of something else under it, a reluctant acquiescence. I'll go. But don't expect me to do sheet for you. 'Cause I won't be happy about it. Kirishima's face broke into a relieved grin, but he kept his tone measured. You won't regret it. I promise. Katsuki shoved his hands deep into his jacket pockets as he walked, the cold night air biting at his skin. His boots hit the pavement in steady rhythm, the sound dull under the low hum of the city. Each step took him further from Kirishima, but his words lingered, clinging, echoing, refusing to fade. You deserve a break. He scoffed quietly to himself, breath fogging in the air. A break? Yeah, like his mind would let him rest. By the time he reached his apartment, the city had gone quieter. The streetlights buzzed faintly, flickering once as he unlocked the door and stepped inside. The air inside was still stale coffee and the faint trace of burnt gunpowder clinging to his clothes. He didn't bother turning on the lights. The dim glow from the window was enough. He didn't bother taking off his boots, just shrugged out of his jacket and dropped it carelessly over the back of the couch. The room felt even bigger than usual, too quiet. He rubbed a hand over his face, his hands slightly numb from the cold, exhaustion settling deep in his bones. Despite it, his nerves still buzzed under his skin. For a moment, he just stood there staring blankly at nothing until the quiet started pressing too heavy on his chest, taking his breath once again. So he moved. He needed to move. He grabbed a glass of water, though it went untouched on the counter. His gaze drifted to his phone sitting face down by the sink. The screen stayed dark, but he didn't need to see it to feel the weight of it. And yet, if Izuku called, he hated it. He hated him. Hated how much he missed him. Hated how much it still hurt, how much goddamn power the guy had over him. He wasn't the good guy in this story. He knew that. But knowing didn't make it stop. Didn't make the need go away. He turned from the counter, the sound of his scuffed boots dragging faintly across the pristine flooring. The couch waited where he'd left it, rumpled blanket, faint indent from the night before. He should eat. He should shower. He should move on. But instead, he sank down onto the couch, staring at the floor until the lines blurred. His stomach twisted, empty and unbothered. The untouched glass of water caught the dim light from the window, half filled and forgotten. The cold of the room pressed in against his skin, and still, it felt better than the heat that came whenever Izuku's name crossed his mind. Kirishima's words floated back to him. You deserve a break. That absolute BSRD. He almost laughed. A bitter, humorless sound. A break? There was no such thing. Just pauses before the next hit. Still, somewhere deep down, buried under the exhaustion, the ache, the hollow pit in his stomach, something whispered that maybe he'd take it anyway. He slumped back, muscles heavy, exhaustion finally creeping in beneath the haze of nicotine and persisting hunger. The ceiling blurred above him, the edges of his thoughts fraying around Kirishima's offer. Maybe it wouldn't fix anything. Maybe nothing could. But maybe it would make him forget just for a while. That might be enough. The week passed in a blur that didn't feel like time at all. Just noise. Movement. Obligation. He followed the routine, but not without difficulty. Katsuki showed up to work. Clocked in. Patrolled. Signed paperwork he didn't read. He slept when his body gave out and smoked when it didn't. Meals turned into coffee, and coffee turned into vodka. Vodka turned into nothing at all. There was nothing from Izuku, no call, no text, not even a glimpse of him in passing. It was like that last night hadn't happened at all. Like the past months had been erased, wiped clean, as if they'd never existed. He couldn't care less. The penthouse apartment stayed messy lately, ashtrays full, laundry half-folded, dishes upon dishes stacked in the sink. He'd meant to clean. He didn't. He'd meant to call Kirishima back about the travel schedule. He didn't do that either until 3 days later when Kirishima showed up at his door holding a printed itinerary and a look that said, "You're lucky, I still have patience for you." Katsuki had just grunted, taken the paper, and mumbled something along the lines of, "Yeah, I'll be ready." He wasn't ready. By the end of the week, the mission trip started sounding less like an opportunity and more like a punishment he'd earned. He told himself he didn't care either way, that maybe being somewhere else would finally shut everything up. The Wednesday morning came too bright, too sharp. The city noise felt wrong, grating, but that's becoming the everyday normal. Katsuki went through his routine by muscle memory: shower, uniform, jacket, keys. He lit one before he even left the apartment, holding it between his teeth while he zipped his jacket. The smell of Nick had already seeped into the new leather he bought 2 days ago. Denki texted him, "Don't be late, bro," with 3 exclamation points and a stupid emoji in the dumbass group chat Mina created and titled, "The Baku Squad." Katsuki ignored it, but he would still show up on time. By the time he reached the commission building, the elevator's hum already pounded against his skull. He exhaled smoke on the walk up, flicked the butt into the street drain, and tried not to think about why he felt like he was walking into a fight. He told himself it was just another meeting, that the nerves chewing at his ribs were nothing, that whatever guilt still clawed at him for things he couldn't have, couldn't fix was just leftover static from the week without seeing him. But when he stepped inside the conference room and saw her, Uravity, standing near the front, full costume, clipboard in hand, hair tied back in that clean, practical way she'd always preferred, he felt like he'd been stabbed through the gut. For a moment, the air went out of the room. He stood frozen in the doorway, hands still half raised from pushing it open, the hum of voices fading beneath a static roar in his ears. She looked exactly the same as she had those few days ago, sharp, confident, put together, but there was something different about her now. Maybe it was how the morning light from the wide windows caught the edge of her hair, turning brown into gold. Maybe it was how easily she smiled when someone from the team spoke to her, how relaxed her shoulders were, how steady. She looked like someone who slept through the night. Someone whose life wasn't quietly crumbling underneath the weight of something she couldn't name. Someone whole. He hated that his first instinct was to search the room for Izuku. His eyes darted automatically across the rows of heroes and sidekicks, to the far wall where the mission screens flickered. But he wasn't there. Of course he wasn't. Katsuki forced himself to look away before anyone noticed. Ochako glanced up then, mid-conversation with the head analyst. She nodded once, professional, polite, as if nothing had ever happened. Because in her world, nothing had. She didn't know. She didn't know that she was part of the thing that was slowly destroying him. He could feel the weight of eyes on him, heroes from various agencies, maybe Red Riot or Chargebolt from across the room, but none of it mattered. All that mattered was her standing there like she hadn't been the other half of Izuku's world. Like she wasn't the proof that Katsuki had crossed every line that mattered. He caught himself staring too long, jaw locked, expression neutral. It was easier to focus on her voice when she started speaking again, calm, composed, clipped in the way of someone who had practiced not letting their emotions show. But all he could think was how normal she sounded. How fine. And somewhere deep down, buried under all the anger and guilt and exhaustion, he envied her for it. For still being able to stand up straight. For not breaking the way he had. Katsuki blinked, shaking his head as if to physically dislodge the tightness in his chest. The hum of murmured conversation in the room came back into focus, and he realized everyone was taking their seats at the long, polished conference table. He slid in beside Kirishima, who gave him a cautious smile. Katsuki barely acknowledged it, fingers drumming against the edge of the table, mind still half occupied with the image of Ochako standing at the front. It's 7 a.m. He could seriously use a drink. The room quieted as Best Jeanist cleared his throat, posture straight, eyes sweeping the agents assembled. "Good morning, everyone," he began, voice calm but commanding. "As you know, we're preparing for the overseas mission next week in the West. There are multiple objectives, and coordination will be key. Let's keep distractions to a minimum." He forced himself to focus on Best Jeanist. The man was outlining the schedule, breaking down teams, specifying roles. Important stuff. But it was impossible. Each time Ochako's eyes met his or even glanced vaguely in his direction, he had to look away, avoiding eye contact at all costs. Kirishima beside him shifted in his seat, fingers curling around his pen like he wanted to fidget but didn't want to draw attention. Katsuki caught the subtle worry in his friend's eyes, the silent reminder that he knew what Katsuki had stupidly admitted just days ago. His gut twisted, but he pressed a hand to his knee, steadying himself. He cursed himself for saying anything in the first place. Best Jeanist continued, his voice breaking down contingencies and backup plans, but Katsuki could barely process the words. The acrid smell of his own lingering anxiety and the faint smoke on his clothes mixed with the coffee and paper scent in the room. He adjusted in his chair, the armor still snug underneath his jacket, straps hung unevenly against his chest. He noted it with a flicker of irritation. He should have gotten it altered like Kirishima suggested, damn it, but now wasn't the time. Ochako finally looked up from her notes, scanning the room. "I actually have some questions regarding on how everyone's ID and communication devices are synced. Katsuki's jaw tightened. All she did was speak, but it hit him in a way nothing else had lately. She didn't know, couldn't know, and yet every word reminded him of Izuku, of who was supposed to be her significant other. A faint cough beside him brought him back just enough to catch Kirishima giving him a sidelong glance, eyebrows furrowed. Katsuki's fingers itched to tell him to drop it, to ignore it, but he kept his silence, jaw tight, forcing himself to focus on the meeting. Best Jeanist continued, detailing timelines and travel arrangements, every instruction meticulous. Katsuki found himself counting the minutes until he could leave, until the briefing ended, until he could step outside and breathe. Ochako shifted slightly, handing a printout to another agent. The slight movement brought the pen in her hand to tap once more on the clipboard. Katsuki's eyes caught it, and he realized he was still staring. Kirishima nudged him slightly, low enough that only he could hear. "Baku bro, you okay?" "Shut up," Katsuki muttered, voice low and rough, more to himself than to anyone else. The rest of the meeting passed in a haze. Ochako moved, spoke, organized, and he hated that even her presence could make him feel so hollow. When Best Jeanist finally wrapped up, his voice firm and conclusive, "All right then. Departure is early this evening. Check your assignments one more time and report any issues immediately." Katsuki let out a quiet breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. He didn't look at anyone as he stood, pulling his jacket tighter. Ochako gave him a polite nod, professional, unaware. Kirishima gave him another concerned glance, silently urging him to talk, to admit something, anything. Katsuki's hands flexed, curling into fists at his sides as he muttered, almost to himself, "Just get me out of here." And with that, he stepped toward the door, the tension in the room folding behind him. The trip to the airport was quiet, tense, with Kirishima trying to keep the mood light while Katsuki stared out the window, lost in his own dumb thoughts. Security and check-ins went smoothly, but Katsuki moved through each step like he was operating on muscle memory alone. The flight itself was equally uneventful. People tried to spark a conversation once or twice, but Katsuki shut it down with one-word answers, jaw tight, earbuds in. Typical that the music he'd thrown on without thinking turned out to be. "Ease off, baby, just ease off, you're killing him." After barely 30 seconds, his stomach twisted so violently he ripped the earbuds out and shoved them into his pocket, suddenly nauseous. Yeah, he could sleep instead. The sun was just beginning to set by the time Katsuki reached the district he'd been assigned, somewhere deep in New Mexico's stretch of open desert and sprawling highways, a place where the sky felt too wide and the land too quiet. The American pros called it the Western Perimeter, a region built on long roads, isolated towns, and pockets of villain activity that cropped up like brush fires. And Dynamite? Nobody here knew him. Nobody whispered his name with awe or irritation. Nobody stared too long or hurried out of his way. It should have felt freeing. Instead, it felt hollow. Boring already. The corporation hosting them had booked each visiting pro in separate regions to keep things discreet. Chargebolt in Sacramento with Edge Shot and Tentacle. Uravity in Boston with whoever Ryukyu's newest sidekick is. Kirishima ended up in Phoenix with Fat Gum and Sun Eater. Katsuki, unfortunately or maybe luckily, got a sleek, polished hotel overlooking the city and a horizon that went on forever. Fancy enough that the receptionist kept calling him Mr. Dynamite, like it was a stage name. Almost exactly like his apartment back in Mizudafu. When he entered his room, the blast of cold AC hit him first sharp, almost startling after the dry heat outside. The space was clean, modern, with a king-sized bed he wasn't going to use, a glossy bathroom, a desk he wasn't going to sit at, and floor-to-ceiling windows that opened to a view of the city glowing orange under the dying sun. He set his bag down, stood still, and for a moment, the silence pressed too close. But he wasn't lonely. No way. He grabbed his phone. He didn't even think about it, just tapped Kirishima's contact, pacing the room as it rang. Kirishima picked up on the second ring. Bro, you made it? How's it looking over there? Katsuki paced to the window, staring out at the empty stretch of land. It's hot, I guess, he muttered. Kirishima laughed. Yeah, that's the Southwest for you. We're checking into our place now. Fat Gum almost broke the revolving door trying to get in. I think I saw Amajiki's soul leave his body. Katsuki huffed a weak sound, something almost like a laugh. His shoulders loosened a fraction. Sounds like him. You settling in okay? Kirishima asked. The casual tone didn't hide the real question beneath it. Are you already falling apart? Katsuki leaned a shoulder against the window, watching headlights crawl down the highway far below. It's fine, he muttered. Room's big. Too big. Better than the shoeboxes we get back home, right? Not really. Kirishima fell quiet for a beat. Then softly. If anything feels weird, you call me. Okay? Even if it's stupid. Especially if it's stupid. Katsuki glared at his reflection in the glass-tired eyes, drawn face, collarbones he didn't want to see. Shitty hair. Calm the hell down, he said, though his voice lacked its usual bite. I'm not gonna combust. But you literally could combust. Katsuki rolled his eyes but didn't argue. Katsuki muttered something under his breath, pacing away from the window, fingers dragging through his hair. Whatever. I'm fine. Try not to worry yourself bald. Kirishima snorted. Joke's on you, my hair is indestructible. Titi. Katsuki flopped onto the edge of the untouched bed, boots still on, elbows on his knees as he stared at the carpet. The soft hum of the AC filled the silence between them, comfortable, for once. Almost grounding. Almost. He opened his mouth to say something, nothing important, just something to keep the quiet from swallowing him when. Knock. Katsuki's head snapped up. Another knock, louder this time. Kirishima paused mid-sentence. You expecting someone? No, Katsuki hissed under his breath, irritation already spiking. He stood, glaring at the door like it had personally offended him. I literally just got here. Knock knock knock. Katsuki's jaw flexed. The F-dash? Room service already? I didn't order sheet. Kirishima laughed nervously. Maybe they do welcome snacks? You know, like fancy American hotel stuff. Don't care, Katsuki growled. He stomped toward the door, voice rising. Go away. I don't need anything. The knocking stopped. For exactly 2 seconds. Knock, knock, knock. Persistent. Annoyingly so. Katsuki's eye twitched. Swear to God, if this is someone trying to sell me a spa upgrade, I'm blowing the effing hallway up. Dude, maybe just, Kirishima tried. But Katsuki was done. He stomped the last few steps, yanked the door open with every intention of yelling someone into the next dimension. What the hell do you want? The words died instantly. Because it wasn't staff. It wasn't housekeeping. It wasn't some American pro giving an introduction. It was Izuku. Standing in the doorway. Breathing hard like he'd sprinted through the hotel. Eyes wide, green, shimmering in the dim hall light. Chest rising and falling under a travel-wrinkled jacket. A backpack slung over one shoulder. Undeniably real. Katsuki's hand loosened on the doorframe. His pulse dropped straight to the floor then shot violently back up. Kacchan, Izuku breathed out, voice low. Tired. Familiar. Hey. Katsuki's phone slipped slightly in his hand. Kirishima's distant voice crackled on the line. Bro? Baku bro? You good? Katsuki couldn't reply. Looked at him. At everything he'd been trying to outrun. Katsuki's hand was still braced on the doorframe. Like the only thing keeping him upright was the wood under his palm. The hallway's light was dim, too yellow, buzzing faintly like everything in the world had gone muffled and distant the second he saw who was standing there. Izuku. Not a hallucination. Not a jet-lagged fever dream. Izuku. In a thin jacket, travel bag slung over his shoulder, hair a mess from wind or running fingers through it too many times. Eyes wide and bright and startled like he hadn't fully believed Katsuki would actually open the door. Kirishima's voice crackled faintly through the phone still pressed to Katsuki's ear. Bro? You good? What's happening? Katsuki didn't answer. He couldn't. He couldn't even breathe right. For a whole 3 seconds, nobody moved. Nobody spoke. Izuku swallowed first. Kacchan? It was soft, questioning, not even meant to sting, but Katsuki felt it like someone dragging a fingernail down an open nerve. He exhaled sharply through his nose, jerking his chin away just enough to hide the tremor in his jaw. The hell are you doing here? Katsuki muttered. It came out rough, more breath than bite. Izuku blinked, clutching the strap of his bag with both hands now. He swallowed again, voice steadier than his expression. I needed to talk to you. Katsuki stared at him. Not processing. Not accepting. Just staring. Kirishima's voice cut through again, distant but urgent. Katsuki? Who's at the door? Are you okay? Katsuki finally flicked his phone off speaker and brought it properly to his ear. It's Deku, he muttered, still staring straight into Izuku's face like it might vanish if he looked away. Kirishima made a sound that was nearly a yell. What? Katsuki clicked the call off. He'd deal with Shitty Hair's aneurysm later. Izuku took a tiny step back at the sudden motion but didn't run. Didn't look away. Can I come in? He asked quietly. Katsuki hated the way the words landed. Too FNG close. He should say no. He should. Katsuki's fingers twitched at his side. He didn't know if he wanted to slam the door or pull Izuku in by the neck and demand answers until his throat gave out. He did neither. He just stared at him, heart pounding like it was trying to break free. Yeah, Katsuki muttered, stepping back. Fine. Whatever. Izuku passed him slowly, carefully, like stepping into a room full of explosives. He wasn't wrong about that. Katsuki shut the door behind him, pulse loud in his ears, throat tight, mind scrambling for something sharp, something cold, something defensive. But all he felt was the echo of Izuku's presence filling the room. And the terrifying, familiar relief of it. The lock slid into place with a soft, final click. Katsuki stood with his back to the door for a second longer than he meant to, like he needed the wood against his spine just to stay upright. His breath felt too loud in his chest. Too tight. Too uneven. Izuku stood a few steps inside the room, not moving, not touching anything, just there. Like he wasn't sure he was allowed to breathe in the same space. The dying orange light from the window hit him from the side, throwing warm shadows over his face, catching in his hair. He looked out of place in the sleek, polished room, too human. Just like how he did in Katsuki's apartment. Then he shifted, the faint rustle of his jacket somehow too loud. He set his bag down slowly like he wasn't sure if he was allowed to and straightened, hands fidgeting with the hem of his hoodie. He kept his eyes low, scanning the unfamiliar hotel room like he was giving Katsuki time to speak first. Katsuki didn't. He couldn't. His voice felt lodged somewhere behind his ribs, tangled up with adrenaline and something that felt too much like longing. Finally, Izuku turned to him. Not fully. Just enough. The soft overhead light caught in his eyes green, sharp around the edges, tired in the center. Kacchan, he started, then stopped. He reached up, rubbing the back of his neck, the way he did when he was nervous or guilty or both. I should have called. I know that. Katsuki scoffed under his breath, a brittle, shaky sound. Just what? Izuku flinched again, not because he was scared, but because he was listening. Really listening. Like everything Katsuki said mattered. And that set him off even more. Izuku took a breath. Held it. Let it out. I was afraid you wouldn't pick up. Katsuki's stomach twisted. No sheet I wouldn't pick up, he shot back. But the bite wasn't there, just exhaustion, spread thin over something raw. You showing up across a demon country doesn't make any more sense. Izuku shifted, shoulders lifting with a tense breath. I know. But I asked Nizu for a personal day. Katsuki stopped pacing. What? Izuku's voice got smaller. He granted it. Katsuki stared at him like he'd just announced he jumped out of the plane mid-flight. You flew across the country, Katsuki said slowly, just to talk to me. Izuku swallowed. Yes. Katsuki's pulse spiked, irritation and something sharper clawing up his chest. That's insane, he snapped. That's actually insane. Do you hear yourself? You flew out here and for what? Me being a mess? You're supposed to be working. I know, Izuku cut in, voice trembling just a little. But I couldn't focus. I couldn't sleep. I couldn't stop thinking about. He clamped his mouth shut. Katsuki's heart punched against his ribs. About what? He demanded. Spit it out. Izuku's eyes flicked to the floor, then up again, shining, hurting, terrified. He stepped toward him once, hesitation in every line of his body. You haven't been okay? Izuku said softly. Katsuki's breath caught. A spark of anger or fear flared hot under his skin. Oh my God, Katsuki groaned, dragging a hand through his hair and turning away, pacing almost violently toward the window. Don't start with that sheet. Izuku followed him with his gaze but didn't move closer. I'm not starting anything, he said gently. I'm just noticing. That's worse, Katsuki muttered. I'm not trying to fight, Izuku said, voice barely above a whisper. I just wanted to see you. For real. Not surrounded by people. Not pretending. Katsuki's jaw clenched so hard it ached. He didn't know what set him off more, the honesty in Izuku's voice, or the twist of relief curling tight in his own gut. His shoulders locked, his breath shaking as he stared at the window instead of Izuku. The city outside was orange and endless. You should have stayed in Japan, Katsuki muttered. You shouldn't be here. Izuku's reply came immediately. But I am. Katsuki shut his eyes. Goddamn it. Goddamn him. The room felt too full again, too hot, too tight even with the AC blasting cold air at his neck. He opened them slowly, breath shuddering out of him as he turned halfway toward Izuku. Not toward him, not all the way. Just enough to look. Just enough to admit he needed to. Izuku stood exactly where he'd stopped, hands curled at his sides like he didn't know what to do with his hands. His chest rose and fell with careful, shaky breaths. Katsuki exhaled hard. This is insane, he muttered, rubbing the heel of his palm against his forehead. You shouldn't have done that. Izuku didn't flinch this time. I know, he said quietly. But I couldn't sit there and pretend nothing was wrong. Katsuki felt something sharp twist in his ribs. Does Uraraka even know you're here? The question slipped out before he could bite it back. He hated how it sounded in his mouth, bitter, defensive, too revealing. Izuku hesitated. Just a fraction. But Katsuki caught it. She's set up in Boston, Izuku admitted. So, no. Katsuki stared at him. Doesn't know. Ochako wasn't here. Ochako wasn't with him. Ochako didn't even know he was flying across a continent to see someone she said she trusted. A cold realization began to slowly, painfully crawl its way up Katsuki's spine. He finally had Izuku in front of him with no audience. No shitty motel room. No Ochako hovering at his side. Just him. Just them. For the first time in years. It made Katsuki feel. It made him feel alive. He needed something to do with his hands before he did something stupid. Before he let that realization take root and destroy the last scraps of his self-control. So he reached into his pocket. Izuku's eyes flicked down, watching the movement instantly like he was trained to spot it. Katsuki pulled out the cigarette anyway and stuck it between his lips. Izuku stepped forward before he could light it. He didn't grab his wrist. Didn't yank it away. Just moved close enough that Katsuki could feel the warmth radiating off him. Kacchan, Izuku said again, firmer. Please. Katsuki's jaw tightened, the unlit cigarette hanging from his mouth. It's one, he muttered. Calm down. Izuku reached up carefully, fingers brushing Katsuki's light, hesitant, unbearably gentle, and slid the cigarette right from his lips. Katsuki froze. The touch was nothing. Barely anything. But the intimacy of it set his nerves on fire. Izuku held the cigarette between two fingers, expression tight with worry, not judgment, not anger. Just worry. Actual concern Katsuki didn't deserve. Stop. Izuku said quiet. You need to stop. You look. Don't say it. Katsuki's voice broke, and he hated it. Izuku swallowed. Tired. Katsuki didn't move. Couldn't move. Izuku lowered the cigarette slowly to the counter, placing it down like it was fragile, like it mattered. He didn't break eye contact. You're not okay, Izuku whispered. And I can't pretend I don't see it. Not with everything we've been through. Katsuki's throat closed. He hated that Izuku knew him this well. He hated that Izuku could read him like this. He hated that he wasn't wrong. And yet, Izuku was here. Izuku wasn't with Ochako. Izuku wasn't calling for permission to be here. Izuku wasn't apologizing to her. Izuku was looking at him like the whole world narrowed down to this hotel room, and he didn't care if it was reckless. Katsuki felt something inside him shift, dangerously slow. His voice came out rough, unwilling, almost hoarse. So what? You're staying? Izuku met his eyes and held them. I'm not leaving, he said softly. Not unless you make me. Katsuki's heartbeat stuttered. Slowly, like admitting defeat. Fine. You can take bed. Doubt I was gonna need it anyway, he muttered, finally stepping away from the window. His movements were sharp, deliberate, an attempt to act casual, to act like he didn't just let his entire world shrink to Izuku standing in his doorway. He moved past Izuku, past the heat radiating off him. Geez, the guy was a literal furnace. Toward the closet. His motions were casual, detached, like it didn't matter who was in the room, even though to him it very much did. He didn't glance at Izuku once while he dressed, only the faint scrape of fabric against skin and the soft thud of shoes on the carpet. Katsuki pulled a shirt over his head, sleeves rolled once, cuffs folded neatly. He didn't bother with mirrors, didn't want to see himself. Didn't particularly feel like seeing his ribs, or the way the shadows under his eyes had grown. He knew he looked sick. Knew it, and hated that stupid Deku could see it now too. But for now, he just dressed, just moved, just existed in the world again. Don't bother staring, he muttered when he felt Izuku's gaze brush across him. I'm not, Izuku said immediately, turning his gaze away, but Katsuki could tell. Terrible liar. Just, wondering. About? Where you want to go for dinner? Yeah. His voice carried that nervous hesitancy Katsuki recognized too well. And not very good at being subtle either, he noted dully. Katsuki snorted, tugging at the collar of his crisp white shirt, a little straighter, a little sharper. You inviting me to dinner, a nerd? His tone was rough, clipped, but not cruel. He still didn't look at Izuku. Didn't want to see the way those green eyes flicked with worry, with insistence. He already knew what Izuku was really asking. The man was too earnest for his own good. As long as you're paying, Katsuki added after a pause, a half-smile tugging at his mouth despite himself. Whatever you want is fine with me. Katsuki followed Izuku down the street, the neon lights bouncing off the glass buildings, painting the sidewalks in splashes of red and gold. The air smelled faintly of fried food and exhaust, and the warmth of the evening pressed against them. Izuku's hand brushed against his as they walked. Not intentionally, he wasn't touching him like a claim, but close enough that Katsuki felt the heat spike in his chest every time their arms bumped. Katsuki hated that he couldn't look at him without feeling it. "Come on. This way." Izuku tugged him around a corner, bouncing slightly on the ball of his feet, eyes wide and gleaming. "I saw this place online, it's supposed to be amazing. I'm starving." Katsuki muttered something low, indecipherable, but didn't pull away. He let Izuku guide him through streets and alleys that smelled of citrus and oil, small markets closing for the night, neon signs buzzing above shuttered storefronts. No one knew them here. Nobody was watching. Nobody would even recognize them. The freedom felt wrong. Deliciously wrong. Dangerous. Katsuki's pulse thudded in his ears, awareness tight and sharp ache in his chest. And he hated that the only thing he wanted was to give himself up to it. To let Izuku pull him forward and drag him into whatever the F this was. They rounded a corner and the glow of a small, sleek restaurant spilled onto the sidewalk. Polished wood, dim golden light, jazz spilling softly from inside. Izuku's grin spread impossibly wide, almost childish, like a kid who just found a secret treasure. "I told you," he said, voice low and excited, leaning closer to Katsuki. "I'm starving. Let's eat right now. Please." Katsuki grunted something non-committal, eyes scanning the entrance, the street, the darkness that shielded them from the world. He's being paranoid, he knows that. Nobody here knew who they were. Nobody would look twice. Nobody would care. The thought sent a shiver down his spine, not of fear, exactly, but anticipation. Freedom. The kind he hadn't felt in years. Izuku's hand found his again, lacing fingers without asking, smiling up at him like everything's fine. Katsuki didn't pull away. Not yet. He let himself be dragged inside. The warmth hit first, the soft gold lighting, the hush of conversation, the low pulse of jazz that wrapped around them like something NTM. Tables were close but not too close, the kind of place meant for quiet dates and whispered conversations over wine. Izuku slipped into his seat with an ease Katsuki envied, cheeks slightly flushed from the warmth outside, curls messy from the wind. He looked happy. Stupidly, honestly happy. "Table for two?" Izuku asked the host, bright but breathless. The host nodded and gestured for them to follow. Katsuki trailed behind, jaw locked, pulse pounding in his throat. He kept expecting someone to turn around, to stare too long, to squint and say the name Deku or Dynamite. But no one did. Their world had shrunk to the shape of this room, to the heat of Izuku's hand wrapped around his. Izuku tugged him toward a small two-seater tucked by a window, practically vibrating with energy. He slipped into his seat with an ease Katsuki envied, cheeks slightly flushed from the warmth outside, curls messy from the wind. He looked happy. Stupidly, honestly happy. Katsuki sat across from him, leaning back, arms crossing automatically like he needed to physically cage himself in. His adrenaline hadn't gone down. If anything, sitting across from Izuku alone, unseen, unjudged made it worse. Izuku opened the menu, eyes widening. "Oh my god, they have actual wagyu here. Kacchan, I wonder if it's the same as it is in Japan dashed." Katsuki snorted. "You're not ordering wagyu in the middle of the goddamn desert." Izuku immediately pouted, lower lip jutting out like an invitation. Katsuki absolutely refused to think about that. "Why not? We're on a trip. We should enjoy it." "You're on a trip," Katsuki corrected, tearing his gaze away. "I'm working." "Not right now, you're not." Izuku didn't even say it teasingly. Just factually. Like the idea of Katsuki relaxing wasn't insane. The server came by soon after, offering drinks, rattling off specials, but Izuku was barely listening, too busy studying Katsuki over the soft glow of the restaurant. Katsuki didn't look back, but he knew it. Felt it. Every second. It made his skin itch and burn and settle all at once. When the server left, Izuku leaned forward, still examining him with his eyes, forearms resting on the table, voice soft but insistent. "You haven't eaten today, have you?" Katsuki shot him a glare. "Drop it." Izuku didn't drop it. Of course he didn't. Kacchan, you look. If you ain't dare say tired, I'll dash, Katsuki snapped immediately. I was going to say, hungry. A small, crooked smile pulled at Izuku's mouth. So, let me feed you. Please. He blinked. Fine, Katsuki muttered. Order whatever the hell you want. Izuku's smile, bright, honest, stupidly warm, hit him like a punch to the ribs. Okay, he said, trying and failing to hide his relief, I will. The waiter approached, polite and quiet, and Katsuki barely registered the voice asking what they'd like. Izuku straightened immediately, menu folding shut with a soft snap, fingers tapping once against the table like he'd rehearsed this. I'll get the green chili enchiladas, Izuku said smoothly, English surprisingly good, then added without missing a beat, and he'll have the carne Veda plate. Extra spice. Katsuki's head jerked up a fraction. But Izuku didn't falter. Didn't even check with him. Didn't second-guess. Just handed their menus over with a polite smile and thanked the waiter like this was something he'd done 1,000 times. When the waiter walked away, Katsuki finally blinked. Slowly. Suspiciously. You ordering for me now? Izuku shrugged, looking stupidly pleased with himself. I know what you like. He tapped his fingers again, lighter this time. You always like the spicy stuff. Said anything mild tasted like wet cardboard. Katsuki just stared at him across the table. At the way Izuku's cheeks were flushed from the heat. At the bit of hair falling over his forehead. At the grin he was clearly trying and failing to tone down. Good. He was glowing. Katsuki swallowed hard once and looked away, heat creeping under his collar. Whatever, he muttered. Better not taste like sheet. He couldn't care less if it did. The plates arrived quicker than expected, steam curling upward, the sharp scent of spice hitting the air. Katsuki's stomach knotted at the smell before he could stop it. He was hungry. Actually hungry. For the first time in days. Possibly weeks. Izuku lit up even more. See? Smells amazing. Don't start, Katsuki muttered, picking up his fork. He tried the first bite reluctantly, expecting disappointment, expecting something bland, something he could complain about just to have something to do with his mouth besides confess every reckless thing he was feeling. Unfortunately, no such luck. It hit like a punch, hot, layered, rich, exactly the kind of flavor he would have killed for back when they were teenagers and training exhausted him to the bone. Izuku watched him expectantly. Katsuki glared at his plate like it personally offended him. It's fine. Izuku nearly choked laughing. You love it. Shut up. They ate quietly for a few seconds, quiet except for the low jazz drifting through the restaurant, the hum of conversation, the clink of cutlery on ceramic. Izuku kept looking at him. Not staring, just checking. Watching every bite like it mattered. Annoying as if. And Katsuki felt something curl in his chest, hot, dangerous, too close to longing. Are you gonna eat all of that? Izuku asked suddenly, nodding at Katsuki's plate. Katsuki blinked. Yes. Oh. Izuku flushed, then laughed softly into his drink. But I can tell you haven't been eating properly back home. There was. Katsuki stabbed another piece of meat just to spite him. Relax, nerd. Just on a cut, you know. That's all. Izuku's smile faded into something more forced. Good, he said. Yeah. Just take care of yourself, right? Katsuki's eyes dropped to his plate, his pulse tightening, throat constricting. Dinner felt too NTMT suddenly. And if too normal. Like they'd done this 1,000 times. Like they were something. Izuku kept talking, low and hurried, filling the space between them with light chatter, observations about the city streets, the weird signage, the hum of people passing outside, pretending he hadn't just said something that cracked the floor out from under Katsuki's carefully controlled calm. Katsuki didn't look up again. Not until they were finishing the last of their plates. Then Izuku did something small, casual, but catastrophically NTMT. He lifted his thumb to lick a bit of sauce from the tip, brushing the soft pad across his lips. The lightest motion. Unintentionally SNSL. But Katsuki's chest tightened. His stomach flipped violently, a hot, electric coil winding itself tighter with each second he watched. His pulse thundered in his ears. He could feel the blood rushing to his face, to his throat, to a place between them he wasn't supposed to think about, certainly not in public. His hands curled into fists against the edge of the table. Katsuki wanted to move, wanted to lean forward, close the distance, press his own lips against that soft, tantalizing movement. Wanted to mark the moment, claim it, claim him. He slammed his eyes shut for half a second, trying to stop himself from thinking it. Trying to stop himself from feeling it. "I'm ordering a drink," he muttered, voice meaner than he meant, a bark of control over the heat curling in his gut. Izuku blinked at him, a small disapproving crease forming between his brows. "Kacchan." His voice was soft, cautious, carrying more worry than accusation, but Katsuki could hear it like a hammer against his skull. Katsuki grunted. "Relax. It's just a drink. We're on a trip or whatnot, remember?" He yanked his chair back a little, straightening his back and glaring down at the menu like it could shield him. Izuku's lips pressed into a thin line, eyes darting to the bottle behind the bar, then back at him. "It's one thing," he hesitated, swallowed, then muttered, "I just don't like to see you drinking." "You don't need to." Katsuki exhaled slowly through his nose, a short, sharp sound. "Really, dude? Stop looking at me like I'm gonna fall apart if I touch a glass of whiskey." Izuku rolled his eyes but didn't waver. "It's not that. I just... already, not exactly," he faltered, hands tightening around the edge of the table. "In the best shape, Kacchan. I don't think you should drink tonight." Katsuki snorted, rolling his eyes, trying to mask the rapid thrum in his chest. "Thanks for the pep talk, nerd. But I'm the one in charge of me, not you." Izuku's shoulders sagged slightly, disappointment flickering across his features, but it wasn't anger. Not really. Just concern. It almost made him feel guilty. Almost. After he ordered, Katsuki picked up the glass, swirling the liquid and watching the amber color catch the candlelight. He brought it to his lips slowly, deliberately, letting the warmth hit the back of his throat, ignoring the shiver that shot down his spine. Izuku watched the whole thing, leaning slightly forward, as if hoping that seeing him would somehow change his mind. "You don't even realize what you do to me," Katsuki muttered under his breath, voice low and rough. He set the glass back down with a clink that sounded louder than it should have, like a warning. Izuku blinked, startled out of whatever was going through his mind. "What's that?" Katsuki didn't answer. He just leaned back in his chair, fingers tracing the rim of the glass, eyes flicking briefly to Izuku, then back to nothing. That little edge of a smirk tugged at his lips, though he didn't mean it to. "Ignore me," he muttered. "Just stop." Izuku shook his head slightly, a small, exasperated smile tugging at his features. "No. I can't. I don't even know how to do that right now." Katsuki's chest tightened again. He hated how easy it was to unnerve him. Hated how Izuku could, without even touching him, make him feel like he'd never been in control at all. The last of the meal passed in a charged silence, Izuku stealing glances, Katsuki pretending to focus on the food but acutely aware of every subtle movement. Every tilt of his head to glance at him, every smile that came unbidden. The alcohol calmed his nerves slightly, cooling the heated flush from his face and neck. By the time the plates were cleared, Katsuki was a storm of heat and adrenaline, and Izuku's presence was the only tether he had to the ground. Katsuki pushed back from the table, chair scraping softly against the polished floor. He let out a low, almost imperceptible curse and ran a hand through his hair, the tension in his shoulders still coiled tight like a spring ready to snap. Izuku stood immediately, brushing imaginary crumbs from his own shirt, eyes flicking toward Katsuki before settling on the city outside. The night air, faintly cool now, brushed against the restaurant's open door, carrying the scent of citrus, street food, and distant exhaust. "You ready?" Izuku asked, his voice just a breath above the hum of the street, as if asking too loudly would break the fragile calm between them. Katsuki's jaw tightened. "Yeah. Let's go," he muttered, letting Izuku guide him toward the exit. Outside, the streets were still alive but more subdued. Neon signs buzzed lazily, a few pedestrians passed them without noticing. The freedom, the anonymity was intoxicating. Nobody here knew them. Nobody would care if Katsuki let himself get lost in the warmth of Izuku's hand in his. Izuku's fingers were light but insistent, brushing against his palm as they walked side by side, weaving between the late-night vendors and shuttered storefronts. Katsuki hated how his chest tightened every time Izuku glanced at him, a soft smile tugging at his lips, eyes sparkling in the artificial glow of neon and street lamps. "This city's weird," Izuku murmured, looking around, tone half amused, half curious. "I like it. Feels alive. Different from Mizudafu. Or Tokyo. Or anywhere, really." Katsuki grunted something non-committal but didn't pull away. He was too aware of the brush of Izuku's sleeve against his, the warmth radiating from the other's body, the soft, familiar rhythm of his steps. They passed a small park, and Izuku's gaze lingered on the lights reflecting in the fountains. "Want to sit?" he asked gently, almost shy. Katsuki shook his head. "Keep walking." Izuku chuckled softly, and the sound made something coil and uncoil in Katsuki's stomach, dangerous and tight. "All right," he said. "Your boss." They walked in silence for a few blocks, just the faint sound of their footsteps mingling with distant traffic. Katsuki's mind was a storm fighting the pull of familiarity, the warmth, the longing, the fire rising low in his chest whenever Izuku laughed or leaned close. Eventually, the hotel came into view, a sleek silhouette against the dark horizon. The lobby lights spilled faintly onto the street, and Katsuki's pace slowed unconsciously as they approached. "You okay?" Izuku asked softly, voice careful. Katsuki glanced at him, eyes narrowing slightly, heat curling in his chest. "Yeah, fine." He meant it, kind of. Mostly. They passed through the revolving doors, the scent of polished wood and faint cleaning products greeting them. The lobby was quiet, almost serene compared to the night outside. Katsuki felt the weight of the city fall away for a moment, replaced by the steady warmth of Izuku's presence at his side. Up in the elevator, the silence stretched between them again, but it was softer now. No tension, just proximity. Katsuki's fingers brushed against Izuku's briefly when he pressed the button for his floor, a spark traveling up his arm that he couldn't quite ignore. The hotel hallway was dimly lit, quiet except for the faint hum of the air conditioning. Katsuki unlocked his room first, stepping inside and letting Izuku enter behind him. The door clicked shut, the sound of final seal on the outside world, leaving only them. The instant the door clicked shut, the city outside vanished. Without a word, he spun on his heel and slammed Izuku back against the solid wood of the door. The force made Izuku stumble slightly with a yelp, but Katsuki caught him with one hand pressed against the wall, the other gripping Izuku's shoulder. Their foreheads touched, breaths mingling, shallow and rapid. "Kacchan?" Izuku's voice was startled, but still steady enough to betray the tension rolling beneath his skin. Katsuki didn't answer. He leaned in, crushing his lips against Izuku's in a rough, demanding kiss. It wasn't tentative. It was fire and heat and hunger from the second his tongue made the intrusion. Izuku froze at first, just a fraction, before instinct took over, fingers gripping Katsuki's forearms, biceps, chest, hands sliding up along the fabric of his shirt. Their mouths moved against each other in a dangerous rhythm, urgent and greedy, the air thick and almost too tight in the small room. Katsuki's teeth grazed his bottom lip, and Izuku hissed softly into the kiss, shivering at the touch. Their shared breaths hitched together, carrying the weight of months of guilt. But this was FING opportunity. He ground his hips forward almost subconsciously, testing the limits of restraint. The brush of Izuku's Urkton against his own ignited something scorching in his chest, and he had to fight not to lose control entirely. "Izuku," Katsuki rasped between kisses, voice low and hoarse. "God, I've wanted you." He pulled back just slightly, enough to catch his breath, forehead still resting against Izuku's. The sound of their shared exhale filled the small room. His eyes were dark, his chest heaving, the ember of desire burning hot and bright. "You're so reckless," Izuku whispered, voice shaky but firm, eyes shining. "Yeah," Katsuki muttered, voice rough, a low growl beneath the words. "So are you." Katsuki let out a low, ragged breath, his forehead still pressed lightly against Izuku's. The heat between them had nothing to do with the city outside and everything to do with the way Izuku's body heat seemed to ignite a fire that never really went out. Close of now, Katsuki muttered, voice clipped but low, carrying that same edge that left no room for argument. His chest heaved, pulse still hammering. I need to see you. Izuku blinked, eyes wide, a faint flush coloring his cheeks, but he didn't hesitate as he started to undress. There was something thrilling in the way he obeyed without question, trust and daring mingling in that small movement. Katsuki pulled back just enough to step toward the window. He closed the blinds carefully, shutting out the city's neon glow, then flipped the lamp on soft light bathing the room, warm, NTMT, leaving the edges shadowed. He dropped his keys and phone on the small table by the wall, the quiet clink of metal and plastic grounding him a bit. When he finally turned back, Izuku was on the bed, seated on the edge, posture tense but eyes fixed on him like he'd been waiting for this moment for days. Katsuki's pulse thudded, and he allowed himself a fraction of a smile, rough, sharp, dangerous, and stepped closer, boots soft on the carpet. You look, he muttered, letting the words hang, incomplete, heavy. Good. Izuku's chest rose and fell quickly. You too, he whispered, voice low, almost breathless. Katsuki huffed out a laugh, sharp, disbelieving, almost bitter. It cracked through the quiet room like static. Yeah, okay, he scoffed, dragging a hand through his hair. Sure. I look good. He didn't bother hiding the derision aimed at himself. The hollowed cheeks, the sharper jawline that wasn't flattering so much as concerning, the bruised half-moons under his eyes. The way his button-down from earlier had hung off him a little too loosely. Anyone with FNG eyes could see it. Izuku flinched just barely. Kacchan, he said softly, almost reprimanding, almost pleading. His gaze swept over him slow, careful, tender in a way Katsuki couldn't stand to be seen. You do. Katsuki rolled his eyes. Don't lie to me, nerd. I know what I look like. Shitty hair made me dim well-aware dash. Izuku shook his head immediately, lips pressing together, eyes bright with something stubborn. I'm not lying. Katsuki snorted. I look like a regular junkie. Izuku swallowed. Yeah. Maybe. But you're still, his breath hitched, gaze dropping for a fraction of a second to Katsuki's throat, then back up. And I. He stopped himself, biting the inside of his cheek. Katsuki's laugh softened just a bit, something warmer trailing under it, something he wasn't used to letting out. He stepped closer. Slow, heavy, deliberate, until he was positioned right between Izuku's spread legs, looming over him. Izuku's breath stuttered. You're terrible at hiding shit, you know that? Katsuki muttered, smirk pulling at the corner of his mouth. Your face gives you away every damn second. Izuku blinked, startled. What does it give away? Katsuki didn't answer with words. Instead he reached out, not rough this time, not hurried. Just a warm palm against Izuku's jaw, thumb brushing lightly, tracing the faint tremor there. Izuku's eyes fluttered half shut instantly. That. Katsuki murmured, voice dropping, tone dark and low. Right there. He leaned in, breath feathering against Izuku's lips, their foreheads almost touching again. That's what it gives away. Izuku's fingers curled instinctively in the sheets beside his thighs, knuckles whitening. Kacchan, he whispered, barely audible. Katsuki's smirk slipped into something else more urgent. Move back, he muttered, voice thickening. Lie down. Izuku obeyed without breathing, without thinking, sliding backward into the pillows, eyes fixed on Katsuki like gravity itself was holding him down. Katsuki followed. Slow but sure, shadows and soft lamplight crawling over them as he climbed onto the mattress, heat, tension, want coiling between them with nowhere left to escape. He braced one knee on the mattress, fingers hooking under the hem of his shirt. The soft rustle of fabric broke the quiet, every inch he revealed lit by warm lamplight and Izuku's unwavering eyes. He tugged his shirt over his head, jaw tight, breath sharp. And Izuku's gaze followed every movement slowly, hungrily, almost involuntarily. Katsuki felt it like molten metal against his skin. He tossed the shirt aside and reached for his belt, unfastening it with one clean motion. The quiet click of metal sounded louder than it should have, echoing between them. Izuku shifted under him, thighs tensing where Katsuki caged him in. His breath hitched just barely, but Katsuki noticed. Katsuki always noticed. And it made something disgusting twist low in his gut. He leaned over Izuku again, close enough that their breaths mingled, close enough that Izuku couldn't pretend he wasn't staring at him like he was something dangerous and holy all at once. Katsuki's voice came out rough, scraped raw from restraint. "You're killing me," he whispered, the confession trembling on the edge of something he couldn't hold back anymore. His forehead brushed Izuku's, their noses almost touching. "You don't even know." Izuku's lips parted, eyes going wide and soft and devastating. "Kacchan," he breathed, like the word itself was pulled from somewhere deep, like he felt it too. Katsuki's fingers slid to Izuku's waist, warm, steady, claiming thumb brushing the bare skin just above the V-line of his hips. Izuku shivered. Katsuki swallowed hard, breath shaking as he forced himself to hold still, hovering inches above him like gravity was the only thing keeping them apart. "You look at me like that," he rasped, letting his thumb trace slow circles against Izuku's hip, "and I can't even think straight." Izuku's hands rose hesitant, trembling, and rested gently on Katsuki's sides, fingertips brushing his ribs with quiet reverence. Katsuki's breath stuttered. Izuku blinked up at him, voice barely more than a whisper. "I never meant for things to be like this." Katsuki's smirk was slow, dangerous, yet soft at the edges, a low laugh vibrating in his chest. "Neither did I," he muttered, leaning down just enough that his lips brushed his pulse point, teasing. Izuku's breath hitched, eyes fluttering shut for a moment, chest rising and falling fast. "You don't have to say anything," Katsuki murmured, voice thick, fingers tightening at Izuku's waist. "Just stay." Izuku exhaled sharply, nodding once, letting the tension between them settle into something hot and charged, something NTMT that didn't need words, for once. The week passed in a blur, strange and electric, the kind of time that seemed both too long and far too short. Katsuki woke every morning in the hotel room with Izuku pressed against him, heat and weight and quiet presence that made it impossible to pretend he didn't care. It was freeing in a way he hadn't expected. Not normal, never normal, but there was something delicious about it, something that made the haze of whiskey and smoke and bad decisions feel like air he could finally breathe. Days were routine enough to feel almost believable. Katsuki went out into the southwest sun, doing his mission work with the precision and obsession he always carried, strangers unaware of who he was, unaware of the chaos that followed him like a shadow. And every evening, Izuku would sit at the hotel desk, grading papers, sketching, quietly working, taking the time off but still bending toward the life he left behind. He never asked for anything from Katsuki, and he never interrupted his work. Except for the little things that reminded him he was always watching. "Seriously, Kacchan, do you have to light that here?" Izuku would mutter, frowning whenever Katsuki flicked a cigarette against the balcony railing. "Relax. It's not crack coke, nerd," Katsuki would shoot back, voice rough, but the smirk curling the corner of his mouth softened just a fraction under Izuku's disapproval. "It's still nicotine addiction." Izuku would trail off, looking at him with the same stubborn concern he always carried, like he wanted to save him. And Katsuki, annoyed, infuriated, desperate to push back, still felt that tiny stab of gratitude. And not only that, he was having some of the best goddamn SEC of his entire miserable existence. Disgustingly good. Life-ruining good. He'd never say it out loud. Izuku didn't need that kind of ego boost, but holy hell, the nerd was a menace. Every night, without fail, they ripped into each other like they were trying to carve out the years they'd lost, hours after hours after hours that left Katsuki shaking, overstimulated, overstretched in the best way, staring at the ceiling thinking, how the hell did I survive that? Hours that left him completely slick and sore, grinning like a lunatic at the ceiling, feeling everything at once: the anger, the need, the frustration, the utter obsession. He didn't know he could still feel half the things Izuku dragged out of him. They fell into a rhythm that way: morning work, stolen afternoons, dinners that stretched late into the evening, and nights that ended tangled in sheets and skin and that belonged to no one but each other. Katsuki couldn't remember the last time he'd felt this alive. Every touch, every hand held in public, every shared laugh and conversation tasted sickly sweet. Eventually, the rhythm of their stolen week bled into the daylight too. Whenever they could, between Katsuki's mission work, between Izuku's stolen hours off from whatever excuse he claimed to be doing, they found ways to wreck each other in the middle of the day. On the balcony, with the city sprawled below like it didn't exist, Izuku screaming against him and claws digging into shoulders that were slick from the midday Santa Fe heat. In the cramped back of Katsuki's rental car, riding him into the seat, breath hot and ragged, the world outside a blur of asphalt and light. In the middle of the FING hotel hallway, tucked behind the ice machine and vending machines, panting against the wall like someone might notice but didn't, couldn't, wouldn't. Every single stolen moment, every fevered, desperate, insane grab or groan, beautiful in its own brutal way. There was one night, maybe the third or fourth, when something in Izuku shifted. Katsuki had him beneath him this time, in the bed, all breathless and trembling. And pathetic, nails digging into Katsuki's sweat-slicked shoulders like he needed to anchor himself. And for a moment, just a moment, Izuku's face twisted, not with pleasure, not even with pain, but with something far heavier. Guilt. Sharp, raw, unmistakable guilt. Katsuki felt it like a slap. Even through the haze, even with Izuku pulling him closer like he didn't want to breathe without him, it was there. Ochako's name wasn't spoken, never was, but it hung there between their breaths like a bad word. Izuku kissed him harder after that, desperate, almost frantic, as if trying to outrun whatever truth he was carrying. But Katsuki wasn't stupid. He knew there was something he wasn't saying, something twisting in Izuku's chest that he kept swallowing down every time they fed. He didn't ask, couldn't force the words out. But he felt it. It wasn't normal. But it certainly was theirs. And for that one stupid week in New Mexico, with no one watching, he could almost imagine what life would have been like if it had been him and Izuku from the start. Almost made it worth it. The next morning, the second last, started like any other. Katsuki woke to the warmth of Izuku curled against him, the soft weight of his arm thrown across Katsuki's chest, breathing shallow and even. The sunlight spilled through the blinds, painting the room gold and soft, and for a moment, everything felt like it always had this week, easy. Katsuki rolled over, brushing a thumb across the side of Izuku's face, letting the tip catch in the green mess of his hair. "Morning," he muttered, voice rough, half-smile tugging at his lips. Izuku stirred, eyes half-lidded, voice low. "Morning." But then something in his tone made Katsuki pause. Tentative. It wasn't the usual sleepy, soft Izuku who smiled like the sun itself had decided to shine for him. This was tight, careful, like he was holding something back, something heavy. Katsuki frowned immediately, voice low. "What is it?" Izuku blinked, swallowing, forcing a smile. Why was he forcing his smile? Nothing. Just tired, I guess. Katsuki watched him for a long beat, chest tightening, before shrugging and rolling out of bed. "Whatever," he muttered, voice low, the scrape of fabric as he moved a little harsh against the quiet. "You're acting weird. I don't care. Not my problem." But he cared, of course he did. And the fact that he noticed that Izuku was off made it worse. Made the tension coil tighter in his chest. But he didn't push. Not today. He had a mission, his last for the week, and he didn't have time to deal with whatever the F he is going on. He performed the morning ritual, coffee, cigarettes, a glance out over the New Mexico skyline before he went out to handle whatever the city or his F-ed life threw at him. He glanced at Izuku as he tightened his gear. "I'll be back later." Izuku nodded, a little too quickly, a little too stiff. Something about the motion made Katsuki's gut tighten, but he shook it off. He had a mission to do. This week had been about control in every possible way, and he wasn't about to let his mind spiral over a flicker of anxiety. The morning passed in a blur of sunlight, heat, and focus. Katsuki moved like a machine, precise and sharp, his mind obsessively tethered to the task at hand. Even for just 6 days, the stolen time with Izuku had done something to him, some small, almost imperceptible shift. His movements felt lighter, more fluid. His chest expanded easier with each breath. Despite the hollowed cheeks and bruised under eyes, he was starting to feel strong again. There was a faint, satisfying ache in his muscles now, the kind that told him his body was remembering what it meant to work, to push, to exist in its own skin. By the time he was done and he climbed back into his rental car, the sun had dipped low, painting the desert horizon in streaks of orange and purple. The radio hummed faintly, the air conditioner buzzing in contrast to the quiet expanse outside. He was actually going to miss this city. Katsuki leaned back against the seat, tapping at his phone almost absent-mindedly. That's when the text came. "Nerd, Kacchan, we need to talk tonight. When you get back. Please." His stomach twisted. Katsuki pushed open the door to the hotel room with his shoulder, tossing his keycard onto the nearest surface without looking. The room smelled the same Izuku's shampoo, the lingering bite of Katsuki's cigarettes clinging to the curtains, the faint warmth of bodies that had spent too many nights tangling themselves stupid in these sheets. "Yo," Katsuki called out, voice rough, casual, like nothing in the world was wrong. Like he hadn't spent the entire drive back replaying the text over and over until he felt sick. "I'm back." Izuku stood near the desk, posture straight but stiff, hands braced on the wood like he needed something solid to hold onto. He looked up at Katsuki with a small smile, too small, too polite, too careful. "Hi, Kacchan," he said, voice steady. Katsuki kicked off his boots, shrugged out of his gear, leaving him in just his black undershirt and cargo pants. He didn't look directly at Izuku, not yet. He wanted to pretend for a second that everything was fine, that the text didn't exist, that Izuku wasn't acting like his skin was too tight. Mission was easy. Katsuki muttered as he crossed the room, grabbing a bottle of water from the mini fridge, twisting the cap open, drinking, wishing it was vodka. Should have been quicker. "It's not my fault I don't speak fluent FNG Spanish." Izuku nodded. "Sounds like it went well." Katsuki cut him a sideways glance. "I was on the team." Izuku let out a soft exhale, almost a laugh, but not quite. A ghost of one. "Sorry." The silence that followed wasn't comfortable. It wasn't what they'd fallen into all week, the warm, casual, safe quiet where Katsuki could breathe without thinking. This silence was tight, brittle enough to crack. Katsuki swallowed, the water suddenly tasting too cold. "So," he started, casual as he could fake it, "you wanted to." And that's when he saw it. A bag. Izuku's bag. Sitting by the door. Ready to leave. Katsuki's words cut off, throat locking around the rest of the sentence. His chest went hot, then cold, then hot again, like someone had reached inside and placed a live grenade. He didn't move. Didn't even blink. Just stared. And Izuku knew. Oh, he knew the exact moment Katsuki saw it, because his body went rigid, shoulders tightening, breath hitching, eyes flickering away like he couldn't withstand the weight of Katsuki's stare. Katsuki's jaw clenched so hard his teeth creaked. He capped the water bottle slowly, deliberately, walked to the table, pulled out the chair opposite him and sat down, posture loose, intentionally loose, like he wasn't 2 seconds from losing it. "Huh," he muttered, leaning back, arms crossing. "Didn't know you were in a rush to leave." "I'm not." Izuku's voice cracked, and he tried again. "I'm not rushing. I just thought it would be easier." "Easier?" Izuku winced, like he knew he said something wrong. I have to." "You have to," Katsuki repeated, the words flat, dead, eerie in how controlled they sounded. "Of course you do." Izuku took a hesitant step toward him. "Kacchan, please let me explain." Katsuki didn't move. Didn't let anything show except the faint twitch of his fingers at his sides. "Explain what?" he asked softly, too softly. "That the week's over? That this was what? A break for you? Really just a trip, huh?" Izuku shook his head instantly, panic flickering in his eyes. "No, Kacchan, that's not." "Then what?" Katsuki's voice dropped, roughened. "What the hell is this?" Izuku opened his mouth, closed it, opened it again. Words tangled in his throat like they were too heavy, too sharp, too soaked in guilt to pull free. His hands shook where they hovered uselessly at his sides, fingers twitching like they wanted to reach for Katsuki, but didn't dare. Katsuki watched all of it. Every stuttered breath. Every flinch. Every pathetic attempt to shape an excuse out of air. "What the hell is this?" Katsuki repeated, quieter this time. Not yelling. Not even angry the way he usually did. No fire, no explosions, no rage. This was worse. This was the kind of quiet he only got when something mattered too goddamn much. Izuku's voice cracked on the first syllable. "Kacchan, please. I need you to listen to me." "Oh, I'm listening." Katsuki leaned back further in the chair, stretching his legs, relaxed like a predator pretending not to stalk. Eyes locked on Izuku's face. "I've been listening. All week, actually. Listening pretty damn well, if I say so myself." Izuku swallowed hard. Katsuki tilted his head, studying him with a strange, clinical calm he didn't even know he had in him. "So go on. Talk." Izuku stepped closer, just one step. Enough for Katsuki to notice the tremor in his knees. "I didn't want it to happen like this," he whispered. "I didn't want to hurt you." Katsuki's laugh came out sharp enough to draw blood. "Oh, don't worry. You're doing great at that." Izuku flinched again. Katsuki's eyes flicked once, just once, to the packed bag by the door. The zipper gleamed under the lamplight, like a quiet, cruel reminder. "You could have just left," he muttered. "Could have checked out, booked an earlier flight, disappeared before I got back. Would have been easier for you, right?" His eyes narrowed. "But you wanted to talk first. Why?" "Because I owe you the truth." Izuku's voice trembled. "Because I can't just walk away without finishing what you started?" Katsuki snapped. Izuku's breath stuttered. "Kacchan, stop." "But am I wrong?" Izuku looked like he was 2 seconds from crying, which only made Katsuki angrier because he didn't get to cry. Not when Katsuki hadn't even processed how badly this hurt yet. Katsuki pushed away from the table and stood slowly, deliberately, like every inch of movement mattered. Izuku tensed, eyes lifting to meet his. They were close now. Too close. Katsuki stared down at him, jaw ticking. "What aren't you telling me?" "Kacchan." "No. Enough bullshit. What is it?" Izuku's chest heaved once hard, like he was trying to swallow something that wouldn't go down. Katsuki took a small step forward. Izuku took a small step back. Katsuki's nostrils flared. "So that's how it is, huh? Kacchan, please." "What?" Katsuki growled, low and dangerous. "Are you hiding from me?" "Kacchan." "Stop saying that like I'm hurting you or something," Katsuki snapped, voice cracking like a whip. "I haven't touched you." Izuku squeezed his eyes shut, chest rising too fast, too shallow. "That's not what I meant." "Then what do you mean?" His hand moved without thinking, a sharp, frustrated motion, grabbing Izuku's wrist to pull his hands away from where he was clutching the dresser. Izuku gasped, more from shock than pain. Katsuki froze. Not because of the sound Izuku made, but because he suddenly realized Izuku was shaking. Izuku jerked it back behind his back immediately, too quick, too obvious. Katsuki's heartbeat slammed into his ribs. "What?" he said, quiet like a threat. "Was that?" Izuku shook his head. It's not what you think." "It's exactly what I think," Katsuki snarled, snapping. He grabbed Izuku's wrist hard, unhesitating, the way he always touched him when he couldn't stand space between them. Izuku gasped, again, that not in pain, but in panic. Katsuki yanked his hand forward. Izuku tried to resist, but Katsuki had him pinned with one arm, body heat searing, breath hot with fury. "Kacchan, don't Kacchan, please." Katsuki pulled his hand free from behind his back. And then he froze. Everything inside him froze. There on Izuku's ring finger gleaming under the soft, shitty hotel lamplight. A ring. Simple. Silver. One. A ring that definitely hadn't been there all week. A ring Izuku had clearly taken off every time they undressed, every time he climbed into Katsuki's lap, onto his pee-pee, into his bed. A ring Izuku had hidden like a sin he wasn't ready to confess. Katsuki stared at it. Izuku trembled under his grip. "Kacchan, Izuku whispered, voice breaking apart. Please. Katsuki lifted his eyes slowly, painfully back to Izuku's face. Izuku looked shattered. Katsuki looked worse. Very slowly, dangerously slowly, he reached past Izuku and picked it up between two fingers, exactly how he holds cigarettes. The metal was beautiful. Shiny. When? Katsuki asked, voice so low Izuku barely heard it. How long? Izuku's breath hitched. Not long. Just over a week. I was going to tell you. I swear, I was going to, the minute I came before any of this happened, I was going to save it. Katsuki's voice was hollow, empty in a way that made Izuku flinch like he'd been struck. Katsuki let go of his wrist abruptly, like the touch burned him. Just effing save it. Izuku looked like he might break. Kacchan. Katsuki stepped back once, twice his foot hitting the chair, his chest rising too quickly, breath sharp and uneven. Because suddenly this room felt too small. Too hot. Too suffocating. And Izuku, standing there with that ring, felt like the cruelest punch fate had ever thrown. Katsuki pressed a hand to his mouth, fingers shaking, palm trembling against his lips. Then he laughed. It was the ugliest sound he'd made in years. You've gotta be effing kidding me. He pressed the heel of his hand harder against his mouth, like he could shove the sound back in, force himself quiet, force himself together. But his chest kept stuttering beneath the pressure, breaths catching like he couldn't get enough air. Izuku took a step toward him. Kacchan. Don't. Katsuki's voice hit the air sharp and raw, the closest thing to a wounded animal. Don't come near me. Izuku stopped instantly. Katsuki dragged his hand away from his face slowly, like he was afraid of what might spill out if he moved too fast. His eyes were glassy, red at the edges. But not from anger. From something worse. He turned away, paced once, twice, then braced both hands on the dresser, bowing his head so deeply his shoulders trembled. He tried to breathe, tried to swallow, tried to hold the line. He couldn't. His breath hitched a horrible, uncontrollable sound, and he slammed his fist against the wood just to feel something familiar. But the pain didn't center him, didn't ground him. It just broke something else. Kacchan, Izuku whispered, voice small. Shut up, Katsuki whispered back, but there was no heat in it. No fire. Just devastation. Just shut up for a second. Izuku's throat bobbed as he nodded, eyes filling. Katsuki's fingers dug into the dresser, knuckles white, shoulders shaking harder now. His breath came in shuddering, uneven bursts that didn't sound like breathing at all. Then quietly, violently his body gave out. He slid down to the floor, back hitting the dresser, knees folding, hands shaking so violently he had to press them into his hair to hide it. His forehead dropped to his forearm, breath breaking against his sleeve. He was crying. Not loudly. Not messily. But the tears were there. Hot and humiliating. Izuku looked like he just felt his own heart implode. Kacchan, he whispered, stepping forward like he couldn't help himself. Katsuki flinched. Don't, he rasped, refusing to look up. If you touch me right now, I'll break something. I don't, his voice cracked wide open. I don't even know what the hell to feel. Izuku hovered a step away, fists trembling. I'm so sorry. I should have told you the second I booked the flight. I didn't plan this. Any of this. I came here to tell you. That's it. I wasn't supposed to stay the night. I wasn't supposed to do that. I wasn't supposed to. Katsuki laughed again, a choked, horrible sound into the crook of his arm. You don't say. Izuku's voice broke. I'm sorry. Katsuki lifted his head just enough for Izuku to see the raw, red edges of his eyes. You proposed to her, he whispered, not angry. Not bitter. Not anything except hollow. And you came here. Izuku's lower lip trembled. I had to tell you. I couldn't live with myself if I didn't. Yeah. Katsuki snapped, wiping at his face with the back of his wrist even though the tears didn't stop. And what the F was the rest of it? What did you think this was gonna be? A farewell tour? Izuku flinched visibly. Katsuki saw it. Hated himself for saying it. Hated Izuku for giving it meaning. His hands went to his face again, fingers trembling uncontrollably. Izuku. I spent a week thinking maybe. His voice cracked, breath shattering. I don't know what I was thinking. Izuku took another step. Kacchan, listen to me. Don't, Katsuki choked, but softer now. Not a command. A plea. Don't come closer. Izuku stopped again, eyes wet. Izuku froze mid-step, breath trembling hard enough that his whole chest shook. Okay, he whispered. I'll stay right here. I promise. I'm not going to rush you. Katsuki didn't acknowledge it. Couldn't. His fingers clawed weakly into his hair, nails dragging across his scalp like he wanted to tear the whole demon world out by the roots. His voice, when it finally came again, was barely there. You proposed. Izuku swallowed roughly. Yes. And you came here. I needed to tell you. Katsuki barked a hollow laugh without looking up. You needed to tell me. Right? 'Cause I'm your best friend, is that it? Izuku flinched so hard it rocked him backward. That's not fair, he whispered. Fair. Katsuki's fingers tightened in his hair, tendons straining. You think this is about fair? Silence pressed down, thick and suffocating. Izuku's eyes went glossy. Kacchan, I wanted you to come to the wedding. Katsuki's head jerked up. For a moment, one long, terrifying moment, he just stared. Uncomprehending. Then his expression twisted. You. His voice cracked into disbelief so sharp it felt like glass. You want me to come to your wedding? Izuku nodded once, tiny, terrified. I didn't want to cut you out. You've been. Been what? Katsuki snapped, shoving off the dresser, rising in a sudden, explosive motion that wasn't an explosion because he still wasn't using his quirk. He was just shaking that hard. What the hell have I been, huh? Izuku's breath stuttered. You've been important to me. Always. Important. Katsuki laughed. It sounded wrong, feral. So what the F were we doing this whole week? A warm-up before you go play house with your fiancé? Kacchan. Don't call me that. Izuku choked on air. You've always been Kacchan to me. Not anymore. The words hit Izuku like a slap. He stumbled back a step, hand clenching uselessly over his stomach. Katsuki saw that too. And it only made him angrier. Why the hell do you get to act hurt? He snarled, pacing away before whirling back. Why do you get to look like you're breaking? You're the one with a ring on your goddamn hand. Izuku bowed his head. I know. I'm sorry. And stop apologizing. Katsuki roared. You think an apology fixes this? You think saying sorry makes the last week not happen? Makes all the shit I've been doing to survive just disappear? Izuku blinked up at him. Kacchan, your dash. My what? Katsuki spat. Izuku swallowed. You're drinking. The smoking. I didn't say anything because I didn't want to push you too hard, but what? You were worried? Katsuki shot back, voice cracking with fury and shame. Worried I'd fall apart? Newsflash, nerd, I've been falling apart. For a long time before you showed up. Izuku stepped closer without thinking. I know that, Kacchan. I know you're hurting. I know you're struggling. But you're acting like you're the only one who went through something. Oh, go F yourself. Izuku's mouth snapped shut. Katsuki's voice dropped low, trembling and furious. The only one? Why the hell are you playing the victim here? He gestured sharply to Izuku's hand. You're the one who got engaged. You're the one who's got a happy little future lined up. You're the one who came here with some twisted sense of honor thinking you had to tell me in person. He took a step forward, invading Izuku's space. So I'm not the only one with problems? Really? What exactly are your problems, Izuku? I'd love to hear about them. Izuku tried to speak, but Katsuki was on a roll now, spiraling, shaking, unraveling. No, tell me, Katsuki snarled. Tell me how hard it was to ask her to marry you. Tell me how painful it is to have a stable relationship, a support system, a life that isn't a disaster. Tell me how devastated you are that you had a week-long moral crisis while climbing on my D. Kacchan, stop. Katsuki grabbed the back of his chair and slammed it to the side. It clattered against the wall and Izuku flinched like he'd actually been hit. Katsuki saw that, froze, just for a breath. Then his voice broke again. "You don't get to stand there and pretend you're falling apart," he whispered. "You don't get to act like this hurt you the same way it hurt me." Izuku's tears finally spilled. "Kacchan, stop calling me that." The room went dead silent. Katsuki's chest heaved, eyes wild, wet, burning with a pain he had no armor left to hide. Izuku's voice, when it came, was barely audible. "What do you want me to call you?" For a moment, Katsuki didn't answer. Then quiet. Ruined. Nothing. Izuku's breath hitched. Katsuki's gaze dropped to the floor, voice shaking apart at the seams. "Don't call me anything. Don't say my name like you still have any right to it." He turned away again, hand braced on the dresser like he was holding himself up by scraps. Izuku stared at him with wet, stunned eyes. "Kei Katsuki," he whispered anyway, unable to stop himself. Katsuki's shoulders tensed violently. Izuku tried again, voice gentler. Please listen. Please. I didn't ask you to come to the wedding because I thought you'd be fine. I know it sounds selfish. I know it's asking a lot. But you're my person. You always have been. Even when we were kids. Even when we weren't this." His voice trembled. "I asked because I didn't want the happiest day of my life to happen without you there." Katsuki laughed. Disbelieving. "Well, I apologize," he rasped. "I won't be there." Izuku's face crumpled. "Casey Katsuki. Save it." Katsuki wiped his face again, furious at the tears that kept falling. "Just save it." Izuku stood frozen, devastated. Katsuki finally looked at him. Really looked at him. And it hurt more than anything else tonight. "You wanted to tell me in person?" Katsuki said hoarsely. "Fine. You told me. Good job." He gestured to the bag by the door. "Now go." Izuku's breath left him in a shudder. He didn't move. "Katsuki," he whispered, "I'm not leaving you like this." Katsuki's jaw clenched so hard it trembled. "You already did," he said quietly. Not shouting. Not breaking. Just done. You just haven't walked out the door yet. Izuku's voice shook. "I don't want to lose you. I don't want us to dash. Too late." The words landed sharp, final. But they didn't have the strength behind them anymore. Katsuki sagged against the now splintered dresser, fingers slipping, breath uneven and stuttering like every inhale hurt. His eyes were bloodshot, tear-glazed. Izuku reached out a hand slow, unsure, begging without words. Katsuki shut his eyes. Just shut them. Because if he looked at Izuku another second, he was going to fall apart again. Izuku's voice came soft. "Katsuki, please talk to me. Don't leave it like this. Not like this." Katsuki let out a breath that shook like he was freezing. "I don't have anything left to say." "That's not true." "Yeah? Then what the hell do you want from me, Deku?" Katsuki's voice cracked again, scraped raw. "What else is there to take?" Izuku flinched like the name hit him physically. "I'm not trying to take anything from you." But Katsuki wasn't listening anymore, not really. He was staring at the floor, jaw clenched so tightly the muscle twitched, his whole body shaking like it was running on the last threads of willpower he had. Izuku stepped closer. Katsuki didn't move. Izuku's voice broke open. "I don't want to lose you," he whispered. "You're important to me. You always have been. I want you there. Even if it hurts. Even if it's complicated. Even if it's messy and awful and confusing. I can't imagine that day without you." Katsuki's breathing went sharp and unsteady, like he'd been punched. "Don't," he rasped. "I'm not Dash. Don't say shit like that to me," he snapped, but the snap didn't bite. It collapsed in his throat, thin and trembling. "Don't say I matter to you while you're marrying someone else. Don't tell me you can't imagine your wedding without me like that means something. It doesn't mean anything. Not anymore." Izuku swallowed hard, eyes wet and desperate. "It does. It always will. You mean everything to me." Katsuki's hand slammed against the dresser, not violent. Not explosive. Just desperate. "Then why the F are you marrying her?" Izuku's bottom lip trembled. Katsuki exhaled like he'd been stabbed. Forget it, he said, voice sandpaper thin. Just forget it. I didn't mean that. I just don't want to hear how it made sense. I don't want you to tell me it was the right choice. I don't want. His voice dropped. Bro, I'm happy for you. Really? Izuku's face crumpled. Katsuki. Don't. Silence. A long one. Izuku's voice came small. I still want you there. Katsuki laughed barely. A thin crack sound. Exhausted. Of course you do. Izuku blinked. What does that mean? Katsuki wiped his face again, furious at how wet it still was. It means you want everything. You always did. He finally looked up at Izuku, eyes red, devastated, resigned. You want the fiancé. The FING wedding. The neat little perfect future. And me on the side, neat and quiet, waiting in the effing wings for you like a good little where. Izuku shook his head hard, tears spilling. That's not what I. But that is what I'll do, Katsuki said quietly. Izuku froze. Katsuki se in a shaky breath, chest rising unevenly. I'll effing go. Izuku's eyes widened. Katsuki. I said I'll go, he repeated harsher, like if he didn't say it. With force it would crumble. You want me there? Fine. I'll show up. Izuku blinked, trembling. Are you sure? No, Katsuki said immediately. I'm not sure about a single FING thing. But you asked. Izuku's breath stuttered. You don't have to. Yeah, Katsuki cut in, bitter and empty. That's the funny part. I kinda do. Izuku opened his mouth. Closed it. Opened it again. Katsuki, that's not what I want. I didn't mean I want you hurting yourself like this just to. Too late, Katsuki muttered, wiping at his eyes again, hating that they were still wet. I've been hurting myself over you for years. One more day won't make a difference. Please don't say that. Katsuki really looked at him, and his expression twisted into something cracked and resigned. I'll go, he said again, voice low, steady only because he forced it to be. Not because I should. Not because it's healthy or smart or whatever bullshit a therapist would write down on a clipboard. He inhaled sharply, breath trembling. I'll go because you asked. Izuku's face broke apart entirely. I'll go, Katsuki whispered. Because I'm so goddamn effing happy that your pathetic life is going so goddamn well. He looked away, jaw tight, eyes burning. And because I'm a effing idiot. Izuku stepped toward him slow, like approaching a wounded animal. Katsu. Forget it. He muttered, rubbing at his eye with the heel of his palm. So what? You want me as your best man or something? Izuku froze at the question, breath catching like Katsuki had punched the air out of him. Best man? Izuku repeated, voice cracking. No, that's not. I'm not asking you to stand next to me like that. I wouldn't do that to you. I just want you there. Katsuki dash. Izuku stepped forward again, helpless. Don't, Katsuki muttered, voice dull as gravel. Don't come closer unless you want me to puke or punch you, or I don't even know anymore. Izuku stopped. Barely. Like it physically hurt him to stay still. Katsuki. He tried again, voice ruined. You're twisting everything I said. I'm not twisting sheet, Katsuki snapped, but the snap wasn't sharp. It sagged, worn out, frayed thin. I'm just done. I'm tired. I'm so effing tired, Izuku. The words landed like a quiet collapse. Izuku's eyes widened. Then let me. No, Katsuki shook his head once, jerky, miserable. No more fixing. No more touching. No more whatever the F this week was. I'm done. Izuku's breath hitched. Katsuki, please. Look. Katsuki forced himself to inhale. It shook. Everything shook. You got a whole DMN life waiting for you. A fiancé. A future. Whatever. His voice cracked quietly, horribly. Live your own life. Izuku's lips parted soundlessly, like someone had ripped words straight out of his throat. Izuku's tears fell, silent and heavy. You deserve it, Katsuki said, softer now. Too soft. You do. So go. Go get your girl. Go be happy. Go build that stupid perfect life you want so bad. Izuku looked like he'd been shot. Katsuki, don't do this. Don't talk like I'm choosing some fantasy life over you. You are, Katsuki said without heat. Without anger. Just truth, exhausted and resigned. And that's okay. Just stop making it hurt more. Izuku shook his head hard, tears slipping faster. I never wanted dash. And you did anyway, Katsuki murmured. Doesn't matter what you wanted. Silence stretched tight and painful. Katsuki finally looked up slowly, like his neck weighed 100 pounds. Izuku's eyes were drowning. Katsuki's voice dropped to a rasping whisper. Just go. Izuku didn't move. Go, Katsuki repeated, firmer. Walk out. Before I say something worse. Before I do something I can't take back. Izuku's breath broke entirely. I don't want to leave like this. You don't get to choose how you leave, Katsuki said, eyes shining again despite his clenched jaw. You already made that choice when you put a ring on someone else. Izuku covered his mouth for a second, like he couldn't breathe. Then, slowly, hesitantly, he approached until he was standing right in front of Katsuki, chest heaving. Katsuki, he whispered, please look at me. Katsuki didn't want to. But he did. Green eyes, wet lashes, a face cracked right down the middle. Izuku reached up slow, offering, not assuming, and brushed his fingertips against Katsuki's cheek. Can I? Katsuki didn't nod. Didn't speak. Just didn't move away. Izuku's hand cupped the side of his face, thumb brushing under his eye like he was trying to memorize the shape of the person he'd just broken. Katsuki's breathing stuttered. Izuku leaned in. I'm sorry. Katsuki swallowed hard. Yeah. And Izuku's voice forfeited itself, barely a whisper. I still. Don't, Katsuki breathed. Don't finish that. Please. Izuku closed his eyes. Nodded. Leaned forward just enough that their foreheads touched, light, trembling, helpless. Katsuki didn't pull away. Izuku's whisper ghosted against his lips. I'll go. Katsuki's voice cracked like ice. Good. But Katsuki didn't step back. And Izuku didn't either. And something doomed pulled them forward at the same time. Izuku kissed him. So, barely there. A goodbye pressed into skin. Katsuki inhaled sharply into it, like the kiss burned him, like he hated it, like he needed it more than air. His hands trembled, but he didn't reach out, not even once. Izuku pulled back slowly, heartbreak written in every micro-movement. Katsuki's voice came out thin and wrecked. Go. Izuku opened his mouth. Saw the look in Katsuki's eyes. And nodded once, shattered. He stepped back. Picked up his bag. Opened the door. Stopped. Looked at him one last time like he was memorizing him. Kacchan, he whispered. Katsuki shook his head. Don't. Izuku closed his eyes. Then he left. The door clicked shut behind him. Katsuki sat down on the edge of the hotel bed, elbows on his knees, staring at the carpet until the pattern warped and unwarped like it was breathing. Expanding. Contracting. Like a lung. Like a thing alive and pulsing under him. He wasn't thinking. Not really. Just letting the room sway in slow, nauseating pulses while the shape of his chest stayed stubbornly the same, tight, heavy, wrong. A pressure valve welded shut. He blinked once. The carpet didn't stop moving. The air felt stale. Like the walls had crept an inch closer while he wasn't looking. Like he'd been sealed in a metal crate and someone forgot to poke holes in the lid. His skin buzzed. His ribs felt too small. He lifted a hand and dragged it down his face, fingertips trembling, catching on dried salt at the corners of his eyes he hadn't realized was there. He tried to breathe deep. Nothing happened. His lungs stayed shallow, fluttery, like they belonged to someone else a few feet away and he was only borrowing the motion. Didn't matter. Didn't matter because all he could hear over and over, looping like static, like a broken intercom stuck between channels, was Izuku's voice cracking apart. Kacchan. And then the door clicking shut. Too soft. Too final. Like punctuation and execution at the same time. Katsuki swallowed. His tongue felt thick. His throat felt scraped. The back of his eyes stung with something sharp and stupid and humiliating. He leaned forward more, palms digging into his thighs, not grounding him, not stabilizing him, just reminding him he still had a body, even if it didn't fit right around him anymore. Everything in the room looked wrong. Tilted a few degrees in the wrong direction. The lamps too bright. The shadows too dark. The edges of furniture outlined in faint double vision, like the universe couldn't decide which version was real. He exhaled slow, and the world twitched. The sheet still smelled like him. That was what did it. Not the kiss, not the goodbye, not watching Izuku leave without turning around. The FING smell. Familiar. Sweet in a way that was like a kiss to an open wound. Katsuki's vision blurred, not quite tears, not quite dizziness, something in between, and he squeezed his eyes shut because he couldn't look at the bed any longer without feeling physically wrong. He couldn't stay here. Not with that smell. Not with the indent in the pillow. Not with the ghost of Izuku's laugh still clinging to the goddamn walls. He stood up too fast. The room tipped sideways, then readjusted. Katsuki waited for the floor to settle under his feet. It didn't. Not really. He grabbed his wallet. Didn't care if he had his room key. Didn't think to check what time it was. Didn't think at all. He shoved the door open and stepped into the hallway. The lighting flickered once, probably not really, but his eyes insisted it did, and he felt a strange, numb detachment sweep through him. Like he was watching himself from somewhere above and behind. A few inches to the left of his own skull, following himself like a shitty guardian angel with a clipboard. He walked. Down the hall. Past the ice machine that hummed too loudly. Past the fire exit sign that glowed like radioactive moss. He pressed the elevator button. The light blinked. He stared at it too long, unable to tell how much time passed before the doors opened with a sound that felt a little too sharp against his ears. He walked inside. The elevator hummed. A faint buzz. A vibration that traveled up the soles of his feet and into his bones. He watched the numbers change. His breath didn't match the descent. He walked through the lobby next, blurry faces, blurry voices, people laughing, people checking in, people living like the world didn't tilt off its axis just because someone whispered, "I'll go." He pushed through the glass doors and stepped into the night. The heat hit him like a slap. Whatever. He kept walking. Past neon lights that smeared like wet paint, car horns that sounded distant, strangers who didn't look real, like props in a dream he wasn't participating in. He didn't know where he was going. He didn't care. He just needed out of the room, out of his skin, out of the replaying sound of Izuku's voice fracturing inside his ears. His feet moved without him. Pavement under shoes. Heat radiating from concrete. Sweat sticking to the back of his shirt. He blinked again, and the world pixelated at the edges. He didn't notice the liquor store until it was already in front of him, inviting. He didn't remember making the decision to go here. His hand reached for the door before he even realized he'd stopped walking. The metal handle felt cold. He pulled. The air inside the liquor store was too cold, manufactured, chemical, recycled 1,000 times over, and it hit him hard enough to raise goosebumps along his forearms. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead in a thin, needling frequency that threaded itself straight through his skull. The place smelled like cheap vodka, cardboard, and something saccharine pretending to be fruit. Katsuki blinked once. Twice. The store didn't steady. He wasn't sure if he walked forward or if the aisles just moved around him, rearranging themselves until the shelves lined up in front of him like a selection of answers to a question he wasn't supposed to ask. The bottles glittered under the lights, greens, ambers, silvers. Smiling labels. Curved glass. Everything neatly arranged, as if the world was perfectly in order and he was the only thing cracked. He stood there too long. Long enough that someone coughed behind him. A clerk stacking stock a few feet away glanced up, looked at him once, then quickly looked back down. His pupils were blown wide. Katsuki knew that look. Drunk? Unwell? Dangerous. Didn't matter. He reached out a hand. His fingers didn't feel like they belonged to him, not attached, not controlled, just extensions of a body on autopilot. He curled them around a bottle with some foreign label, nothing Japanese available. The only thing that really mattered was the number on it. 95% ABV. Perfect. The glass was cold. Heavy. His grip tightened around the neck of the bottle until his knuckles whitened. He held onto it the way a drowning man might hold a rope. He made his way to the counter without remembering taking the steps to get there. The bottle thunked against the laminate surface louder than expected, loud enough to make the cashier flinch. The man behind the counter, his age maybe, pale, tired eyes, opened his mouth like he was going to say something. Maybe, "Are you okay? Maybe rough night? Maybe nothing." Katsuki didn't give him time. "Just that," he muttered. His voice sounded wrong. Like it had been dragged through gravel. Like someone else was wearing his vocal cords as a scarf. The cashier nodded quickly, rang him up. Katsuki didn't register the price. Didn't care. He tapped his card with shaking fingers and barely heard the beep that confirmed the purchase. The guy offered him a bag. Katsuki shook his head once, sharp, mechanical. He didn't need a bag. He didn't need anything but the cold weight of the bottle in his hand. He left the store. The night air outside felt thicker now. Warmer. Like it had shifted from humid to suffocating in the 10 minutes he'd been indoors. Sounds overlapped and bled into each other's cars. Laughter, someone yelling in Spanish across the street, the rumble of a bus, a dog barking, the faint hiss of a crosswalk sign changing. Katsuki walked. He didn't have a destination. He didn't want one. He took a left at a corner he didn't recognize from his missions, stepped over a puddle that caught the neon glow of a bar sign, past a group of friends who were laughing too hard to even look up. His heart was pounding too fast. His head felt too light. His eyes burned. Each breath hitched slightly, like his lungs were snagging on invisible hooks. He didn't think. He didn't want to. But Izuku's voice slipped through anyway, a phantom needle stitching itself into the back of his mind. "Kacchan." He clenched his jaw so hard it hurt. His grip tightened around the bottle until his fingers tingled. He kept walking until the city started to thin, stores turning into closed storefronts, crowds turning into scattered silhouettes, neon turning into dim streetlights with dying bulbs. He slipped into the shadowed side of a quiet street. The kind with the majority of villain activity. Also the kind where people minded their business enough to ignore the trembling in someone's hands. He leaned against a brick wall. The bottle caught what little light there was and gleamed faintly, taunting. Mocking. Inviting. Katsuki stared at it. He felt his throat close. He felt everything close. Izuku was probably at the airport right now. Maybe boarding. Maybe checking the time. Maybe he was still crying. Maybe he was already buckling in for the flight home, planning his wedding. Katsuki's head dropped forward. His breath stuttered. His chest hurt. He lifted the bottle. The cap fought him for a second, slick under his fingers, the metal biting into his skin before it finally gave with a sharp snap that ricocheted off the narrow brick walls around him. He didn't give himself the dignity of a thought. He brought the bottle to his lips and drank. The first mouthful hit like a fist, hard, acidic, punching straight into the back of his throat. Instantly his tongue curled away from it, a full-body rejection he ignored by sheer force of will. The alcohol scorched down through his chest, spreading in a line of fire that made him cough once, short and sharp. He swallowed again anyway. The second burn was worse, deeper, biting, something that clawed its way down like it wanted to take pieces of him with it. His face twisted, jaw clenching, eyes squeezing shut against the sting that rushed up and made his sinuses flare. His stomach lurched. His breath caught. His hand tightened around the glass so hard his knuckles flushed white. He didn't stop. A third swallow, too big, unsteady, half-choked, slammed into his gut with enough force that he felt it reverberate through his ribs. His eyes watered immediately. A thin line of the liquor slipped from the corner of his mouth, running cold down the side of his jaw in a contrast that made him shiver. He wiped it away with the back of his wrist, breath hitching. The taste was awful. Chemical. Cheap enough that it burned wrong. He wasn't sure if this was even vodka. 99% sure it wasn't, actually. It clung to his tongue, sour and abrasive, coating the back of his throat with a raw sting that promised a bruise by morning. If there was a morning. Katsuki swallowed hard, feeling the heat radiate outward, creeping up his neck, pooling behind his eyes, sinking into the hollow of his chest like a spreading bruise. His gut twisted, protesting, telling him to stop. He didn't listen. He didn't care about the taste. Didn't care about the coughing burn or the shaking in his hands or the way the alcohol settled in him like a spark looking for something to ignite. He just lifted the bottle again. He didn't care about the taste. He didn't care about anything except the numbness promising to crawl up behind it. His head tipped back against the wall. The city buzzed around him, distant, warped, too bright and too dark at the same time. His hand shook. He wiped his mouth with the back of his wrist. His voice came out hoarse, barely a breath. This. But he wasn't talking to the bottle. He wasn't talking to the night. He wasn't talking to himself. He was talking to the ghost of someone already thousands of miles away. He pushed off the wall, staggering a half step, and started walking again deeper into the city, deeper into the place where he'd find exactly what he knew he shouldn't be looking for. He kept walking when he started to feel nauseated, bottle swinging loosely in his hand, the edges of the world flickering in and out like a broken video feed. The heat, the neon, the distant traffic, it all blurred together. Shapes stretched. Voices bent. He barely felt his feet hitting the cracked asphalt, barely felt the weight of his limbs as he pushed forward, deeper into the alleys where streetlights sputtered and shadows pooled like spilled ink. A figure stepped out from one of those pools. She didn't move fast, didn't speak. Just leaned against the wall, cigarette hanging lazily from her lips, blonde hair catching the dying neon like it had its own glow. Her eyes were too sharp, too assessing, like she could see the machinery inside his skull and knew it was on fire. "Looking for?" she asked, voice low, accent rolling over the consonants. Katsuki didn't answer. Didn't need to. He knew she already knew what he wanted. His hand tightened around the bottle and the nerves in his fingers screamed, a buzzing reminder of the nerve endings he still had to feel. She stepped closer, held out a small paper bag. No words. No explanations. Just a bag. He could feel it before he even held it. He reached out without thinking. The bag was lighter than he expected. He took it like it weighed nothing, like it wasn't going to change anything at all, except it would, it already would. She watched him, waiting. Maybe for a thanks. Maybe for money. Maybe for some other kind of pay. That made him feel ill. He quickly dropped cash into her hand without looking, stepped back, and kept walking before she could say anything else. The alley swallowed him. The city noise faded behind him, replaced by the hum of his own blood in his ears, the static of his thoughts repeating in loops he couldn't break. He didn't open the bag. Not yet. Just held it at his side, like the bottle in his other hand, like the weight of both might somehow steady the world around him. Katsuki walked without noticing the distance, the city narrowing around him until the neon and the honking and the heat bled into a dull gray haze. The bag and the bottle were heavy, solid in his hands, grounding in a way that his chest and stomach refused to be. He barely remembered taking the turns that led him back to the hotel, barely registered the doors sliding open behind him as he stumbled through the lobby, ignoring the faint stares, ignoring the life around him. The elevator was a prison he didn't even acknowledge. He gripped the bag tighter, pressed the bottle to his chest, let the walls hum against his shoulders as he leaned against the walls. Keyless entry, just a tap, a click, and the door swung open into the too warm, too still, too clean air of the space he'd abandoned hours before. Carpet stretched under his boots, furniture waiting, indifferent. He dropped both bottle and bag onto the edge of the desk with a dull thud that echoed too loudly. Staring at them, he didn't think. He didn't process. He just let the weight of everything, of Izuku's voice, of his mouth, press down on him until he sagged against the doorframe. His stomach rolled. A twisting, gnawing burn from the alcohol. He gagged once, dry, a hiccup that rattled through his chest. His hands were trembling. His head tilted back against the wall, and he could barely keep it upright. The bathroom called itself to him before he decided. Just a stumble, a shuffle, until the cold tile hit his feet and the mirror stared back at him. Pale, red-eyed, lips chapped and split, hair sticking to sweat along his forehead. His skin burned hot, clammy. He could see the pulse of his veins at his temples. He leaned over the sink, gripping the edge like it might hold him upright if the rest of him gave way. Alcohol. Too much alcohol. Every swallow a knife cutting along nerves that didn't exist anymore. His hands shook as he rubbed at his eyes, still wet with tears he hadn't realized he'd shed in the street. He barely registered turning the tap, water running over his fingers and spilling onto the porcelain. The sound was sharp, tinny, and almost unbearable. He cupped his face, let the cold water hit it, hiccuping, coughing, stomach twisting violently. He vomited into the sink once. Then again. Twice more. Every retch left him trembling, chest tight, lungs aching. Heart racing too fast, too erratic. Vision flickering. He gripped the edge of the counter until his knuckles went white, until he felt like his body might splinter and not hold him anymore. His breathing was shallow, shallow enough that he could feel it in his throat, in his ears, in his teeth. He tasted bile and alcohol, revolting, it made him shiver. He wiped at his mouth with the back of his hand, swallowing thickly against the nausea. His head spun. He dropped to the floor, leaning against the bathtub. Tiles were cold against his back, grounding in a way that almost hurt. Almost helped. His stomach heaved once more, and he just let his body fold over itself, trembling. He could feel the alcohol crawling into his system, into his brain. Too much, too fast. Every pulse a hammer, every heartbeat a flare in his temples. He tried to focus on nothing. Let his thoughts dissolve, let the numbness spread. Katsuki didn't remember walking back into the room. 1 second he was staring at himself in the mirror, skin too pale, eyes too red, mouth too dry, and the next he was back in the dim light of the hotel, the carpet swallowing the sound of his footsteps as he crossed to the desk. The bag sat where he'd dropped it earlier, casual, innocent, unaware of the way his pulse lurched just looking at it. He stood over it for a long moment, swaying slightly, breath uneven. His stomach twisted. His throat burned. His head throbbed with the kind of pressure that made his vision pulse at the edges. He didn't want euphoria. He didn't want a high. He wanted quiet. Just shut it off. Just shut it all off. 1 hour. 1 FING hour. His hands were shaking when he picked up the bag. The paper crinkled loudly, too loudly, like someone had turned the volume up on the world without telling him. He flinched. Actually flinched. From FING noise. Pathetic. Then he tore it open with a clumsy, frustrated jerk. Inside, small bag, white powder. He stared at it, breathing hard. He'd taken hits, the kind that simmered under the surface and softened the edges. This was different. He knew it. His body knew it. But logic wasn't present. Just that frantic, buzzing static in his skull telling him he needed this or he was going to crawl out of his own skin. He fumbled it out of the paper, almost dropped it. His hands weren't responding right, delayed, trembling, useless. He cursed under his breath, the sound slurred at the edges, and pulled the bag open without any care at all for how much was supposed to be right. He didn't measure. Were you supposed to measure coke? He didn't even know how much he inhaled. He leaned over the counter. He sniffed hard. He didn't know how much he took. He didn't know what a lot was supposed to look like. He only knew the moment it hit his bloodstream. Lightning. Cold. Metallic. Needle fine and brutal. His head jerked back, violent, involuntary. His breath stalled in his throat. The room swam in front of him, then doubled, then blurred. His heart lurched violently in his chest, not racing, leaping, like it was trying to escape. His vision flickered white, then black, then too bright again. The room tilted, then snapped back, then drifted sideways in a way that made his stomach claw up into his throat. He grabbed the edge of the desk. His fingertips scraped uselessly against the wood before he caught himself on the corner of the wall, panting, eyes wide and unfocused. The words shook out of him, torn from somewhere deep and terrified and already too far gone to pull back. He couldn't feel his feet. Couldn't feel his hands. Couldn't feel the line where his body ended and the air began. His pulse hammered too fast, too loud, too much. Every beat was wrong. Every breath was thin. His chest felt tight, like something had closed around his ribs and kept squeezing. He staggered backward, hit the side of the bed with his hip, and collapsed onto it without meaning to. The mattress dipped under him like a wave and he fell sideways, breath hitching, head spinning so violently he couldn't tell if he was upright or upside down. He felt upside down. The room was warped. His mouth was dry desert dry, cracking dry, suffocating dry, but he couldn't swallow. His tongue felt thick. His throat felt clogged. His chest burned. He squeezed his eyes shut. If anything, it made everything sharper. The inside of his skull lit up, with static white, buzzing, needling like wires sparking against each other. His pulse slammed in his throat, too hard, too uneven, every beat sending a jolt through his ribs that made him gasp. He tried to breathe. But his lungs didn't listen. They fluttered, stuttered, cramped. His breath caught halfway down, chest seizing, so suddenly he pressed a hand to his sternum like he could massage it into behaving. It didn't. His heart, already fragile on the best days, felt like it was glitching, skipping beats, then overcorrecting with violent, pounding bursts that made stars crackle behind his eyelids. Too fast, then too slow, then too fast again, a rhythm without rhythm, a panic without a sound. He rolled onto his back, but the ceiling spun, bending downward like it was going to swallow him whole. His fingers twitched against the sheets, numb in some places, too sensitive in others. His hands wouldn't close fully, they shook without rhythm, without his permission. His legs felt hollow, buzzing, like something was crawling inside the muscle fibers, electricity or insects or both. A cold sweat broke across his forehead. Then heat. Then cold again. His stomach lurched but didn't empty, nothing left to give. His throat spasmed with a dry heave that clawed all the way up his spine and left him choking on nothing. He could hear his heartbeat. Not like usual. Not like awareness. This was a sound. A thudding, wet, brutal sound in his ears, echoing, looping, too loud to think over. His chest tightened again, sharper this time, like a hand closing around his heart from the inside. He groaned, not caring about noise, curling on his side instinctively, pressing his palm hard to his sternum. Didn't help. Didn't matter. His ribs rattled under his touch, thin and trembling, like they didn't know how to cage anything anymore. A buzzing numbness spread down his left arm. Then up his jaw. Not enough to stop him from breathing. Not enough to knock him out. Just enough to terrify him in a way he couldn't articulate. Minutes stretched. 15. Time wasn't real. The world narrowed to a pulse and a breath and the terrifying possibility that either might suddenly stop listening to him. His vision came back in fragments, blurred corners, streaks of light, shadowed ceiling patterns that shifted like they were breathing. He reached toward the bedside table blindly, fingertips brushing wood. Water. He needed water. He didn't know how he knew that, maybe instinct, maybe desperation, but the thought hit him like a plea. He pushed himself upright. Collapsed back onto the mattress as dizziness surged so violently he gagged into his own palm, mouth dry as dust. His chest constricted again, a sharp, short, angry squeeze that made him hiss through his teeth. Barely a sound. More like a cracked whisper. His heart thudded too hard again. Then stuttered. Then tried to catch up all at once. He forced himself up a second time, trembling, hunched, skin damp with cold sweat, and this time managed to sit, though the room tilted sideways and the floor felt miles away. He stayed like that, shaking, heart misfiring in uneven bursts, elbows braced on his thighs, head hanging. His breath rattled in his chest. He counted the beats he could feel, fast, slow, fast again, then an awful pause that stretched long enough he said in a panicked inhale. Then a slam, violent enough he almost folded in half. God. Not a prayer. Just a sound. He swayed, palms pressed to his eyes, trembling so badly his teeth clicked together. The worst part wasn't the pain. Or the panic. Or the way his heart misfired like a faulty engine in his chest. It was the silence in his mind. The terrifying, merciless quiet he'd begged for. Arrived only as a void. A blank, roaring nothing. No thoughts. No comfort. No Deku. Just the sound of his own heartbeat, stuttering in the dark, and the awareness sharp, unmistakable. That he'd gone too far. Way too far. And now he was stuck inside a body that wouldn't obey him, a heart that couldn't keep rhythm, a brain that couldn't think. He tasted copper. Acid. His mouth filled with saliva, the warning signal before vomiting, but nothing came up. His body jerked anyway, a dry heave ripping up his throat and leaving a raw, burning ache behind. Another heave followed, then a choking cough, spit stringing from his lips as he doubled over, dizzy, shaking. He wiped his mouth on his wrist. It came away smeared with something pinkish. Great. Perfect. Exactly what he needed. Blood. Or maybe it wasn't blood. Maybe it was just the lighting. Maybe everything was fine. His thoughts were sludge. His fear was sharp. He tried to breathe through his nose, but even that felt wrong. Each inhale too tight, too shallow, like someone had stuffed cotton in his lungs. His left arm tingled again. His jaw tightened. His neck ached. His heart fluttered in his chest like a trapped bird. He swallowed hard, throat clicking painfully, and forced his eyes open. The room tilted, sliding to the left, then the right, then up like gravity was being rewritten in real time. He steadied himself with both hands on the mattress, but his arms trembled so violently he wasn't sure they'd hold. A fresh wave of nausea rolled through him, hotter this time, sharper. His stomach clenched and he lurched forward, gagging again. Nothing, just the sound of his own body failing to do anything useful. His eyes watered. Tears spilled down his cheeks before he even realized he was crying. His breath stuttered. He needed help. For the first time in years, maybe ever, Katsuki Bakugo admitted that he needed help. He blinked hard, vision swimming, and fumbled blindly for his phone. His hand dragged across the sheets, searching, missing, shaking too badly to differentiate fabric from anything else. His fingers finally closed around something smooth, something rectangular, and he clutched it like a lifeline. The screen lit up. Too bright. So bright it stabbed straight into his skull. He flinched, squeezing his eyes shut. When he opened them again, the letters on the screen swam, rearranging themselves, refusing to stay still long enough for him to read anything. His thumb slipped uselessly across the glass. He tried again. And again. Each tap opened the wrong app, the wrong screen, the wrong contact. His hands wouldn't coordinate. His eyes wouldn't focus. His high brain wouldn't stitch together the simple steps of tapping numbers in the right order. He breathed hard through his nose, heart hammering sideways in his chest, and forced himself to try again. He got that one. 3? Did he tap 3? It looked like or maybe, and he blinked, and the whole screen blurred. He cursed broken and wiped at his eyes with the heel of his hand. His breath came faster, chest rising in jagged jumps that hurt, every inhale too small, every exhale shaky. He tried again. The numbers sat there on the screen, warped and trembling, like they were breathing with him. He stared at them, dizzy, sweat rolling down his temples and dripping onto the phone screen, smearing the image until the digits distorted into pale streaks. He hit the call button. Or he tried to. His thumb missed. He swore again, voice cracking, and tried to steady his hand, but it was shaking too violently, jerking in tiny, involuntary twitches he couldn't stop. He stabbed at the screen again. The phone slipped. It slid out of his grip like his skin was coated in oil. Fell onto the floor with a dull, distant thud he could barely hear over the pounding in his ears. No. The words came out slurred, broken, like his tongue was 2 sizes too big. He reached for it, stretching off the bed, arm trembling so hard he barely had control. His fingertips brushed the case. A surge of dizziness hit him like a truck. The room flipped sideways. His stomach lurched. His heart tripped, misfired, paused. Too long. Too FNG long. He gasped, clutching his chest, panic exploding through him in a burst of adrenaline that only made everything worse. His arms buckled, and he collapsed back onto the bed, chest heaving, breath hitching in painful, shallow bursts. He choked on another sob. He hadn't even realized he was crying again. He wasn't dying. But his body didn't feel convinced. The high wasn't high. The quiet wasn't quiet. It was a trap. A panic chamber. A body in revolt. His fingers dug into the sheets, knuckles white, as another wave of numbness washed through his arm. His heart hammered fast, too fast, then stuttered like it skipped over itself completely. He whimpered. Actually whimpered. Like a wounded animal. No, come on, he pressed both hands to his sternum, sobbing through clenched teeth. Come on, don't. His pulse pounded wrong against his palms. His vision tunneled. The edges went black. He forced a gasp, dragged in air that didn't feel like enough, and curled forward, forehead nearly touching his knees as he shook uncontrollably. He needed help. He needed someone. He needed Izuku. The thought hit him so hard he gagged. Izuku would know. Izuku would help. Izuku would. Izuku walked away. Katsuki had let him. His chest tightened painfully, a sharp, stabbing ache that radiated up into his neck. He winced, pressing harder against his sternum like pressure might hold his ribs together. It didn't. The room flickered white, black, white, and Katsuki fought to stay conscious, blinking hard, swallowing dryly, breathing through the panic that only made his heart worse. The room tilted. The walls stretched, yawning, bending. The ceiling pressed down. His pulse hammered unevenly, every beat screaming, too fast, too slow, too wrong. And for the first time, he realized he could die here. The thought was sharp, terrifying, and too empty. Not abstract. Not hypothetical. It was him. His body, shaking, failing, gasping. Every missed heartbeat, every shallow inhale was proof. He remembered. Of course he did. The coffin in the sky. The feeling of edge shot holding his hand when his chest had almost stopped before, and the panic of thinking he might never hear another sound in the world. He'd died before. And he'd come back. But that wasn't comforting. That was just proof that the world could slip away from him anyway. That he could still fall. That he was fragile. That he could still. Izuku. The name slipped out, soft, trembling, barely sound. A whisper against the chaos of his own body. His mind flashed to Izuku, eyes wide, green and bright even when he was tired, hands always reaching out, heart open, steady. Izuku would know what to do. Izuku would fix this. But Izuku wasn't here. And that was worse than any needle of pain, worse than the nausea, worse than the hammering in his chest. He pressed a hand to his forehead, feeling the sweat mix with tears. Heat radiated through him, cold crawling up from the tiles through his legs, and somewhere in the storm of it all, he remembered all the times Izuku had been there. All the moments the nerd had been too blind, too stupid to see. The weight of that memory broke him more than the drags or the alcohol ever could. He curled tighter, knees against his chest, rocking slightly like he could somehow shake the panic out of his body. Sweat dripped down his temples, dampened his hair, streaked into the dark circles under his eyes. His pulse was an unrelenting drum, hammering against his ribs, a cruel metronome reminding him that he'd gone too far, that his body might not forgive him this time. His mind, though, wouldn't stop. Not for a second. Even with the drags, even with the alcohol, even with the panic and nausea gnawing at him like acid in his stomach, it kept pulling at him. Memories. Regrets. Every effed-up choice, every empty bed, every night spent trying to feel anything that wasn't this hollow ache in his chest. He tried to picture a life where he'd done things differently. Where he'd slowed down, where he'd taken care of himself, where he hadn't tried to patch a gaping hole in his chest with vodka, powder, flesh, and shame. The picture splintered instantly. It was an impossible geometry of all his choices colliding, the nights he drank alone, the hands he'd held just to avoid touching nothing, every cigarette, the drags he'd used to silence the noise. And the sound of Izuku's voice leaving him, shattering the quiet he had begged for so long. Every missed heartbeat, every stutter of his racing pulse was a reminder of what he'd become, a man with everything money could buy and nothing his soul needed. He thought about Izuku again. About how easy it had been to take him for granted. To chase after hollow distractions instead of what had always mattered. How he'd let the boy walk out of his life while Katsuki lay in his own spiral of self-destruction. And now, lying on the cold floor, chest tight, stomach twisting, trembling like a leaf in a storm, he realized maybe he'd broken more than his own body. Maybe he'd broken the chance to ever hold onto the one thing he wanted more than anything. Izuku had walked out. Finally. And Katsuki had let him. Now, lying on the cold floor, chest tight, stomach twisting, trembling like a leaf in a storm, he realized he hadn't just broken his own body, he might have shattered the only real thing he'd ever had. The only person he'd ever been willing to debase himself for. The only person he'd ever willingly been a slut for, just to feel wanted by him for 5 more minutes. Tears mixed with sweat as they dripped down his face. Every sob was harsh, ragged, slicing out of him like punishment he deserved, but he didn't stop. He couldn't. Because the quiet, that awful, unrelenting quiet, was screaming that he was alone. That Izuku wasn't coming back to haul him off the floor. That Izuku wasn't here to put a hand on his chest, steadying his heart with quiet words and steady breathing. He whispered Izuku's name again, almost begging, almost pleading. Please? And he knew it, truly knew it, like a punch to the stomach. No one would save him this time. No one would catch him. No one would tell him it was going to be okay. Somewhere in the dizziness, somewhere between one broken heartbeat and the next, another thought began to claw its way into him. A different kind of fear. Not the pain. Not the blood. What happens after? How long would it take before Izuku even wondered where he was? A day? 2? Longer? He pictured Izuku checking his phone, frowning at the lack of messages. Maybe he'd assume Katsuki was busy. Maybe he'd think he was being avoided. Maybe he'd chalk it up to one of Katsuki's moods and just wait. Izuku was patient like that. Too patient. Patient in ways Katsuki had always hated. Then, eventually he'd call. Katsuki could almost hear it. The hope. The quietness of a call meant just for him, just to call him over. But this time? This time the phone would just buzz uselessly on the hotel floor, screen lighting up against blood-smudged carpet, unanswered forever. And then what? Would Izuku call again? And again? Would his name fill Katsuki's missed call notifications until the battery finally died? Katsuki choked on a sound, some horrible mix between a sob and a laugh. His body convulsed again, more blood bubbling up his throat. He won't find me. He won't even come back here. The hotel staff wouldn't check his room until the last possible minute. Until the stay ended and he didn't come down to check out. Someone would knock, maybe twice, maybe 3 times, irritation turning into concern. Then they'd open the door and find him on the floor, stiff, cold, surrounded by the stench of blood and vomit and alcohol and failure. A corpse. Not dynamite. Just a body. The regular story, a junkie who finally overdosed. Would they fly him back to Japan? Would his mother collapse at the airport, shaking like she had when he was a kid and came home bloodied from fights? Would his father hold her up while crying himself? Kirishima. God, Idru would blame himself. He'd think he should have checked in, should have tried harder, should have noticed the signs Katsuki hid so effing well. Mina would cry. Siro, Denki, they would break in some way they might never recover from, their own kind of survivor guilt. The pro-heroes would have statements. Agencies would send condolences. Paparazzi would shove cameras into the grief like vultures. They'd eat this story to the bone. But Izuku would show up, wouldn't he? Would he come alone? Or would Ochako be with him, holding his hand, the hand with the ring, keeping him from falling apart at the sight of what remained of Katsuki's life? Katsuki imagined them standing together, looking down at the closed casket. Imagined Izuku shaking, biting his lip until it bled, crying like he always did. Katsuki rotting under polished wood couldn't tell him to SCK it up. He pictured Izuku at the funeral, eyes red, quiet in a way that wasn't like him at all. Maybe he'd speak. Maybe he'd say something kind, something Katsuki never earned. Maybe he'd admit too late that he still cared. That he always had. And Ochako, would she know? Would she sense the tension in the soft way Izuku touched Katsuki's picture, in the way he breathed when they lowered the casket into the ground? Or would she simply stand beside him, unaware, comforting him with hands that had once kept Katsuki at a distance? Would Izuku blame himself, the way Katsuki had blamed himself for everything since they were kids? Katsuki's breath rattled. Another beat stuttered, caught, then almost didn't come at all. He imagined being buried. Imagined his grave growing cold and forgotten. Imagined Izuku visiting once, maybe twice, before life swept him forward the way it always did. I'll disappear, Katsuki realized. And the world will keep going. Katsuki's chest heaved in shallow, broken gasps. Every breath rattled in his ribs, harsh and jagged, scraping against a heart that refused rhythm. His stomach churned violently, twisting so hard it felt like his insides had turned to knotted metal. The coke, the vodka, everything was colliding in him, ripping him from the inside out. A hot, metallic taste filled his mouth. He spat, gagging, and finally the vomit came dark, glistening red streaks mixed with the half-digested alcohol. It coated his lips, dripped down his chin, and ran hot against his skin. He coughed violently, dry heaves tearing through him, trying to empty himself but only pushing more blood and bile into his throat. His hands scrambled at the sheets, nails digging into fabric that was suddenly far too thin to hold him upright. His vision fragmented. The ceiling bled downward, pulsing and breathing like the skin of some living thing. Shadows crawled along the walls, pooling in corners, twisting into shapes that weren't there. Every sound, the hum of the air conditioning, the distant city noise, was a blade against his skull. His heart slammed in erratic bursts, a trapped, thrashing animal. Pain shot from his ribcage and stomach outward, into his shoulders, down his arms, through his temples. His pulse raced until it burned in every vein, then stalled so long he thought it had stopped entirely. His chest trembled with it, a cage he could no longer contain. Another wave of nausea hit. He fell sideways this time, vomit and blood spilling onto the mattress, soaking the sheets in sticky, wet warmth. It didn't matter. He could taste the copper and iron, sharp and relentless. His body convulsed again and again, muscles screaming in protest. Through the pain, the thought scraped itself into his brain. Izuku. He whimpered it. Barely a sound, more like a cracked rasp than a name. Izuku. The name was a lifeline he couldn't reach. Every sob shook him,